They are cooking that cow. Breezy falls. Insanity goes on a killing spree. Curtain call opened up. Out June looking for an angle in with between the worlds. Already one kill going to get picked up. It's onto Insanity. He'll get out of the range of it. Fourth shot not going to land in the fight. Breaking out. Crimson instantly has to bail, and so does Out June. CCG are getting fed to the wolves right now as a rampage is found by Tomi. However's divide will yeet them to their demise, and 4 fall for CCG. Unblemished is Luminosity, and they'll claim the ace.
The hub, I'm so sorry. The knockdown coming through, the kill back, maybe it's enough. Kizno will not survive. That's a little unfortunate. Now he's gonna die. Up with the all-in. It's gonna be him getting the kill as well. But now Chrome chasing him down. Lethal tempo activated. He the smite from Music to get the one grub. There's that TP you're talking about. TFLA coming on the flank, going with the hammer smash, and Pobelter looking for the big combo, but right into the bullet time. They all have to spread. Levitate separating the entire team as Samikin looking for Pobelter, looking for the revenge. One more auto. Spica's trying to save him. The dodge out. Pobelter, it will fall. The shutdown goes to Samikin, and now Cracker's in the fight. Cracker's looking for his own stake in this game, but Spica.
Continue this gold advantage here. And the Emperor's Divide running low jazz. He's going to try to flash away, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep him in place. And Mega Inferno Bomb compared to a 2.5 item zigs. Low jazz goes in, finds a suppression onto one with Breezy, but now he's gone. And Public Execution right into the backline. Bad's forced to flash away. Still has the cleanse, but his front line is gone. Decoy trying to do everything he can with the World Ender to keep his world alive. But Array in the front line, you know, having a little fun with that AMI.
Welcome everyone back to NACL here. We're in week 7, day 2, the final week of regular season. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a day we have in store for us. Some standings implications abound with our 2 best of 3s we have in store.
That's right, Lennon. We are in the last week. We're approaching the end of the regular split, and not everything is as locked in as people may have seen. There's still room for movement at the top of the standing. There's still room for someone to take that final playoff spot. And of course, despite the rough split our 2 teams currently in the bottom 2 are having, there's a chance. It's above 0.
You're saying there's a chance. If you think there's a chance, or if you want to check in on the chances of a lot of teams, make sure you go check out our socials. They'll be in the top left of your screen. You can go check out any of the games that you missed from yesterday. Some giga bangers over there. 6-game day. Absolutely some games you got to go check out. Some highlight clips that you do not want to miss. So make sure you go check out all of our socials. But speaking of that day, we're going to get to go through some of those, which I'm very, very excited. There were some highlight-worthy clips from yesterday across both series. The first one, a banger. Blue Otter are going to feel so bad that they fell to Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It was the Light Squad, and that Light Squad finally gets their first dub in NACL together, and it feels good.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to give, we'll probably get to the play, because I remember listening to the broadcast and Cubby was begging production to put it on. The Zero play from Toasty, and generally nuts. Like a player that we've been really excited about coming back ever since we heard Dark Zero Dragonsteel was running with this 10-man roster, because Toasty Alex, like a player we all thought had a lot of potential. Glad to see he's living up to it. Still really excited about players like Kryra and Cryogen as well.
Yeah, our big matchup was the mid lane. We were very excited. I will give Samikin some shout-outs, too. It looks like we passed through into this game 3, all the play itself. This is the very end of it. In game 1, Samikin also had a banger Orianna play across the bot side that actually should be checked out, but both these guys were firing on all cylinders. But Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they will end up taking that and trying to get that first, second seed for them. Niles, the coach, was very confident that this squad can get them over the hump in that 3-headed Hydra race between them, LG, and Near Airport. Speaking of, LG handled their own business. Conviction faltering at the moment they needed it most. And it was a really damn good series. If you didn't watch it, please go watch all 3 games. Absolutely deserving of.
Yeah, and respect to Tactical for reading the patch notes and thinking, I'm just going to play Callista anyway. Freshly nerfed, says, I got this, it's okay.
It is Callista.
Actually just played up pretty well. Yeah, true. And it is really nice to see that contention on the top of that standings because, again, nothing's really locked in, set in stone yet. Even even Dark Zero are still trying to contend for that top spot, even with the Light Squad coming through here. LG are still making a great case for themselves. We're going to see NA today, who are also trying to do the very same thing.
Yeah, and game number 3, unfortunately, ended in spectacular fashion. An explosion of explosions for Conviction. And Tactical running wild on Azeri. Loved the choices made in the drafts from both these teams. I think LG just had the better of it in the last bit. I think Zazel and Manui also had star performances in this series across the board. The Shen from Zazel in game number 2 was game deciding.
Yeah.
The Manui Nico in game number 1 was absolutely game defining. It's just so cool to see these 2 guys having such stakes in these games. And obviously you had some very fun and exciting games yesterday, but that means we take a look at the standings. And when we look ahead, obviously that 3-headed Hydra still there Near Airport playing their game today to try to join them at that 7-win column. But still some fluctuation, still 1 slot left in the playoffs and still undecided on the promo relegation squads.
Yeah, and I mean, even basically 6 to 10, there is that potential for movement. Winthrop haven't locked in that spot just yet. A win today would actually be huge for them in that regard. But if they lose, Blue Water have a chance. If they beat AMI, or conversely, if AMI switch, they also have that opportunity to take away that 6th place spot. And of course, Supernova and Polestar, they're playing for their NACL lives, Mazel. They're playing each other today. A little spoiler about what our first match is going to be if you don't know. And it's just so crucial here for both of these teams. A win is life or death.
I'm not going to lie, coming into the split, I did not expect this to be the culmination that it is. But as we got further into the split, we all saw this coming. This matchup between Supernova and Polestar, a defining feature for these two teams. Teams that have been struggling heavily throughout this split so far. On the other side of things, though, Near Airport, again, trying to join that pack in the top with a win over Winthrop. Winthrop trying to join that pack in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. Again, for Winthrop University, again, a win here would be huge for them. I'm pretty confident that it also locks them into playoffs. There's no longer a chance for them to get unseeded. And then that will be our top 6 teams guaranteed for you guys. Of course, there's still that top movement that we've been alluding to, especially in the top 3, but there's a lot of teams still trying to fight for that 6th place spot, and they're all watching that second match. They're all watching Winthrop saying, boo, lose, lose.
There's some fans of other teams today and for the next couple days, that's for sure. But let's go ahead and talk about this matchup that we have going on. Obviously, this first one is a big one to keep yourself potentially, at least for Supernova, in hopes of making it out of promo relegation. I think things are a little bit dicey in that regard, but I think for Polestar as well, a loss here, like, mathematically absolutely eliminates them, will be putting them into that promo relegation, even though it's something we've seen coming for a long while. But for Supernova, it's not something we saw coming. They will be playing with a little bit of a change today. The coach Colomer will be subbed out for Paris, but it is also a situation where this team is not living up to the high expectations that Ole Miss, the organization that this team spawns from, comes from. And I think it's really, really tough to see these big names, especially Shogo, struggling, a guy that we've been waiting to see in the NACL, not having those big debuts.
Yeah, like a team player in Shogo who we've been waiting to show up for literally years, Mazel. Like, even since I started watching Tier 2 and this guy first came, when he started playing for University of St. Thomas, we really thought things would be pretty huge for him to be able to kind of show up to the league. I mean, you look at a player like Keel. We know Rhino's been around for a long time as well. These players who have a lot of experience, who've had a good amount, who have shown a good amount of skill. But so far, it really just hasn't been clicking. This team hasn't been able to really play together very well. Again, like, individually, they are very good. But when it comes to a lot of the plays that they try to make around objectives, I feel like the coordination really just isn't there. They're not playing out their comps correctly. They're making missteps with their map movements, and it's always costing them so much. And some of the wins that we've got really seem to come through just from the individual skill of these players, or in a situation where this team has a scaling composition where we've got to 40 minutes, guys. This comp is basically unlosable, and that's all that's worked for them so far. So it's going to be really important for Supernova to be able to clutch up big time here against Polestar. And it is a funny thing to say clutch up, but, like, it matters, right, Mazel?
It does. It really does. I think it's very, very important to kind of have these moments of synergy for Supernova as a whole. I mean, I know we talked about Shogo a lot, but even Keel, right? He has been a constant contender in the jungle matchups across the board at ACL. He's been part of so many incredible runs. So just trying to find ways to make it work on the Rift, and now is the time against Polestar.
That's right. And again, for both of these teams, a loss would basically, for Pulse, a loss is basically the end. Both of these teams do have one more match left to play, but they're against very, very, very difficult opponents. So, today needs to be a good one. Yeah,
LG and Near Airport, respectively. Shogo himself, though, has still been a major factor to how they're trying to find wins. I think we see a lot of confidence through Shogo, which is rightfully deserved. Obviously, it's a team game, though, and try to put it all together, obviously, is a little bit difficult. So trying to figure out what works for this guy. He's the guy that's been cooking at the bot lane builds. We'll see if he brings any of that to the table against Polestar today.
Honestly, with such a crucial match going on right now, I don't know if I want to see any cooking at all. I want to see stock standard. I want to see simple stuff, and that goes for you too, Polestar. You guys can't afford any slip-ups because this team has been struggling. The only team in the league, Lennon, that's struggling more than Supernova at the moment. Not a single match win picked up, only a very small handful of individual map wins. And while we've seen a steady improvement from these players, it hasn't been enough to actually beat a team.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken some match wins. They have 3 total, tied with Supernova, by the way.
Yeah.
But obviously a little bit worse in the win column of that. But for me, it's been trying to highlight Bio and Hub. I think Hub had a spree in a lot of their losses that he actually looked really good in terms of the scale of where they're at in the standings.
Right.
But we have seen a little bit of a fall off from Hub. I think Bio is an integral piece to how they try to win early games. And we do see this team actually find decent early games a lot of the time, but it comes into these big late game team fights, the mid game team fights where sometimes it buckles a little bit and the stress is too much.
Yeah, part of it is definitely in the experience because this is a fully rookie roster that came in under very interesting and unexpected circumstances. I mean, we've been talking about it all split, but in case you don't know, this team, Pulse had a different team, some circumstances occurred, and then a roster that didn't qualify from the qualifier called Slated 6 became Polestar. So especially what I know of the coaching situation and how long it took them to get situated, it really feels like this team started a couple of steps behind and they've been playing catch up all split long. And while again, the improvements are definitely there, the starting point is what's really hurt them.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult part. We are going to be looking at Hub, though, as I was talking about, probably one of the brighter pieces to this Polestar, as he still has been hovering a lot of the utility as well, but going for that Ezreal. I remember that one game where he got like 4 kills early and was able to run away with it. I think it was.
Yeah.
It was a banger game, and I think trying to find those moments again tonight against Shogo will be super integral.
Yeah, that was against CCG, by the way. It was a pretty it was a pretty big deal. So that's the hope. We need to see more of those performances if we're going to see Polestar get their first win of the split. And I mean, looking at our predictions, I didn't see what everyone else voted. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Deserex, you wild
Honestly,
dog. I like
he's
it.
my
I like
goat
it.
for that. He's my goat for
Why
that.
not? Just
Why
throw
not?
a wrench into the works. Get some differentiation in there.
Didn't Cubby do that yesterday?
He did. He did.
Shake my head.
He was wrong. In the end, though, it is Supernova favored for sure, and it's just because this team, like, it should be I expected this team to be contending with Winthrop, with Blue Otter.
Yeah, me too.
I thought AMI was going to be in this position that they're in, and it's so wild to see all the way at the end of the road, this end of the regular season, this team is gasping for air. And I think it's shown with those predictions that it definitely is a lot of respect to the players, to the program, to the coaches. But unfortunately, coming together on stage has been the most difficult part.
Yeah, and unfortunately for all of Polestar's improvement so far here in Split 1, it hasn't been enough, I think, for a lot of us to believe that they can get that win there over this struggling Supernova. Because when you have teams that, are having trouble coming together, you just start looking at players role by role, and I think that's the brightest point there for Supernova.
Well, we're taking a look at the bans against Supernova here. Obviously, the Rumble Gwen prio across the league has been very big. But getting that Corki ban prio towards Mr. Shogo down there, getting him away from that maybe Bloodthirster start, very aggressive build that he goes with. But also the utility of the Varus with the Chains of Corruption. But we'll see. Obviously, with the new meta, with the kind of the new map and everything, it does change a lot of prios. I'm very curious how both teams are going to be affected. As you see on the side of Polestar, their banned against are a little bit different. The Hubs has real gaining a little bit of respect there. The Anivia, obviously, for Adam, but also the Skarner for Bio, which has been a big part to how they find those early game successes.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to look at what's banned against Polestar versus pretty much everyone else in the league, just because of, the specialties that I think the players want to lean on. And maybe this time around that Anivia can get through. Maybe the difference maker there for Adam is what's going to put them over the top. Who knows? But Here are Lennon. Both these
I
teams
love the
fighting for their
copium,
lives.
bro. I love
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I'm here for it. Yeah, we're selling copium on.
Do you want some?
Week 7. You know, I think I've already taken too much.
Fair enough.
Supernova are going to be on the blue side to start us off. They are going to ban out that Vi immediately, so taking away some of the facilitation tools from Bio, as well as that Varus. On the side of Polestar, who are on red, they did ban away the Poppy early.
Yeah, it's been a big pick for Keels, so that makes a lot of sense. And I agree, banning facilitators away from Bio is pretty important. I think the Skarner is a big one for him, especially considering a lot of the clips we have of this team are when he's playing that champion. And it seemed like teams caught on and have been denying that from him very often. But, I mean, this time they went for the Talia route instead, so maybe that opens up a chance for Bio to take it.
A question beatdown.
Yes.
We saw Gwen lose yesterday.
We did.
Wild thing. Gwen is also let through here. Is Gwen done? Is the Queen's reign, is it finally over?
I don't know if I would say completely over. Definitely not an auto win champ anywhere.
Yeah.
I think the nerfs were actually pretty meaningful. I think in overall, because her scaling got tuned down, she is she takes a lot longer to get to that nightmare state. And if you put her behind, it's easier to keep her out of the game. So that's why I think
Very true.
We're seeing the loss and why we haven't seen it picked here on either B1 or R1.
Well, a couple picks that are still very good. The Yone going to be first grabbed up there for Asyla on Supernova's side. The Nefiri for Bio. They're giving resources to this guy to say, you're going against Kale. Let's set you up for success. Now, I expect a composition built around this Nefiri to really set it up for success. The Azir giving a little bit more carry potential to Adam. But I would love to see the Shen. I know I was actually looking for the Orianna, maybe, things along those lines. The Lilia and Bessa immediate slams by the side of Supernova, and then there's that Shen I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought Keel was going to go the Sejuani angle when I saw the high priority on the Yone. But I mean, Lilia's fine and strong. What I really like is that the Shen, because Shen's buffed for, what, the third patch in a row.
Bro.
And he's just so great right now. So that's a good find. We saw Zazel pull it out in the support role, so it could be that potential flex if Tubbs is feeling himself.
It's a very nice way to put it, Beat. That's all you're saying. He's
yeah.
really good. Yeah. He's not
really
busted
good.
whatsoever. He's actually ridiculous.
yeah,
You
he's
can do
pretty-
so many things with Shen now and the way that he's played as well. Now we look in the second phase. It is the Misfortune and the Xayah ban, so bot lane focused towards Shogo some more. And for Supernova's side, they are banning away some of the setup tools. The Nautilus already gone.
Yeah, I'm interested too about the marksman choices there for Polestar. I kind of understand the MF ban and Xayah less so, but I was wondering if Kai'Sa was going to be something they look towards, just because, I mean, you already kind of see bits of a dive comp here for Supernova, and they could go that route there for Shogo. Lucian, I guess, would end up being fine because, exactly, they played that one, even though there were some struggles with it the other day. So that's another angle for them, too.
I could see it. I know everybody thinks of Lucian as this lane dominant AD carry. I think over the years we've seen him adapt into more that burst late game as well as mid game kind of power potential, that first, second item spike. And it's going to be paired up with the tried and true of the Nami, a little bit of throwback there. No with the early Melio or anything that we've been seeing as of late, but you still have such a wombo combo with that Lucian Nami, and now we're looking at that 2v2 a little bit more spicily as Lucian is going to have some work to do against Jen, who doesn't like to be pressed in lane.
Yeah, I actually really like the Nami. I wouldn't have liked Milio just because you're really lacking in that CC department, even though the combo is very strong. So now the fact that you have this tidal wave, this big AoE ultimate to play with, to pair with the rest of your dive, it does make a lot more sense, and I like how it rounds out Supernova's comp. But on the other side, Polestar, I mean, if we're talking about damage, late game scaling, I like a lot of what they're working with. They have Nefiri, they have the Azir, who's going to be really strong in terms of DPS later too, and you have Shen, who's going to make it harder and harder to kind of dive a target and burst someone down. So it kind of gives me the impression that Supernova are on a bit of a timer, even though they do have some scaling tools like Lilia.
Yeah, I'm very interested at the engage tools for this one, because I gotta say, they aren't exactly the easiest. I mean, you have the tidal wave, which is probably the easiest of the game, but the Fate Sealed from Asyla is always looking to follow up on engages.
Yeah.
Maybe a little Lullaby, but that's not like hard engage for the side of Supernova. On Polestar side, you have the taunt from Shen, which is big. You do have some sort of engage with the Rakan at least, and maybe Adam combining with that as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I agree, because I think that's also why Supernova might have some troubles later on.
Indeed, as we're getting into game number 1 of the day, 2 best of 3s packed and ready to go. We're starting off with a banger one. Who will go into the promo relegation? These two squads been hovering around each other. Now it's time to see who is the better between these two in a fearless best of 3. Supernova taking on Polestar.
That's right. Even though these teams, this is not their last match of the split, it is both teams' best opportunity to get a win remaining, because as you highlighted earlier, Lennon, both of these teams do play near Airport and LG in their final matches. And, you know, if this split's history has meant anything, this game is very important.
Yeah. And the problem is, problem is,
talk to
deep
me.
Down. The teams that they're facing want to win
so
because they want first and second seed. If things were tied up at first and second seed, maybe I could see a world where they but the thing is, LG and near Airport, they want to win, and that's the problem. That's the problem, you see.
It is, which is why, again, both of these teams, they really want this win today. And again, that setup that we talked about earlier, Supernova, they have more early mid-game tools, and they definitely need to leverage them if they want to get this win here, because we're looking at, if we're talking about late game, we're looking at Azir, we're looking at Nefiri, that are not things you want to be facing.
Yeah, indeed. I really want to see what this jungle matchup leads out to, but also giving him more of a side eye over to this 2v2. See a little bit of pressure gain can do a lot for either side, but see both junglers starting on this bot side, going from bot to top, so maybe that more top side focus. Big things I want to set up though is Dr. Calculus can have such an influence on the map itself once the Stand United comes online, but going to be playing on the back foot until then, it feels like. I also really appreciate how much pressure can be had in this mid lane between our two rookie mid laners. I know Aeljun gets a lot of praise, but I feel like Asyla has also had some good moments as a rookie as well, and trying to take on Adam.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Dr. Calculus is going to be able to do in that matchup, because it's true. What I will say is that Shen, overall, great base stats, very well known for it, and that's also why you're seeing the Ignite. You're seeing Quacker do this one a lot, where he runs the Ignite, and he gets multiple solo kills in basically whatever matchup. So really excited to see if Dr. Calculus is going to be able to achieve that here. But these junglers, to kind of switch gears, it's interesting that with the changes on this patch leading to less objective fighting early on with the grub spawn moving to 8 minutes, it is interesting to me to see a lot of farming junglers still. I kind of thought this was going to be a patch where we saw mostly facilitators, because you have more time to impact your laners, to find early game leads, especially for Supernova. That's so important in this game.
I think it's going to be something we keep an eye on also. I'm going to be cringe as hell. But,
yeah, do it.
Keel's playing a deer, and I always, everybody always calls Lily a Bambi sometimes. If anybody's watched the movie Bambi, I'm just going to say there were some hounds in that movie. Working for the man that was hunting the deers. I'm not saying that Disney has already decided this matchup, but I'm just putting the information out there.
But you're not saying it. No, I'm not picking up what you're laying down, Mazel. And that's something that Keel is going to have to be very careful of. This game, Ignite. Oh, okay. Oy. See, I mean, this is the power of damage. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the power of Shen. It is very strong.
Oh, no.
And we're seeing just the laners overall, Polestar, I think, doing a pretty good job getting advantageous health trades. And even bot lane, too, because you mentioned it. Jhin doesn't like to be pressed on very often. Looks like Hub and Tub so far have been doing a pretty good job at not really having to deal with a whole lot. It's not the Electric Key Lucian, so you're not facing a lot of burst damage. And it's not Lucian Milio, so you're kind of chilling.
I will say it's going to be pretty hard for Keel to play if he doesn't have any prio in lanes. But
wait, is he?
Stray takes double tower shots there. Now Dr. Calculus looking for it. He still has the ignite.
Yeah.
He's waiting for the taunt to come back up. Flash is coming out. Desperation
Oh my
across
gosh.
Stray's face, and first blood to Polestar.
Lennon, that was just very disrespectful to be under Shen's tower. I don't even know what Stray thought was going to happen there, but doesn't flash the taunt. It gets decimated, and props to Dr. Calculus. This is early game Shen power.
So 2v2 kicking off down here is a really good aggressive dash by Shogo, but then he oversteps. Deadly Flourish is going to step up. Now he goes for the double tap. He gets mana. No, he doesn't have enough. He's going to have to flash out of that grand entrance. Really contentious stuff happening in this 2v2.
Oh, pretty nicely played there from Hub and Tub. Really big to land that Deadly Flourish. That's what pressured Shogo enough to have to flash. So something very punishable early on. We're going to watch that first blood. Again, I don't have much to say here other than get taunted.
I think the worst part about this is I know it's been a theme for them, and I know it's a theme that they haven't really lived up to. The big thing we heard from them a couple weeks back was they want to stop beating themselves. That is beating yourself, and that is really unfortunate when this win matters so much to both sides. You got to have some clean gameplay, even in a tier 2 setting. But now we're getting back into things here with that little bit of an advantage going the way of Polestar. Take a look at the map state here. Level 6s are here. Dragon has not been started just yet. Grub's coming up in sub 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're seeing that map setup from Polestar. Keel not level 6, so no actual threat there to Adam.
Bro.
Oh yeah, he's cool as a cucumber. And Bio's even feeling himself.
Yeah, he is. Asila in a lot of trouble here. Adam looking for the play. First divide, scoop and dupe. Fate Sealed going through, but the Stand United, it's enough to save the day. Dr. Calculus finding aspects yet again across the map. 2-0 for the Shen.
And it's just such a great angle there coming through from Polestar. Now they get the kill. They set up the lane swap already so that they can go for a grub contest soon. So Hub is already on the right side of the map. And while Dr. Calculus can't join now that he's used Stand United, overall, Polestar, they pick up an extra bit of gold. They get summoner spells out. So they're in a really good spot this game.
That's such a big brain adaptation from Polestar. I mean, already having Hub in that top side and being able to move Dr. Calculus down to bot side to deal with Shogo, which he'll be perfectly fine with.
Oh, yeah.
Supernova off the back end of it will put pressure on bot. Will end up taking this Dragon a little bit later than expected, but still able to get this stacking going for themselves, which will be big, and it's an Ocean Dragon to start.
Yeah, and I will say Stray off screen used the public execution, but I guess he didn't realize Tubbs was in the area, so he had to bail out of that immediately. So yeah, it will be Dragon taken a little bit before the grub spawn. So maybe there's a potential angle here where Supernova can still contest both objectives. We see Keel making his way up to that top side, and we see Shogo and Rhino having spent all their gold showing up as well. So I actually think as long as Rhino can hit level 6 because he's a little behind, that Supernova actually have a chance for these grubs if they want it.
See, I think from yesterday's only 2 best of 3s.
Yeah.
Teams have not been respecting as much how strong 3 grubs can be.
Yeah.
And I really want to see teams put a little bit more prio on this objective. I think it's really big. But the timers are often a lot more difficult now because you have a lot more, I guess, randomness. Not really randomness, but a lot more personality in that early pathing for both junglers. So a lot of things can go right or wrong. Now we're looking at this setup around the grubs, and immediately both teams feeling a little bit heavy about it. Now going towards top side, gonna get the pursuit on the Shogo, but he's gonna pop the Cully straight into the dogs, and that will be Polestar moving right back over to the grubs.
Yeah, I mean, those ults coming out actually make me think Supernova might have a good chance. I mean, Keel, he's collecting the blue buff. He might be late.
Nah,
yeah, actually, never mind. I don't think it's happening.
Maybe he can get 1, which does do a lot, I will say, although 2 do count for... Okay,
2's good.
They will end up losing that second one, and he does still have the smite, maybe looking for a 3rd. Bio doesn't have it, but still able to control space here. They'll get all 3 grubs, and that'll be massive for this team. I mean, Azir with 3 grubs will absolutely melt towers, especially with that Nashor's Tooth rush.
Yeah. So it's going to be really nice for Polestar, again, especially when we talk about how much better their comp looks as time goes on. Being able to siege that much better also just adds to the pressure of that clock we put Supernova on when we were in that draft phase. But it's nice for Stray. He's able to get some plates and trade across the map. He has that bit of a CS lead over Dr. Calculus, but overall, I still think Paul's really happy with how this early game's gone for them.
To get the redeploys back to normal lane states at least, so things going to calm down just a little bit here. But I guess that's where we can talk a little bit about the scaling aspect that we mentioned a bit in draft. Both teams do have a lot of options as time goes on.
Yeah, I think just because you pointed it out, Supernova's comp, not the most intuitive dive tools. There is that bit of margin of error that they have when you're depending on Ambessa ults, when you're depending on Yone ults. Really, Rhino's ult is the most consistent one, that tidal wave. So there's a lot of pressure on him to be able to get that in favorable circumstances to set up the rest of his team in these fights. But I mean, Polestar, later on, you still have a Azir who's going to be a DPS nightmare going on. A lot of burst damage coming through from the Nefiri, and of course the Shen, keeping everybody safe with the threat of that Stand United. Is why I favor Polestar.
Going back to that draft too, I mean, Keel is one of my favorite players that I've seen growing in the league itself. I'm gonna have to wonder why the Sejuani wasn't grabbed here instead of the Lilia, but maybe there's a reason, maybe there's a payoff. We'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt there for sure. As we are getting closer and closer to first items, I do feel like that's where Supernova can start to be a little bit more aggressive. Obviously, the Blade of the Ruined King for Asila is a big spike for him, but more so that Essence Reaver for Shogo. I need to see Shogo starting to get involved with this team if they want to have success.
For sure. And
Gonna go all in there as maybe trying to find him with the little thing lullaby. He does have flash. He's gonna go to sleep, and it's not Betty Bye time just yet. Dr. Calculus gets out.
Just a quick power nap, and he's going to be able to flash his way to safety. So it did cost him a good bit, but it is an unsuccessful play. No, I think. Oh, okay.
He'll flash for that. That's wild.
I mean, they set up for the dive, but that's tough because I remember Stray, he must have his W back up, the Spirit's Refuge, and he has taunt. So this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous, and because Bio's here, Supernova trying to make the play before he can get to the fight. They immediately realize they have pulled way too big of a fight and kill. Tanking the turret there will give over the feat of warfare to Polestar 12 minutes in. Bio looking for the follow-through on a Stray. But again, we go back to that statement. Supernova, they can't stop beating themselves. Yeah, that is brutal. Not only dying on a failed dive, to set up that dive, Keel had to blow his flash. So that's a big playmaking tool that he can't really even go for in these next couple of minutes. And time is of the essence again for Supernova. So you can really feel that statement kind of coming true here today, where Supernova, a lot of their struggles have been of their own making, even as they admit it. And it's tough because those struggles are going to continue to cost them. Again, they lose this game. Not quite out of it just yet. Of course, they could technically win their next match. The likelihood is just so low and
that...
they AMI to lose.
Yeah, so, you know, winning this game is really what it's all about.
Oh, and Bio has first item spike. Oh, God. It is catastrophe. Keel's going to fall down, and things are looking dire for Supernova. That means Polestar, though, really good timings across the board. Honestly, that play from Bio towards topside, the timing to be there to match Keel. He has had Keel's number all game long. And on this Nefiri, that confidence pick, a pick where we've seen Bio more so go to those facilitators. He obviously knows how to play those carries, and we've seen him do it. But it's nice to see him get those resources and pay off so far.
Yeah, it's big. I remember the first time we saw him play Bio was in there, or rather Nefiri, in the first match of the split. They actually lost, and it was a big deal for me just because of how strong that champion was at that time. It was post rework. She was disgusting. But it is nice to see Bio kind of turn it around here in one of the last matches of the split. Bio, don't ruin this good word, this goodwill. What's going on?
He has literally nobody here to save him. He's going to dash over the wall. It's just Silence going to chase him. He can extend this with the Fade Seal too, but not going to go for it. Just going to pop out, and Bio will make it out. You know, he's licking his wounds there.
Yeah.
Tail tucked between his legs, going back to his side.
Yeah, I mean, it cost the flash, which feels bad, but otherwise, there's still
like
a bit of a lead. Which one?
Bambi fought off the hounds.
Oh, wow. I actually don't remember that. It's been so long
so
since
they
I've
meet
seen
up
Bambi.
like 3 or 4 times throughout the movie, and Bambi like fights them off every time. It's actually hilarious.
Damn, goats.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Bambi was such a G.
Whoa, yo, put some respect on Bambi's name.
Yeah, my fault. My fault. Wow.
Didn't know Bambi got game like that.
Bro, I really did. I was unfamiliar.
Enough talk about Disney.
Okay.
We're getting to the real brass tacks of things here. This top lane gang trying to get this turret down as they want to at least try and get the first turret of the game. A couple of Polestar's turrets are very low. Stray holding on to it with the demolished proc, trying to get all the minions killed as efficiently as possible. We'll be able to take that one down. So at least something going Supernova's way as they'll get a little bit of that standing gold for themselves. And it's still a damn dead even game.
Yeah, and then that's what we're seeing too there is that Stray has been able to pick up a lot of farm, has been able to pick up plates, and that first Prickly you saw as well. So you can see there's quite a bit of gold advantage between him and Dr. Calculus. And that does mean there's that bit of onus on him for Supernova being the only member who has an actual lead to speak of to kind of make something happen here. And with that ultimate, that perfect public execution, being able to get onto the back line, if you can threaten Adam or Hub or get their flashes out, make space, that's kind of some of the ways Stray can look to kind of use this gold lead that he's working with right now.
Your Kali is getting the best of you.
I know. Supernova. I was hoping you would have noticed.
Oh, Tubbs! 3-man quickness, grand entrance into the Dr. Calculus Stand United. Supernova are headed for the hills. A silent TPs immediately flashes. Keel is down to a rampage by Dr. Calculus.
Yeah, and Asila, he's too little too late on left.
Oh, this is the combo. Hub immediately flashes out of it now, and Dark Calculus getting low. Will fall to Asila. That first item spike starting to come online for Supernova. You see them playing pretty confidently. Stray in a 1v3, looking to take down Hub. He gets him. Shogo stepping forward now. They know this is the time to strike. They're going to find another one, too. And 3 go down on the side of Polestar. And now 1,000 gold lead for Supernova.
And then it's big for Supernova to be able to turn nothing into something there. Just the fact that they lost their jungler, it was looking really bad, but they punished that move into mid lane with a really quick snap engage, which was really nicely done and was going to allow them to recoup some of the gold they've lost in this early game. So now they've actually gotten a bit of a lead. Now they can spend that gold and potentially make a play for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the snap engage here,
great.
I mean, it looked real good from Tubbs, but the instant engage from Stray and Asila, you love to see.
Yeah, I think at this point, you just walk away. You trying to, especially once Adam moves away like this, you definitely made a mistake as Polestar because you're not really respecting the instant engage that Supernova are working with. While it is hard to land, if it lands, it's deadly.
Yeah, exactly. And the item spike coming in at the perfect timing for them as well.
Yeah.
Starting to see what this team can do once they get some items under their belt. We also saw in the picture-in-picture, I believe Supernova were able to get that Rift Herald with Keel. They're able to get some of the standing gold potentially on the map as we do see Polestar taking a side lane turret with Adam, and this should be the bread and butter for Adam moving forward. Getting this side lane pressure, they have the 3 grubs. He can absolutely demolish things if left alone.
Yeah, very true. And I think that also speaks to a potential opportunity Polestar has if they're able to get a big team fight win, because they get some alone time with these turns. As you say, they're going to go down very, very quickly. But right now, we have Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. It is a Mountain Soul. And both teams having 1 Drake means whoever gets that soul will have a lot of resistances from the individual dragons. And if you look at the setup on bot side, Polestar are in a really great position to be able to get that first look. I think Supernova will have a hard time walking into Fog against his team.
Oh, they go straight on a Hub again, but Stand United will be there. Double Lilting Lullaby, but Dr. Calculus is here in force. Couple setups here before this dragon. Either team getting their second dragon would be big. It's not game defining, but this might be. Big tidal wave as a rebuttal from Supernova. They're stepping forward, but they've already lost Keel again. It seems like the theme of the match so far. And without the dragon, or at least without the jungler, the dragon should go the way of Polestar.
Yeah, and it was really tough there for Supernova. Some of their biggest ults immediately got eaten by the quickness and the Stand United. And at that point, there just wasn't an angle to fight. So now...
disrespecting the Shen.
Oh, goodbye, Hub.
Shogo is gone. Hub is still alive. Asila had to snap back to his soul and bound at Polestar. They're making mincemeat out of Supernova. Gonna miss the grand entrance, gonna miss everything, but it's still the auto attack that comes through from Asila after his flash. Dragon goes to Polestar, Fight goes to Polestar, and now they're at 1,000 gold lead. This is the matchup I expected to have.
Yeah, both of these teams desperately fighting to keep their spot in the league, any little chance that they can go for. And it shows Polestar, their steady improvement throughout the entire split. It's led to this moment here where they're getting a lot of these consistent wins over Supernova. And again, in this game one, time is on their side. So the fact that they're winning fights now, stacking dragons now, just makes it that much more of a danger for Supernova.
It does indeed. And gotta say, we are on second eye now. Lord Dom's rush for Shogo, trying to tank down, at least take down some of these tanks. And now Supernova going to try to get their own response here with the Rift Herald play in mid lane. Take down this outer tower and not give any defensive structures in this outer section to Polestar. Be able to do so easily. Maybe even looking for another charge going into mid lane, into this tier 2 that Hub is trying to defend. Got to be a little bit careful in the back end of it, but the charge will go through. Everything's just peachy dandy. Still about 1,000 gold lead for Polestar.
Yeah, the only real thing going against Polestar is just that the amount of grouping they did and ignoring their side lanes put them in a tough spot where it's kind of really hard for them to push aggressively in terms of vision and stuff like that. But with the changes in objectives and how some things show up on the map, I do think this game has become a lot more about dragons, especially before something like the Baron ends up spawning. The only other thing to really look at right now is the Thornbound Otacon, but I don't think any team is looking to rush that anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering exactly how quickly they want to try to push the tempo with that, because I think both teams pretty okay with the map state. I mean, it definitely feels like we're going to crest into this late game as well.
Yeah.
Getting to those 3 item spikes, and we're already on 2 for majority. Black Cleaver also completed for Bio. Big power spike for him as well, and the fighting strength that Neferi brings to the table. And we just have to start thinking of how these teams win these fights, right? We've already saw Supernova's game plan. They just snap, trigger, turn with Asila and Stray and find a big pick on a weaker member.
Yeah, and I'm curious right now, too, what the plan is here for Polestar, because you talked about those power spikes. All across the board, Polestar overall are stronger at the moment here, even though the goal... Oh, hold on.
Okay, they just want to play. They said, we know we're stronger, beatdown. Let's go for it as they get the pick there on the kill. 0-5 for what was a superstar coming into this series. And now they'll go straight to Atacon.
And it's a great angle. You are a lot stronger. Just the fact that your mid and jungle have hit that 2-item breakpoint. So they went for it. Now it earned them this Otacon, and the timing is so good too because they're going to get all the benefits, and they still have plenty of time to set up for this dragon. That's why you're seeing Adam show up. Oh, Stray. We're getting brave.
A lot of work there. Gets the Eclipse Shojin. Okay, but now he's in trouble.
Oh, no.
He found himself on the wrong side of town. And Shogo gonna layer in the culling there, blocked by Tubbs. Almost goes down for it though. Supernova forcing down in this bot side. They want to take down Tubbs. Go for the flash play. Shogo, no!
Shuffle.
Oh my God! Shogo left standing where his ankles were broken. Asila trying to pick up the slack here in the end, but he'll go with that one kill. Go for a couple of them, but falls eventually to Bio. And this is chaos.
And that's so brutal because that was the cross-map play, by the way, Mazel, and Polestar still come up ahead at 3 kills for 2. So they get Otacon, they get more kills, and Hub wisely stayed in that top lane to push that wave deeply into the tier 2 turret. The timing is perfect for Polestar to focus on mid and bot, get the deeper vision set up, and start planning for that next Drake. And I gotta say, I really like what I've been seeing from Polestar this game. This is a team where all split long, there wasn't much for us to talk about, Lennon. I'm going to keep it a stack. But the fact that they've improved steadily to this point where I think they're actually playing their team comp well, playing the map well, and they're finding themselves in this winning position is something worth celebrating.
Yeah, I think the interest is how this game pans out, because I'm not going to give the confidence to either side. At any moment, this game could turn on its head, and that's the reason why we find both teams trying to save themselves away from relegation promotion tournament. But we'll see if Polestar's a bit of an advantage. Over 2,000 gold now can bring them that benefit. We do have another Dragon coming up. It would be Salt Point for Polestar. Definitely seems like Supernova realized this is going to have to be a scaling initiative if they're going to win this one.
Yeah, and remember, the scaling is there for Polestar, and they're stacking these Mountain Drakes too. So not only is everyone getting more tanky, Mazel, real quick, take a look at Dr. Calculus's inventory for me. Look at what he's working with here, and the fact that his resistance get increased with every Mountain Drake they get, every item he completes with resistances, it just becomes that much more valuable. He's harder to kill. It's easier for him to be the front line, make space, and threaten members of Supernova.
It's actually so much pressure, I guess, given over.
Yeah.
It's so much stress, but it's working out so far. And I've been a big fan of the Shed pick. I know we were going to see it coming into the week, and even last week, even when we were seeing Quacker pull it out, but I think it's going to be more of a common staple here now with how much power it brings to the table for the time being, and you can see a little bit of that here. Even 50 CS down, don't matter. Still finds a lot of impact.
Yeah, actually, okay, I like the Redemption third too, so we'll increase the shielding from that Stand United, and of course you have the active to keep yourself healed up as well. So if that initial Wombo combo from Supernova doesn't secure any kills, that Redemption giving you that extra health is very valuable. And Polestar, they're feeling strong enough that they're like, man, forget it. Let's just do the Baron.
Okay, just burn it down. I mean, there's no response. You do it so fast.
Teleport's late.
They're on 4,000 health here. Supernova coming over, but it's already too little too late. Keel throws his body in there with the tidal wave. Nothing else coming. Oh, Bio decides to pull the trigger. Asila finds the backline, stops the Stand United, immediately has to pop back to his Soul Unbound. 4-shot hits on a Keel. Keel's not going to have much say in this fight no longer. He does still have the Lilting Lullaby. If he hits the Source, it's 5 plays with Dr. Calculus. Into the swoop and dupe. Polestar, where have you been?
Polestar, welcome to the NACL, because that's the kind of gameplay we like to see, and they're keeping the pressure on Mazel.
Oh my god, Shogo falls, Hub goes on a killing spree. He's just a Jin, but it's Jin's world here in game number 1 of this best of 3. Bio's circling the Drake. It's looking like baby, but I think it's going to turn out a little bit differently. Bio strong with the pack, and now Polestar looking for the game finish.
Yeah, spawn timers might be long enough. I think they're just going to go for the rip here. Really good plays coming through from Polestar. Not only do they secure the Baron, they secure a great fight after. Their ability to isolate members, especially Keel, from distance. Oh, no, it's fine.
Oh,
it's fine.
Hub's got him. Hub's got him.
Hub's got him, exactly. It's just another day being a Jin player, Mazel. You know what it's like.
Just saving people left and right. No appreciation. Mr. Useful.
Art. Yeah, it's just
art, apparently. Third items are coming through, though, for the side of Polestar. We are seeing some of these spikes come online again on almost now 6,000 gold lead by Polestar. And funny enough, I know they haven't won many games. They've only won 3. Both sides have only won 3 games total this entire split. They've all been on blue side. Imagine a world!
Wow.
Polestar get a red side win to kick off this series.
Yeah.
As this series absolutely delivering what we expected coming into the day.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting one, especially if you're fans of Polestar. Especially because oh, here we go.
Shogo's dead. He dashes.
Goodbye.
Oh my god, dude. Hub just has the sniper pinned on Shogo's head here. And that's just going to be another couple kills. Dr. Calculus goes on a killing spree now. And I said it was the end a little preemptively, but now I think we're nearing the end, beatdown.
I think so. Stray, he's trying to get what he can on the other side, but it's going to be meaningless because no bot lane equals no chance. Dr. Calculus, he's smelling the kill.
Oh, Keel will fall again here as he gets scooped yet again by Adam. Really good combinations from a stalwart composition for Polestar. It was clear how they were going to execute, and they did so beautifully against Supernova, who cannot stop beating themselves in the early game. And Polestar will take a much-deserved Game 1 win and look on match point against Supernova.
And what a match it's been so far here for Polestar. A victory, not only a victory, Mazel, but a pretty convincing one at that. I think start to finish with a few stumbles. We forgive those. Polestar.
But after those wombo combos, man,
Yeah.
it didn't look even close.
No, I think Polestar played this game out really nicely. I got to give a shout out to Bio, again, a player who we give a lot of credit for being the facilitator, but did a lot of work today on the carry jungle. I think Adam had a really nice Azir game. I love that Shen is getting more love, so shout out to Dr. Calculus. I think top to bottom, everybody played well.
Which is crazy to say for a team that's been struggling so much this split. It's really nice to see them have this kind of performance. And for me, it was always that conversation. They look good in the early game in a lot of their series, but it comes down to that mid game, late game. That's where they turned it on in this game number one. They found those quick decisions. They found those big wombo combos, and being able to play aggressively felt really good for Polestar for once in the season. Now we'll see if they can close things out against Supernova, or if we get our tightly contested game 3 that we're asking for. We'll see you on the other side for game 2.
I have no idea, to be honest. I know the way it looks like we're coming into the league, it's going to be very hard to prove ourselves in any way. And I think the one person that actually genuinely deserves a spot is my AD carry, Max. I think he actually deserves it more than all of us. We're going to try our best and try to play as good League of Legends as we can, and I think we'll just go from there. We want to prove ourselves, obviously. It'll be tough, and we're all excited for it. I have no hot takes. I have not much to shout out. Just, I think, as a team, we're all very thankful for the position we're in. We're very excited. We're just going to do our best.
Welcome back, everyone, at NACL. As we crest over to game number 2, we have to take a look down memory lane. And Polestar's first red side win of the season. They take down Supernova in game number 1 of this best of 3.
And it's their 4th map win across the entire split as well. So a lot of big milestones coming through here for Polestar, but the biggest one for them would be if they're going to be able to close this one out and get their first actual win. The game overall, though, I mean, we got to give some credit here to Polestar. Struggling all split, but they are not struggling today.
They are not. And unfortunately for Supernova, they are sticking to what has been the moniker so far in the last couple weeks as well. And this whole split in beating themselves, a lot of early game mistakes, still kept them in the game, honestly, for a little while. And then we started seeing fights like this where it really just broke open. This is one of the last big plays that Supernova actually pulled off as well.
Yeah, agreed.
But then overextending on that bot side, having a couple things not go their way. You could see the game plan for Supernova. The execution, unfortunately, faltered.
Yeah, it's a tough draft to play out as well. They were running out of time as Polestar scaled up too, and credit to Polestar. They played overall really nicely. I think these moments were more mistakes on their part, just because you're getting caught out in positions where you really shouldn't be. But I think other than some of those moments, lane was played nicely by Polestar. I think the map movements were really nice as well, and the setups for objectives, and they worked out perfectly. They did such a great job at isolating Keel before a lot of major objectives. He got caught out so often that Bio had the easiest smite fights of his life.
He did indeed. Unfortunately, can't have that kind of performance as Keel, who we regard as one of the kind of staple pieces, pieces, if you will, on the team. But unfortunately, getting the better of him was Bio, at least. Bambi not working out in the way the movie did.
No, the way Bambi's mom did.
Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, you go Bambi 0.5.
Oh God.
As this was the backbreaker. This was a play that we're just wondering what the idea was from Supernova. I think the game was in a decently dire state, but kind of overextending down on this bot side. I love that Asylum got as much as he could out of that play, just squeeze it juice out of a lemon. But it still ends up being a Polestar very resounding game 1 victory off of the back of some really good performances. I think it's easy not to focus on Hub in this one. I think he took a lot of engages from Supernova and was able to get away from them and followed through with some expert timings on the deadly flourishes as well as his curtain calls. I mean, there was that one shot, the 4th shot in the middle of all 5 of Supernova. They found Keel, dropped him down like a quarter health. Little things like that mean that, you've got a little bit of confidence riding for Polestar coming into this series.
You do, and I'm glad you bring that up because, I think Hub played the Jhin really nicely, and it really just goes to show the coordination overall with this draft that they are working with, because the way that they're able to lock people down, you get the slows from Nefiri, the taunts from the Shen, and I think Hub was weaving those shots in really nicely, and of course the deadly flourishes, as you mentioned. So really excited to see what Polestar is going to be able to pull up going into game 2 once we get to that draft phase. And on the other side of Supernova, sweating. I'm feeling the heat now. Yeah,
definitely feeling the heat. This, even if these teams are very close in the standings, coming into this one, you saw how many people predicted Supernova coming into it. Deathrex is going to be eating real good right now.
He's going to love it,
I love it looking at the predictions itself, but it really has been a great performance from Polestar. And imagine the world where in this last week of the regular season, Supernova and Polestar end up tying up. We'll see, obviously, their last series, how it goes. But it's tough when you look at the opponents both these teams have to face and expect anything to come out positive on that side of things. So this was the moment. This was the win condition for both teams. And even though we saw some really confident picks from Supernova, again, the Lucian with the Nami and bot side trying to take advantage of that 2v2, it didn't work out. And now Polestar, probably back on the red side, were able to have a lot of interesting draft decisions. Maybe a little bit less so now with the Fearless system coming into play.
Of course, because none of the champs we saw are going to be available into game 2, and there's still a lot of options for them to go for. Again, the Anivia, I can't help but notice it didn't go through. I'm only interested in it just because in the right situation, it's pretty good, and Adam plays it a lot, so it is fun to see those champions. It's part of what's enjoyable about Fearless. Champions you don't see a lot.
Yeah, and speaking of Shen, I'm sure we'll start seeing more of it here a lot more of it, at least once per series.
Yeah,
because it's
good.
It's ridiculous. It's very good. And through Stray's attempts, I mean, it's not like Stray wasn't tried. He had a lot of impact in those fights as well. Just unable to out-impact the Shen. And that's something Cubby likes to talk about, is the impact that Shen has in the team fights as well.
He's right.
Polestar going to be on the blue side here as we go into game number 2. We'll see exactly how that works out. We have seen teams really favoring choosing red side in these last couple days. We'll see if that works out for Supernova, as it will be the Orianna ban first and foremost by Pulse.
Right, gonna just remove a comfort there from Asila, and you gotta imagine that besides that there's gonna be a lot of the same stuff removed. Though I agreed, and I thought Polestar would be on the red side again, Supernova chose red.
They did.
So it does give an interesting opportunity.
Yesterday
for
we had a
Polestar to
bunch
see
of
what
that
will
too.
happen. I mean, it could be the patch change. The fact that Gwen got nerfed a bunch now to where she's, not insanely OP and is now just quite strong. So maybe there's like a lot of less B1 potential that teams are really excited about.
I know I'm going to talk about him again, but I have to bring up Cubby again.
He does work here.
He does work here. He brought up a really good point in talking about kind of the difference between Tier 2 and Tier 1, right? Where on blue side, in competitive play at Tier 1 at the pro level, right, you're expected to be able to win your blind matchups, right? And you're expected to be able to perform at least to a certain level on those. Whereas in this level of Tier 2, that's not always going to be the consistent case. So having that red side, having more counter picks and giving yourself more matchups going your way can be a big boon, as we see the Rumble and the Varus and the Tristana ban by Supernova. The Syndra and the Vi are going to join that Orianna. We'll see what the first pick is going to be for Polestar, as they did end up having some very bold first picks going for them on that red side in game number 1.
They did, and I like that Vi ban for that reason, just to remove a really easy option from Supernova to 1-2 Vi Talia, because we know Asila plays that one as well. So instead, it's going to be the Jays. They waste no time. Again, a really fast 1-2 with the Yorick and the Pantheon. I mean, Yorick has been an interesting one. We saw it for the first time in this league yesterday. And I found it very interesting because it got set behind a lot early on, but still, it became that side lane menace that we kind of fear whenever we see him in our solo queue game. So it does give Stray that option to be a problem later.
Okay, so the
I
flex,
like it.
flex comes through. Polestar, what have you been cooking up, man?
I like it.
Where has this been? I love it. Oh man, gonna get that Renekton matchup into the Yorick, try to be a little bit more aggressive in that 1v1. Also going with a lot of utility, a lot of poke, a lot of standoff-ishness, I guess, for Polestar's composition right now. The Victor gonna tie things up for Supernova though, get a lot of consistent late game powerhouse damage from the mid lane. Yeah,
but I really like the Maokai as well. I mean, we know in the past Jace Maokai has been a really strong combo, and I just think the fact that when you're looking at a Pantheon, you're expecting something engage heavy as well. So that ability to make space for Jace and whatever other champion you're working with, or be able to use that Nature's Grasp to threaten a champion like Victor, like the Yorick. So I think that opens up a lot of opportunities here for Bio at pretty much every stage in the game.
Yeah, exactly that. As we got to take a look at this second phase of bans as we do get to it. Is the Corki banned away yet again? We saw that in game number 1 as well. But we also have to see what the kind of continued focus towards maybe some of that AD pool, maybe some of the support pool as well. The Kog'Maw going to be banned away against Shogo, a tried and true.
Yeah, they definitely did their research. He has played it and does like it, so they just want to make sure nothing too crazy comes out here in this game too. I'm expecting Supernova to just ban the Ezreal. I think Ezreal kind of fits pretty nicely here with Polestar's comp. And if that ends up getting banned out, maybe Hub and Tub go for... Oh, no, actually, Rakan is already out of the picture, so there's no Xayah Rakan. Could still see a Xayah angle. I think something with a little bit of safety. It wouldn't hurt against what I'm looking at from Supernova.
Yeah, very true. And I do like that this series has been all about AD bans. We've had like 3-4 plus now in both games, as I do wonder if Polestar are going to continue to focus that way, if they want to continue focusing the spot lane 2v2 in any way. I personally would love to see some more supports taken off the board because there's still a lot of choices available, but it's the Aphelios banned towards Shogo, so it's all about this bot lane matchup between Hub and Shogo.
Yeah, just removing a lot of hyper carry options. Yeah, Jinx when we're looking at those like late game scaling champions, is really the only one left. So it's a natural pick there for Shogo. Yeah, exactly. So gives you a lot of that late game insurance, is going to be really strong later on. And because we aren't seeing a particular member on Polestar who's going like pure tank, we know Maokai's going to start off with the Leandries most likely. It does mean that Shogo will have a lot of opportunity to rip through a lot of people.
I want to see what this pick is going to be. It's going to be something a little bit spicy at the support. Obviously, we've seen Nico rise in priority. The Braum can give a lot of extra engage potential to this composition. Right now, you're leaning on more engage tools as well for Supernova than you were last game as well. You have Keel on the Pantheon. That direct engage instead of trying to set it up with the Lilting Lullaby, as well as Rhino being able to follow that up.
Yeah, I will say now where Polestar had a really good comp in terms of scaling and in the late game, I think the situations are reversed a little bit. While in late game Polestar have ways to play, I think Supernova, it just looks so much better for them. We're talking Yorick, Victor, Jinx, like 2-3 items post 20 to 25 minutes. Like this comp is going to be ridiculous. The question is just going to be getting there. I think Pantheon pick is going to be big for that. And of course the Braum pick, being able to soak up damage early is going to be big too.
You got to remember how important this series is for both teams.
Yeah.
Supernova can put themselves in the best position with any kind of win here. Polestar, they've been trying to get ready for what can come after the season, after the regular season. If they lose here, they're mathematically eliminated and will have to go to that promo relegation tournament. See if they can stave off a little bit of that, keep some promise going, at least here in this game number 2 of a best-of-3, hotly contested between the bottom-tier teams in NACL.
Yeah, remember, a lot of pressure here onto Supernova as well, because if Supernova lose, while they have a chance to keep their spot, it would require them to win a very difficult matchup in their final match of the split. A very, very difficult one. So again, you really want that win to happen here, and that comeback is going to have to start right now. In this comp, not as much agency, not as impactful. Oh, hold on a second, Asila. Oh, we got him.
He's not going to flash, not going to get too much damage. Luckily, Rhino was right there. Bio actually going to take a decent chunk on the back end of it, too. Asila should be fine.
That's a really big cover from Rhino there. Asila losing his flash early as the victor, I would have just made this lane phase just a pain.
Tragic.
So it did cost some potions. He didn't have time to back, but it could have been so much more worse.
He'll be just fine going to the laning setup here, but as we look into it, it is going to be opposite side starts for both junglers this time. A little bit of differentiation from that last game as well. Still more of the onus to be proactive for Keel. I still like Pantheon throughout the game. You can always find those big plays.
Yeah.
But I definitely think there's a lot more utility to be gained around these big objective team fights by Bio.
Yeah, and on Polestar side, they have a lot of tools to find early advantages, especially in that mid and top lane. So the solo laners from Polestar, if they want this clean 2-0, they really need to step up and find advantages in this early game, because you're really depending on these leads to turn into a win, because Renekton is going to fall off eventually. Jace in this comp, while he'll have his uses, isn't going to be as impactful as, again, Victor and Jinx. Plus, when we get into side lane later on, Pantheon, unless Bio is really, really careful with where he's pathing and tracking this jungler, Pantheon, that ability to join from far away the Grand Starfall is going to make side laning very dangerous for Dr. Calculus and Adam as well.
Level 3 ganks going in mid lane. They knew what was coming. Flash play for both junglers. First blood goes over to Supernova. It is not going to be the trade back, and Supernova gets the better of it.
Yeah, big read from Keel to be able to come through and help his mid laner bail out of that situation. Now Asila, he gets an assist, didn't have to spend any resources. He's going to be able to TP back with that little bit of extra gold. So great opener for SN.
And you're giving more resources to Keel. Yes, he won't have the flash, and that's a big combination for the Pantheon, but still giving any kind of gold, any kind of resource to Keel on this Pantheon is just going to make the bridge built to the late game that much better. Look at this timing on the double flash.
Yeah, and really it's just, again, a great timer, recognizing that the pressure is going to be put on Asila here, especially with how vulnerable Victor is early on. So being able to show up and turn that play into first blood, such a big deal from Keel, and that knowledge in particular is why we always think so highly of him in his time here in NACL. He's a really smart player, usually understands what his opponents want to do, what he needs to do to circumvent all of that, and this is a prime example.
And now we get into a setup where you can be a lot more aggressive as Supernova and play through this mid lane, which obviously seems like a sticking point for both sides, as we do get Bio revisiting mid lane, but trying to get to his bot side that Keel is already taking. The ward around the corner will end up seeing this. Bio will lose out on his chicken nuggets. He's going to have pressure from bot side now as Supernova pushing in onto this combo, doing a ton of work on Tubbs. He's getting a little bit low. Shogo almost getting that kill. Tubbs going to be a little bit low now. Nice little engage though. Tubbs giving his life there. Now Shogo might get excited, and here he goes, running away. He's going to get grounded, pounded though. Adam, the barrier. Kill. Finally, Hub gets the kill now, and Pulse find a double for Hub.
A big turnaround there. I think Shogo got a little greedy for that kill. He blew both the summoner spells. Yeah, kill on Jinx feels good, but 2 kills on Hub's Ezreal, it's just going to feel that much better. And being flashless means later on they can come back. And I mean, we got to watch this play again. I really love Hub using his health bar, using that W to like the absolute limit to bait in Shogo, so that they can confirm those 2 kills that they ended up securing. So nice play from the bot lane of Polestar.
Does seem like we have a pause, unfortunately, after that play. So something definitely went down. But again, where have we seen this story before? Hub getting a couple kills early on the Ezreal. I do give benefit of the doubt, though, to Shogo. I mean, he is on the Jinx. A lot of carry potential there once you start getting excited in those fights. So see if that desperation maybe comes back to bite them, or if it ends up playing to their favor here. But love that we're getting all these contested fights in the early game. I mean, I still think Keel's going to have a lot more to say in this earlier part of the game than Bio will on the Maokai.
I agree, and we kind of already established how important it is for Polestar to be able to find these early game advantages. That's why it's great for them that they've been very active. While that mid lane play didn't work out, I like that they're trying for it, and they managed to get Adam out of lane so that they can go for this very successful bot lane play that turned into a double. Again, both summoners out of Jinx, which means that Bio can show up again if Shogo is pushed too far forward, and they can really start putting the pressure on this late game carry. Yeah,
I will say Hub not having his summoners either so easily punishable on the Ezreal, but a little bit less so because he has that arcane shift for sure.
Exactly.
It's just so interesting now, though, to see Supernova go so ham for these early plays. I mean, you think about the timing on that first jungle gank and how succinct it was.
Right.
And now we're getting back into the game to see, as the dust settles from that play, what Supernova want to try to accomplish next, because this is a topsy-turvy lane state now in the bot lane.
Yeah, it has been. I will say Adam, because of how the lane state has been like in mid lane, he did sacrifice a little bit, or rather maybe even a lot, to be able to show up on that bot lane play. So now Syla is just about 2 waves up ahead of him, almost, in terms of farm. And the experience lead there could end up mattering. But it's worth it. Oh, yeah, that's nice. He doesn't quite have teleport too, so, but because of Syla's low on mana, like he has to complete it. That gives Adam a chance to knock down some turret plates. So right as I was talking about what Adam lost, Tubbs got it right back for him.
Tubbs having superhuman plays so far.
Yeah.
That lollipop dredge line to kick off that play on bot side now. Really, really, even with like sub 200 health to kick that fight off. I like this though. Polestar being aggressive. You have to start utilizing this Renekton. It feels like you're... we've all seen what Yorick can do in the side lane as time goes on. He will eventually just be an unstoppable force, and I want Dr. Calculus to try to utilize any advantage he has on this Renekton, especially now that we've hit level 6s to try to come online. We do have the dragon up already. Sub 2 minutes for the grubs to spawn. We saw in game number 1 a lack of prio on those grubs to contest from the side of Supernova.
Yeah, what I actually would like to see is if Hub and Tubbs can keep Rhino and Shogo in the bot lane for that grub spawn. Because of how strong Renekton is in that early mid game, especially at level 6, I think it would be favorable for Polestar to be able to just keep the lane assignments as they are, so they have an easier time being able to secure all 3 grubs. But we'll see what the angle ends up being. Keel recognizes that as he approaches level 6. He could show up for a dive bottom and trade. We'll see.
See how they want to play out this early parts of the game, as it's going to be a bit of prio in mid, leaning to Keel, getting another spawn of the Chicky Nuggies. So unfortunately, Bio is going hungry today.
Oh, so
but
sad.
it's still pretty even on the jungle matchup, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's going to work out fine for them. I got to start asking, though, we're going to be getting closer and closer to this first item spike. No real prio on the Dragon. Are we just going to be looking at that grub fight at the other side of the map?
Yeah, we are, because I think both teams want it so badly, because in the earlier parts of the game, Dr. Calculus and Adam, they're going to have a really easy time hitting turrets and making full use of it.
Hold on. He just hit level 6. They find the play. The tempo targeting onto bot lane, onto Pulse. Tubbs will go down. Feet of Warfare is secured by Supernova. They don't seem like they want to go for the Dragon just yet, resetting to go onto the top side of the map.
So the dive that I was kind of alluding to in trade for the grubs just happens sooner. So props to Keel for immediately using that level 6 timer to be able to turn that. And it allows Shogo and Rhino to get this wave in, force Hub to stay back here and clear it out. And look at the minimap. They're already well on their way towards that grub spawn. The timing is kind of tight, but I think it's going to be tough for Bio to be able to get all 3 grubs by himself.
They're going to at least try to take a couple. He didn't use the smite on the first, so if he gets 2, smoked too early by Bio. Keel will scoop in, get that 2 grub spawn, and get another part to the objective aspect of the feats, as all you need is 2 out of 3.
Yeah, really nicely done there from a Supernova, especially from Keel. Again, being able to make that successful play bot side, have it soon enough that his bot lane can get a wave in, reset, and show up to deny those grubs. It's so big. Supernova kind of get to have their cake and eat it too.
And you see Supernova just seemingly winning the arm wrestling match that's going down on the map right now. Feels like we're starting to get a little bit more control across the board for Supernova in each one of these lanes. See if Polestar can upend that, but we said it from draft. We really like Supernova's composition as time goes on. Keel is that kind of bridge builder to the late game, but he's been very proactive and doing it well.
He has been. And the fact that Grubbed...
They picked this matchup.
Oh, they did. But, I mean, Stray has more stats, though, to his credit. I mean, he has the socks over him. He has the longsword as well. That's a pretty big win, too, because this matchup does not get easier, as we've highlighted. And the fact that they were able to secure 2 grubs means Stray is going to be that much more of a menace in the side lane. Going to be able to put so much damage into these turrets. I mean, look.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, like man. 3, probably.
True.
The Maiden does ridiculous work. TP was not available for Dr. Calculus. That will be 3 plates secured.
That's insane.
375 gold straight into Stray's pocket. And got to start questioning why the Renekton did end up getting picked. If it's going to make that big difference here, because they saw the Yorick and they chose to go with this matchup. A bit of a delay of the back on the Shogo here, as I do believe Keel has started up the Dragon a bit late on the first Dragon, but 10 minutes in, we'll finally see it go down.
I think he canceled.
No, he stopped it. Oh my gosh.
I think it was because Shogo's back got canceled, so the Jinx was going to be very delayed, and he didn't want to end up taking that risk. So instead, he backs off. We're going back to neutral, and this one is kind of tough because we're at 10 minutes right now. If Polestar want to play for a soul, it's going to be a very, very late soul, but it looks like they want to play for it nonetheless. That's why we're seeing this movement, this pressure. Adam got a wave in bot side as well, so they should be able to take it. It might be a flip.
Adam gonna just get flashed on by Keel. He's about to just go down. That was Mega Death Rocket used. Double knock up by Polestar. They're looking for a fight now. Dr. Calculus joining the fight here too. Late TP coming in from Stray. The fight might already be decided. Shogo looking for the reset. He's going to Reset City as he's all excited for the trip. They've got all the bags packed and they are looking for a Game 2 victory as a triple kill comes through for Shogo. He maybe wants to make it a quadra. Won't end up finding it, but now a 2,000 gold lead early into this game for Supernova.
Yeah, it looks like Polestar kind of fumbled a little bit on that play, and Shogo and the rest of Supernova are happy to capitalize. A great catch out from Keel, getting this Jinx a triple kill. Now Jinx is 5-1, Mazel. I mean, now we can start talking about the next game, maybe, because unless no flash.
True Shot Barrage. They get the catch out. Shutdown goes over as well, and it goes straight into Adam's pocket. So
nice turn,
we'll add a little bit of gold fluctuation here for sure, and now that 2,000 gold lead cut down to size after a big shutdown going over.
It got cut down a little bit. I think Jinx having 5 kills still bodes wonderfully for Supernova's composition. It means Shogo's just going to come online that much sooner, already sitting on a BF sword on top of that Yuntal. And as soon as you see that second item come through as well, probably the Infinity Edge, Shogo will be the problem on Summoner's Rift. So Polestar, really the only options available to them would be Drake stacking, but they got stopped while taking that first Drake. So time is really starting to run out on them.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of culmination of things as Dr. Calculus can get everything thrown at him. I don't even understand how he was still here, but he goes down.
6 kills.
Some mistakes going on here, and now a 3v1 and topside still seemingly going Stray's way, as this is a dice wheel. You're an Ezreal, you can't get the essence flux through the turret. Yeah, I am mind blown right now what we've just seen in the last minute from Polestar. But honestly, I don't know, maybe that's just par for the course for this series, as they do end up falling apart across the map.
Yeah, that's a tough one. And to top it all off, while you lose out on that play on the cross map, Shogo's going to be able to get a first brick on the Jinx. Hub is in so much danger. Goodbye.
Goodbye,
right?
Hub. That shutdown's going to sit real nice. I guess it's only 3:30 since his whole team is down so far now. But the Keel pickup will be there. The confidence from Supernova in that second draft, they were auto-locking things in. They were very confident in how they could execute, and so far that's paying off dividends for them. And Shogo and Rhino may be caught out on the bot side.
Wow,
Expert dredge line on a Shogo, and now he's going to go down for a third time. Another big gold scoop up by Adam, who finds Shogo yet again. Rhino will end up surviving. A little bit of a play in mid lane, as well as the Silas trying to take down this outer turret. Keel in transition here was trying to get a little bit of vision play in that mid fight.
I like the pressure on Shogo while his flash is down, but it's tough because when Hub is on the map, that kind of commitment means you're going to lose a lot on the other side. So they lost that mid-tier 1, they lost waves. Can Polestar get this dragon?
Smite. He doesn't have smite yet. He's going to go for the
wow.
Okay, they just get another shutdown. That's massive, and he's just going to smite the dragon. A bounty goes down, and if you didn't know, the bounty's got a lot bigger this time around with those changes coming through, and so finally get to see somebody take advantage of it. Polestar going to get a big payoff.
Yeah, and I will say that the other thing they changed about objective bounties that I liked is how they calculate them. So gold difference matters a lot more than it used to, because we were seeing situations where teams were 4,000 or 5,000 gold up, but they didn't take many objectives. So objective bounties were like, they don't need them yet. Not yet. So at least now gives Polestar that opportunity to pick up some extra gold that they desperately need. And while they've made some successful plays, I still think they're in a really difficult position. If Tubbs can keep finding these hooks onto Shogo and they can burst him down, then all right, Mazel, I'll give it to Polestar. But that's hard.
It is. It absolutely is. As we see the destruction continue to run rampant. Stray unanswerable in the side lane now. Unless you send a lot of bodies. Are they? Yeah, they're just starting up the Rift Herald, as that should just be the opposite side focus from Polestar coming in. So Rhino and Sila probably shouldn't get caught there as they're playing on the other side of the map with Shogo and Keel. That should be everything they get. They get the outer turret in bot side as a trade, but that Rift Herald will get some standing gold and a potential tier 2 turret for Supernova.
Yeah, nice response though. Polestar are going to be able to take down an outer. Some much needed gold. And the fact that the other outers are still up there for Supernova doesn't mean there's a lot of easy gold to work with. Goodbye, Doctor. It's been a pleasure.
He got the flash, waiting for the slice and dice. Mega Death Rocket coming in, and perfectly sniped. Shogo finds the angle. He's been taking those classes seriously.
He really has been. And now he's moved up to 7-3. So still have a lot of extra gold to work with. You got to imagine he's about to polish up the Infinity Edge right there. And that's it. We've upgraded Shogo from a nuisance to a straight up problem. now that he's finished the Infinity Edge, and it's going to make these team fights that much more difficult for Polestar. It's going to make every single reset that this Jinx is able to acquire that much more terrifying.
Yeah, and I think it's a situation where you're just trying to scale into infinity for Polestar. We talked about it from the draft, right? Those like 3 item spikes, even the 2 item spikes with the evolutions of the items, going to be really massive for them. They're going to try to get another pick off. Adam is a central point to how they can win this game. If he can get the shock blast, doesn't end up hitting it, but the kitten is going to be enough. He's a tiger, that's for sure. Adam in a lot of trouble now as Rhino hits the double Glacial Fissure. Kill will get the pickoffs, get a couple kills here for himself too. Oh, flash play for Bio. Look at the hands.
My God.
He's got the flash, the phase rush, getting him out of there. Now trying to get away, but he's in trouble now. He has no flash.
Yeah.
Winter's Bite connects. Keel will kill him and go on a killing spree his own, as there's no objectives on the map, but the lead still hovering in favor of Supernova.
It certainly is. Still a nice, solid, comfortable 3,000 in their back pockets, especially with this draft that feels amazing for them, and in such a much-needed series win for them too, because they're in this position that losing this game almost certainly spells their doom, and the fact that they'll have to go down and play in that promotion relegation tournament to earn their spot back in Split 2. The split everyone's talking about, Mazel, the split where you have the chance to qualify for Disguised Gaming's spot in the LTA North.
Yeah, I think it's a really important series for both teams. This game maybe not living up to the craziness that the first one definitely did, but we are potentially getting a very contested late game, mid game spike here as Rhino completely caught out by Polestar. I don't know how many times this has happened for both teams in this game, but I've started losing count.
Yeah, I don't think I even counted to begin with. I knew this one was going to be scrappy, Mazel, and it's going to continue to scrap away till the final Nexus explodes. And the next thing to look forward to, it is going to be that dragon. Polestar, again, not really any serious progress towards the Dragon Soul, but they have 1 Drake, and if they get the next one, Lennon, you know what that means? It means they'll have 2. And you know what that means, Lennon?
No way.
It means they'll be halfway to a Dragon Soul.
Oh my goodness,
I know.
You're so good at math.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
they say
good.
don't do math on broadcast.
Say it.
Whoever said that, they never met me, bro.
That's a bold one, Mr. Grinch. As we get Keel engaged on here. Bio is in there. He's going to go down. Now you get Shogo excited, who's popping shots into Tub. Tub's going to go down too. Dr. Calculus is way too late, and Shogo's popping the hell up. He finally goes down. Chaos Storm going to be used over the wall by Asila, but it can't get home. And Dr. Calculus finally falls to Keel's Rampage.
Yeah, again, another big fight coming through here for Supernova. Even though they lose Shogo, they still come up big time there, and it's going to give Keel this perfect opportunity to secure that second Drake. So at the end of it, you still come out on top of Supernova, and now you don't have a soul to play for. All jokes aside, that soul's not happening for anybody this game. And Polestar, they have very few legs to stand on. We're at this point where Supernova have just about crested over that peak where things are going to start getting really difficult for Polestar, especially now that Asila has finished his second item. Keel has that Black Cleaver as well to nullify some of the resistances Polestar are working with. So unless Polestar are able to isolate, look for these small pockets of fights instead of straight up 5v5, they're going to lose.
Slowly but surely, it seems, circling the drain. As every time they try to go for a play together on the other side of the map, it's Stray getting a monumental advantage in the side lane. He's got the Hull Breaker now as well, so untouchable there. Heel going a little bit zealously onto Tubbs, but they have the full wraparound. Adam gets the plant of Shogo. I don't even understand how that happened. Now Polestar, they're feeling enthused. They get a shutdown on a Kale too.
Okay.
What is happening? As all of a sudden Supernova going to lose 2 major pieces, the 2 carries in the fights right now, and they will not be able to have any stake over on this mid fight, but they will look bot side. They're going to use the Rift Herald. They have the Maiden. A lot of siege potential packed into this package.
Yeah, and they have Grubs to work with as well. Lennon, Dr. Calculus, oh, he's in trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble.
Oh my goodness.
We'll end up having to use the slice and dice away. The turret goes down now as well. Polestar, we're looking for an angle here. They've got Adam on side. Bio's way too far deep, but gonna get followed up through. Gonna flash out as well. The Maiden is targeted on him. Adam goes in for the fight. Dr. Calc is trying to heal. Slice and dice away. Rhino takes him with a side shot on the Winter's Bite, but Hub is now trying to pack in some damage. Stray's gonna help Asila get that kill, and Hub is locked down. Stray is monumental in this game. Omega Death Rocket will go just a little bit wide, but yes, Yorick pick is paying off huge.
Yeah, and what looked like it was going to be a bit of a fumble there for Supernova, they managed to turn it into a really successful fight. Now, we're going to see how Shogo ended up going down earlier, and, well, he got 80 carried. There's really nothing else to say. Someone in any other role looks at you, Mazel, and you explode. You know all about it.
Yep.
I don't need to break it down for you.
That's the life.
That's the life. That kind of isolation is genuinely really important for Polestar. I don't think they'll find many opportunities like that, but if they do, 9-5 Jinx doesn't matter if you're dead.
Result-based analysis, baby. That's the best kind of analysis. It's still about a 6,000 plus gold lead for Supernova, as they just look very unstoppable with this composition. I mean, they're on looking at 3 items at least for some hyper carries like Asila and Shogo on the Victor and the Jinx respectively. There's a couple early fights and things for Polestar starting to feel a lot fewer and further between. We do have that dragon coming up in about 2 minutes, and I will say Supernova have been hesitant to push their advantage, but now, speaking of, they're going to go for this bot lane play. It's just a 2v1, and it's going to be nearly enough. Dr. Calculus trying to get away. The Winter's Bite slows him down and kills. Spear to the back of the Crocodile will take him down.
Yeah, really nice find there. Again, Keel having that Soul semi-global ultimate has done wonders for Supernova this game, and it's going to do wonders for this gold lead because they're just going to keep going. There is no objective on the other side. We're still a minute from Baron, so they're able to knock down another turret, take that bottom inhibitor, and set themselves up really nicely for the Baron.
And now we have Adam's response on the other side of things. Will be a lot of gold for this bounty that they will get, but I don't think it's gonna do anything to this giant lead that they were able to accrue for Supernova side of things. And this is much better. There's been some really big question marks in this game from Supernova sometimes, but I still think holistically this is a much better version of them than game number 1.
Look at Stray.
And yeah, he's just being a menace. But this is a much more consistent, much more at least together version of Supernova. In terms of playing through Keel, playing through Shogo, knowing their win conditions, and Rhino knowing that he's going to get caught, as he will be safe. Oh, double knockup. Okay, Tubbs is in a lot of trouble.
Yep, yeah, goodbye. Oh my god!
Oh man, he just goes down, and Stray is just winning the fight. Okay, well, Adam comes in and shuts him down. That's actually a big chunk of gold going. So Adam has picked up so many shutdowns in this game. But it is going to be the Baron set up by Supernova to be able to get this one no contest.
Yeah, but Stray's then for 30 seconds. You have TPs on both your solo laners. There's a world where Polestar actually go for this contest, so they have numbers. The poke from Adam is huge too, as long as he can walk it out. Yeah,
they want to take the play. Grand Starfall is available. Keel's going to have to use his shield immediately, though. Backing off. Shogo gets hit by the true shot. Another shock blast goes, but it's going to go wide this time. Keel goes for the fight on Adam, but Adam feels a little bit zealous there, going for the fight. Chaos Storm goes in. Shogo trying to chase down Dr. Calculus. Deep flashes for it, gets the kill. The rest of the fight is going the way of Polestar. Now Shogo trying to take down Tubbs. Tubbs is going down, misses another dredge line. Oh my god. Never make this man Spider-Man in your films, as it will just be Shogo putting him down. As Polestar trying to surround now as well. Rhino playing a little bit extra here. Adam looking for another shock blast. Hub is here now, but they turn right onto him. Gonna miss the zap, but the Winter's Bite connects, and Shogo goes on a rampage. 13-5 on the Jinx.
Woo! That was one of the best looks Polestar were going to be able to get, and still the Jinx is too strong. Shogo is too strong. It was a good look, but they weren't able to turn that one into the Baron. And at the end of it, I think Keel did a really good job buying space, just so that it was really hard for members like Adam and Hub to actually get on top of Shogo. It's going to get Supernova Dragon. It's not going to be really towards any soul that we'll see, but still an objective. You still get some adaptive.
You don't think this game's go 50 minutes?
I mean,
our
it'd be
longest
kinda...
game is 55.
That's true. Okay, imagine if this was our longest game, I would have a lot of not good things to say about Supernova. Like, Victor, Jinx, Yorick, and your game goes to 50? Nah, stop this.
There's
Especially
no
with
way.
what I'm looking at.
No.
No.
It's almost like a 6,000 gold lead for
Yeah.
Supernova consistently over the last little bit. So
Yeah.
we're memeing just a bit as the Baron's
Of
going to go
course.
down for Supernova. So they keep Stray in this side lane. Looking a lot better on the York. Again, this was a confident PO. Okay, nice. Trying to get the back stop there. Is just going to go for the lane push now, though. But this composition is so devastating with the Baron buff. You can't answer really any part of them, and they get even further and further as they take down objectives. And we're looking for a play on a Shogo and Rhino, but now they're being collapsed on as Polestar looking for one last ditch effort. This is looking a little bit desperate as on the back line goes Keel. Hub finds a pop shot over the side,
Wait,
finds
what's
another
happening?
one. Hub is finding some shots
never
with
mind.
Shogo, shuts it down, says no fly zone here for Polestar, and he's looking at this top side in him to try to take down the base.
I think they're looking for a little more than that, Mazel. I think they have done it. 40 seconds on 3 members of Polestar, and you have the Baron buff in tow. Supernova is looking like they're going to tie the series up, and at the very least, avoid going 0-2.
Game 3, game 3. We knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. Supernova even up the series. 2 red side wins back to back for both teams. And now we get to the culmination of game 3 on the other side.
Yeah, and I think for such a series that's so important for both of these teams, considering the potential of avoiding going down to that promo relegation tournament, I wouldn't expect anything less than a 3-game series. Neither of these teams are willing to let go of that chance.
Yeah, I think it's really important to focus on how important this series is for both of them, even if the season has been one of struggle. If you can end on a high note, feels real good, and especially even if you do end up in that promo relegation tournament, having any kind of good performance to give you some momentum going into that is going to be a massive one here. But really good bounce back from Supernova. Again, there was a reason why the predictions were so one-sided. Supernova was a bit favored coming into this one. That game, number one, they beat themselves in a lot of situations in that early part of the game to lead out to Polestar winning. This game was all about them playing through their win conditions of Keel and Shogo. We'll see what they can do in game number 3, or if Polestar can pull it back after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. We're in the final week of the regular season, and the first series of today is going the distance. I'm Marcel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and Supernova tie us up from the red side, 1-1 against Polestar.
They sure do, Lennon. And again, we said it before going to break. If any series was going to be a 3-game banger, it was going to be this one. Because both of these teams, again, are on the promotion relegation chopping block, especially Polestar, who haven't gotten their first win so far in the split. But, you know, as we go into game 3, maybe they'll be able to get that and kind of bring Supernova down with them to that level of 1-7.
And trying to get any win matters here for both sides, obviously, but
sure does.
How wild it would be for Polestar to go into the last week of the regular season and finally find that first series win. That first game looked so dominant from them, looked so clean. This game was wacky and wonderful. I would say clean, nowhere near, but it was very fun to watch both teams kind of go toe-to-toe. Obviously, Supernova ended up having the better of it, utilizing the kind of reset nature of Shogo in these fights.
That's right. And while, you know, even though he did play this one really well, now the question is going to be, what's he working with going into this third game, Mazel? Because now, again, this is Fearless. There isn't going to be very many scaling options left, especially because of that pick ban focus we saw in the previous game, denying picks like Kogla, denying picks like the Aphelios. And for what we know of Shogo, just historically, he does best on those late game scaling champions. So I'm really curious what the draft is going to be like for Supernova, this very crucial game 3.
Yeah, there's been a ton of ADC bans across both of the previous games so far, and I expect that to still be the trend going into this one. Polestar did end up choosing red side, so red side has been king so far in this series.
It has been for both of these teams, so it'll be really interesting to see where, again, you mentioned it before today, Polestar, they only got wins on red side, so it must feel pretty good. Oh, sorry, on blue side. So they were able to get their first red side win in game 1. So maybe they'll be able to do it again. Yeah,
we'll see. Apparently now with the new meta, the new changes to the Rift, red side is ever dominant in tier 2 here.
True.
As getting as many counter matchups or good matchups that you can possibly get goes a long way at this level of play. And I was just going to say, Tubbs is going to want some of that out of his gameplay back. I'm just saying. Definitely some moments where he was a little bit left wanting. But I still think it feels bad for Hub to not have a win on this Ezreal. I still think his Ezreal is really damn good. A lot of the time we get to see it. Was a major factor for Polestar in this one. But just like you say, kind of figuring out what Shogo is going to be playing, what Supernova are going to be focusing on, and do wonder that for Polestar as well.
Right, I will give credit to Polestar. In a game where they were hopelessly outscaled, there were still some bright moments where they were able to secure, you know, a kill here or there, get some pressure onto Shogo. There were moments where Shogo getting a little too aggressive, flashing forward and making himself vulnerable. So these are things that Polestar could look to capitalize on in this third game. We will see what Shogo is going to be playing and what these drafts are going to be looking like. I'm really curious. I'm kind of wondering if Xayah is going to be a big pick, just because I don't think Shogo is going to get anything hyper carry oriented, but I think giving him something with that little bit of safety, I think will go a long way for Supernova.
I do also wonder the jungle matchup, because I know Keel has a champion Ocean.
He sure does.
Absolutely does. But Bio coming into this one, maybe the Skarner popped back up. I know he looked really good on the Nefiri, but he has been trying to trend towards these more facilitative junglers. But maybe trying to go fisticuffs, go mano-a-mano against Keel, who, if you leave him to his own devices, will end up finding advantages around the map.
Yeah, very true. And it's something that we just know him historically to be so adept at. So I think there are definitely a lot of options in that jungle pool. And I'm wondering if on that other side, will Supernova try to limit Bio's opportunities a little bit? I think especially when we think about facilitators, even though we're in game 3, a lot of the usual suspects are still up. Xin, Vi, Sejuani, Poppy. So I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity for both of these junglers who we're looking at to lean into some of these playmakers into game 3.
I think the more presence of the Xin Zhao maybe taking that primary position here. I do also wonder about the Sejuani, seeing if that's ever going to kind of rear its head here in this one. But we'll be getting into a game 3 here that's tightly contested by both sides, and something that's really important for both of them here, as they still have one series apiece. But again, it's against Near Airport and Luminosity Gaming
Yeah.
for either side. Supernova on the blue side going to ban away that buy first and foremost yet again. We'll see if Polestar want to ban away any of those 80 carries first.
Yeah, I mean, the Gwen makes a lot of sense here. Again, when we're talking about marksman, we know Shogo is basically a specialist at those late game hyperscaling champions. It's what he's played a lot. Between that and things like the Varus are some of his big champions this split. So when we're looking at what's left, it's just a matter of whether or not Polestar are going to allow some of those late game carries to go through. I mean, Supernova banned one themselves with that Tristana.
They did. They did indeed. Trying to take away the reset comp yet again for him. But I do like the top lane focus for Polestar, just trying to whittle down what Stray can do. Still think Stray has some good comfort options for himself. I know he's been really willing to play around with the meta itself. I know he's a really good Gangplank as well if he wants to go with the carry performance. His Yorick looked really good. The Syndra, a ban towards Asila, going to try to focus down his comfort as well.
Yeah, I think comfort's probably going to be the name of the game here in this third game of the series. So I'm wondering what that priority is going to be. Again, Keel, if it's a jungle angle, he has his pick of the litter in terms of what's considered premier. You highlighted the Xin, and I really like that choice as a B1. So I'm kind of hoping for their sake they lock it. Okay, and they will. There you go.
They will indeed.
Strong early. You have great space creation with the ultimate. You can even disengage and break up fights. It's just feels like the option in this state.
Yeah, especially with everything that's already come down the pipeline here in this series as a whole. Now, though, you get the 1-2 punch. The reason why you go with this red side is because you can have those kind of counter picks into, or at least get yourself some good matchups here. This is another choice that I was saying was a little bit weird. We didn't get to see in that first game, at least for Supernova. So Polestar could be the ones to pick it up here in game number 3.
Yeah, not many of the typical melee solo laners are up, though. Yone's gone, Ambessa's gone, Renekton's gone, Jace. So not very, even Rumble. So not very many ways to stack up that permafrost. But I mean, still very useful jungler without that extra bit of utility. Still be able to use it and stack it herself. So you just have a great playmaker there for Hub, or rather for Bio, while Hub is playing one of his favorite champs, the Corki.
Exactly. It's been banned away in the second phase both times by Supernova, and gonna go ahead and get that one here in the first phase. Make sure he gets something of comfort for him. The Orianna, something we mentioned early in the series, gonna come through for Asylum.
I'm trying to think, because I know this is a big one for Asila, and I really like this mid-jungle duo. And I'm just wondering if we're actually going to see a Hub pilot that... Oh, okay. There we go. I was wondering if we could move the Corki mid, have something a little more slippery to avoid gank, scale up. But I think Sylas ends up being fine because it pairs nice with the Sejuani. It is that melee that we were talking about, and can really get a lot of value out of that stolen Xin ultimate.
Yeah, very true. And a lot of utility coming there. I do like Shogo getting his hands on the Kaisa, though, giving him some more carry potential there. A lot of positioning available to you in those late game fights to get the carries on the back line as well. The Scion ban, though, tries to just take away anything that Stray could be annoying with in that topside matchup.
Yeah, I really like that one just because I think you just want to remove those tanky options, because the only one who's going to be really capable of taking them down is Hub. You just want to make it a little easier for him to play. But something I'm really curious about, Winthrop in their last match let the Scion through and played the Camille. And we know Dr. Calculus actually likes that champ quite a lot. So I'm wondering, I think he's even played it this split. So I'm kind of wondering if we see something like that from him this split too. Because I think it's pretty good into what's showing so far.
Yeah, it can be, for sure. The Jax is going to be banned, so yet another little comfort pick coming out. That side lane presence.
Camille?
We'll see. Yeah, it could be. Could be. We'll see what the final ban is going to be. Maybe even continuing to focus on Tubbs, who is dwindling down on the champion pool here with a lot of the picks that have come through. But it's the Olaf over towards Dr. Calculus.
I like that one. I like that respect. To the champion pocket pick that we're seeing there. I'm really curious what this pick is going to be. Like, I'm imagining we pick support. If we're thinking about engaged supports that are up left, I think Leona is a really good shout. Rel is good too. I guess considering the range of this composition, more likely going to be able to get that big wombo combo with the Magnet Storm. So either way, solid. And at that point, it's just going to be making sure Dr. Calculus gets that counter.
That's really important as well. He had some big impacts, especially in that game number 1. We'll see what impact we want to have. It's the Poppy coming in, so it could be this Poppy support there for Rhino.
Either that, or it could be Poppy top. We'll see. We'll see how this one plays out, because Poppy Kaisa just sounds dog. So I gotta imagine it's top lane.
Plasma stack.
That's true. That ends up being pretty good. And you're right, it is support, but it's going to end up being that Gragas. No longer the most exciting Camille angle. I think Dr. Calculus is just going to go for the Aatrox instead. Yep.
Goes for another one. It is the first Aatrox for him in NACL, at least. But definitely something he's going to be comfortable on there. Into the Gragas as well. You got to hope this red side paid off for Polestar. How do you feel about these matchups they garnered for themselves? Red side has been super important to teams in NACL so far because of those counter picks you can get.
I will say, even though Polestar were able to get a good amount of counter picks, I still think I like Supernova's comp a lot. They have a lot of ways to break up this death ball Polestar working with. I mean, you have the Shockwave, you have like the ults from the top side of this map are going to make it really hard for Polestar to coordinate in these fights. So it's going to be really important for them to avoid these, kind of get that first punch in these fights with the Rel engage and the Sejuani engage. Otherwise, if you're playing these fights where Supernova are starting them, I feel like you'll lose.
Yeah, it's going to be really topsy-turvy. I feel like maybe just the perfect culmination to this game 3 that we needed, as an important one for both sides as they try to stave off the thoughts of promotion relegation into the future, for their future selves. As we get into game number 3, it's all about the present. It's all about who performs now in this series. It's Polestar taking on Supernova in game 3 of a fearless best of.
Yeah, on Supernova's side, looking at this comp, even later on into the game, I really like what they're working with here. We know Kaisa late game is really nice too.
Oh, Rhino step back up. He's in a lot of trouble now. Level 1 could be going the way of Polestar. They've looked for it every time. Not going to end up finding it. Permafrost.
Wow.
Oh, man. Rhino gets out with an easy one there.
Any emotes? No?
Any emoters in chat?
So sad. Still, nice of him. Nicely done. Holding his flash, not getting caught out like that. And what I wanted to say too is that Polestar, while they have a lot of ways to play the game out in late game, there needs to be a little more finesse. I'm especially looking at Adam, who I think as a player overall this split has struggled a lot to really step up and compete with other mid laners in the league. But these last couple of series, even as recent as game 1 this series, has looked good. And he has a, oh my god.
Okay, well, Bio gonna go a little bit of that hatred directed towards him.
Wow.
On this top side is Keel and Stray.
Bio!
Oh, he finds the Bio flash, but Keel goes back in. One more auto. The turret shot will stave Keel away from that fight. Bio will be forced down to his bot side and forced to back. Yeah,
okay, Bio, I thought he was gonna go for the wolves. I got really scared. And he lives with 34 HP. Woo. That was a stressful one. A little greedy there from Bio. But overall, it's going to be that advantage for Keel as he's going to be able to steal away some camps. And not only that, he's going to be farming sooner too because Bio has to spend time backing. He's still walking away. By the time he touches his first camp, I'm pretty sure Keel will have already taken the red buff.
Rhino just had to flash. Rhino's not having a good time of it.
It's not a good duo. So, you know, it happens.
It'll be good later on.
Yeah,
has a lot of ways to stop with the steadfast presence, but that's always the problem with the Poppy. The 2v2s typically don't go well for this champion. It's all about what you can do outside of that laning phase.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So we'll see for the moment. I guess what we really want to praise Rhino. We got to give him props for holding that flash earlier because that's why he lived in that play. So it's a good look, but not a great look for Bio so far. As you can see it, Bio working on his second camp right now, while Keel is just finishing up his third. He's just going to have that lead on him for quite a while because of that early invade that came through.
And I love some of the early vision played by both supports towards this bot side. There's actually a potential gank being set up in mid lane. Looks like it might not actually be pulled through here onto Asila unless he steps up. He's been waiting for a long time. Connection hits Tubbs just outside with a shattering strike. Not going to be able to find the follow through, but I love that both supports were playing into this bot side jungle because Keel can go for 3 quadrants here if Bio can't find a way to stop him.
I'm pretty confident he can't. It's especially tough too because Bio didn't lose his Krugs. Those are going to be level 1 until he goes up there and clears them out. Now Rhino, if Rhino stops us back, are we going to see it? Are we going to see it?
Goes for the fight now as well with Tubbs coming down with the charge. He will just be delayed, and now absolutely no possibility of him stopping this 3 quadrant clear from Keel.
Yeah, I think Keel's got a pretty substantial advantage early on, and it's going to be made that much worse because I mean, he took the Raptors. If he knows the timer, he can go and take the respawn Raptors as well, and he can really set Bio very far behind in this early game. But, oh, I guess the timing's actually awkward. They're already spawning right now. Never mind.
They are indeed. But, you know, that being said, still some prio gained in this bot side, especially for Polestar. I think across the solo lanes is a little bit more differentiated, but see if we get an adaptation from that last game. Again, very low stacking of the Dragons, which in this new meta with the new map state, I do expect Dragons to be more of a priority. See if that changes this game.
Agreed. Overall, I wanted to go back to a point I was talking about earlier with Adam. I think this game is a little tough for Polestar, and tough for Adam in particular, who I think has been having his struggles this split. Oh, I don't get to talk. It's fine. Goodbye.
Bio's in a lot of trouble here. Is going to get the flash from Stray. Overstep.
We're doing a little too much. Never mind.
Gets a belly bump and first blood to Supernova.
Ooh, really nice find from Stray. I like that commitment to the flash too, knowing Bio, after that Q is done, he has no way to escape. So this early game for the Sejuani has just been a nightmare. Right now, Bio is level 3, Keel is level 5, and of course, he's taking away whatever camps he can while Bio's on the gray screen.
And take a look at that play yet again. Again, first blood going the way of Stray. Bio just caught. He was trying to go for an aggressive play, try to get back into this game.
And unfortunately, it didn't work, and he is further behind than ever, Lennon.
Yeah.
You can see Keel's just walking by as he goes ahead and takes those level 1 Krugs.
Double tap.
Yeah. Just, you know.
Zombie land all over again.
Oh my God,
that's
the
movie references today.
I know. That's another movie I watched, but I don't remember.
Going from Bambi to Zombieland, very different, different orders. I do love this though from the side of Keel as getting some message from production. Appreciate you. As theming is important, it is a theme right now of Keel's domination in the jungle. I think this is hard to watch because this series has been inherently about the jungle matchup and how both of them have found serious success in their tempo plays of early games. And now you're just so handicapped for Bio. You're down so much CS. Both junglers love to skirmish. You're getting to level 6s now. You're getting to this point where grubs are going to be spawning, and you're just that far down.
Yeah, I think that's why we're seeing this early rotation from Polestar's bot lane, which I like, because if they're able to establish this sort of vision dominance on the top side, secure some early grubs maybe for Bio, because that is an extra amount of experience for him, that could go some way to bridging the gap that we've seen so far in this early game. I mean, otherwise, right now, Polestar, only real noticeable lead is in that bot lane. Adam has a tiny bit of a lead himself. Asila still has a wave to farm. And Mazel?
Yeah?
I'm going to try and talk about Adam one more time. Maybe I can get through it. I'm going to say it really quick, okay?
All right, go.
All I'm saying, he's playing Silas. He can steal a lot of good ults. This comp is hard, and Adam needs the clutch. There it is.
All right, cool. He's fine. Everything's good. Nothing happened.
Fine.
We're fine.
Everything's
fine. Oh, he took half his health trade. Okay. Whoa. Okay, Adam's fine. He's going to heal. He has refillable pots. Big difference here is if Bio's going to hit level 6. Because before, Keel was up 2 levels on him. He's going to be a little bit caught up now, but the grubs are spawning. And Bio's just ticked over to that level 6 mark, so he will have that available.
And it's a big deal for him to catch up. The stats aren't as good. He's sitting on a giant spell while Keel has a lot more, but having access to the ultimate is that big difference maker. So the fact that Bio was able to get there despite this early game is a really big deal. And now I think Polestar, with this wave going in, They want to take those first steps to making sure they have space to take these grubs. They know Keel is there because of the vision. Adam did get the touchdown. He has the hijack, so keep an eye on him to probably steal Keel's ult, maybe Rhino's.
Our first combative moment as there goes Bio out of the pit, and there goes the return. Both junglers are gone, but the team's still fighting as they come back into the fold. Grubs still look like they should go 2-1 in favor of Supernova.
Yeah, even though Adam was able to copy Rhino's success in yeeting the jungler out of the area, Supernova's damage dealers were able to get so much more out of that fight. So in the end of it, while one grub was taken by Polestar, Supernova are going to get 2. They will get the mice. They will get that dot damage going down on structures as well.
More importantly, get the objective stack in the feats of strength.
That's true.
Dragon, again, taking a back foot in this one. So interesting.
Yeah.
As both teams very hesitant to go start that stacking for themselves. And now we're getting to the point where we might not even see it again like we did in the last one. But this one definitely feeling a little bit more contested, a little bit more reservation from both teams, realizing the potential that this series has for their season.
Yeah, it is only our second day on this patch here in NACL. So we're going to see if this continues to be a trend going forward, but it has been interesting. Yeah, I expected more of a Dragon focus with Grubs being moved to 8 minutes, but I think teams in general have just been okay
we
with
did
letting
see
that
it
one
yesterday.
go.
Obviously there's a little bit of a difference in caliber of teams that we're seeing today, or at least in this series comparatively. Oh, Adam gets the crescent. That's actually beautiful. Oh my God, Adam! He gets some massive outplay with the stolen crescent guard. That's the most useful Silas ultimate moment right there in the game so far.
Yeah, it has been. And I like this from Dr. Calculus. Keel has no flash.
Oh, Rhino's in trouble now as well. Permafrost stacked up, stunned as he flashes.
Nice ult.
And that Crescent Guard, it's not going to be the same. Big 3-man Shockwave back, though.
Wow.
They get some trades here. But now Dr. Calculus has showed up. Going to try to get the kill on a Rhino. Can't end up finding him. And Syla has just been dodging and weaving and finding damage. It's 2-1 now early for Supernova.
That really big shockwave coming through there on Syla to be able to displace and buy time for Rhino to be able to live that one in the end. So even though Keel dies in the process, Shogo shifts up wisely, is going to be able to get a wave in and takes this opportunity to get some plates. Stray is doing the same on the top side as well. So even though there's only a 1 kill difference, a slight objective lead for Supernova, that turret plating is making the big difference here and turned into a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 20 CS leads in top and jungle.
Also that, yes.
And they're up about 2,000 gold early into the game. And especially trying to find this setup around this dragon. If they do initially want to go for it, it looks like Polestar actually want to move towards mid. Is Adam in a lot of trouble? He stole the killer instinct. Interesting. As I don't know how he's going to use that one, but we'll see how he's going to do so. And maybe even a little bit of Dragon Prio for Polestar, but they do have Keel moving up from the bot lane with Syla.
Yeah, they do. Oh, Rhino? Okay, no, he's getting that. Unless?
He's a Poppy. Okay, there we go. He's going to get it in there, try to get him, but he goes into the minions there. Still going to fall in the end. As we did see a utilization of the killer instinct. You love to see it, as they now will fall back to the dragon. Had been bot lane given over because of that. I don't know. They're only able to get it down to 2 plates left. Keel waiting for a play, but he's a little bit by his lonesome here. Just going to take the fight as the TP is now coming in. Crescent Guard has been used. Syla coming in with the damage here, but it's not nearly enough. This is chaos. This feat of warfare has been completed by Supernova. Now the fight continues. Big cast from Stray, and here comes Shogo to shut it all down. Big plays from Supernova across the board, and now they will continue to propel this early game lead.
And this is what I'm talking about with this comp for Polestar, or rather for Supernova. You're basically in a bouncy castle. There are so many tools here on this team composition that are basically making it so hard for you to actually interact and team fight as Polestar. So it was a really nice setup coming through here, and Hub is just not in the position Corki wants to be in to fight, and that equals that Polestar, they just don't have enough damage.
And with this lead starting to develop, we have to remind everyone, and with a loss here, Polestar will mathematically be put down into that promotion relegation tournament. This is a very important one as they started off this series so strongly in game number 1. And as the cookie crumbles, it looks like Supernova are coming out on top so far.
Yeah, and it's also a really nice utilization of that TP advantage from Stray. There was really no way Dr. Calculus could have joined this fight, so you have that advantage. And even in things with started looking a little dicey, you had another ult, the Exploding Cast, to mix things up just to keep yourself safe.
And the fact that Shogo got some of that gold, the fact that he's on Kraken Slayer now as well with his first item completed, he's going to have a lot to say here. Stray goes back into the top side, didn't even lose his turret, and is looking to take his own now as well. Dr. Calculus losing out holistically on that matchup. Ooh. And now Keel coming up here. He's just playing to these side lanes. He hovered down to Asila the entirety of that last fight. Now he's hovering over to Stray on top side.
Gonna allow Stray to get this next wave in, but Dr. Calculus,
yeah, he might have overextended here. He's gonna try to heal up, but you gotta remember, Keel does a lot of damage, a lot of healing from Dr. Calculus as the flash comes out from Keel. Asila's now here as Asila gets the kill on Dr. Calculus now, and it's just a snowball from hell. Cast comes out from Adam to separate, as now Stray maybe just got saved by Adam, or by that blast cone rather. And Shockwave does go a little bit wide there from Asila, but Supernova are taking advantage of the chaos on the Rift right now.
And they're making the chaos their own lane, and they secure kills. They're knocking down another turret. Forget about first brick. How about first, second, and maybe third? As they have that bottom one as well at a very low HP. I think Supernova really turned up so far in this game 3, and in a much needed situation where, again, if they lose this one, their chances of going down to that promotion relegation tournaments go up exponentially. So putting themselves in this position where, again, I like their comp in the late game. I think it's easier for them to execute, which is really important to me in the NACL and Tier 2 overall. It tells me that they're in a really good spot to win this game.
And that feels damn good from a Supernova perspective. Again, a team that had a lot of expectations on them coming into the split, wondering what this squad could do. A little bit of experience, at least, between them playing together for Ole Miss. And things didn't pan out for them, but here at the last gasp effort, the moment they need it most, maybe it's just that time for them to turn it on, to turn it Supernova, as that's the Glacial Prison already going through for Bio. It does go wide. They end up finding the Rift Herald here. The bounty has been claimed. Supernova find the flank. Stray with the 3-man bounce with the cask. Now they find Hub on the side. Adam flashes into nothing. Maybe just going down. Hub taking the fight into Shogo, but Shogo handles that all day long. 3 already down, make it a 4th, as it's almost a clean ace coming through for Supernova. Now they're going to chase out Bio as Keel wants the angle. Going to dodge out of the flail, but they're going right down mid lane.
On what a big fight here. Getting 4 for nothing like that at 16 minutes in the game. It's just going to allow Supernova to continue snowballing this lead big time. It's already at 7,000 gold, Mazel. They have it's 11-2 kills, and Polestar just continue to fight further and further behind. Again, I think Polestar kind of struggling to understand how they really need to be playing this comp out. Again, going for all these fights is not smart because Hub, he's playing Corki. Corki, pre-Trinity Force, isn't really even a champion, and you're still waiting for 2 items before he's going to have a really serious impact. But now, because of all this fighting and because of all they've lost, by the time Hub has 2 items, everyone on SN will probably have 3.
And that is troubling because they scale very strongly as well as we see this fight kick off.
Yeah, again, another attempt there from Adam to use the stolen Keeper's Verdict. Both of them actually end up landing, and this is just example number 85, pick a number, Lennon, of how difficult it is to play into this comp between Keel, Stray, and even Rhino in a way, being able to displace you.
Yeah, and Asila just bouncing his command attack between all of them. It's looking like ping pong over here. As speaking of, Hub's gonna get ping ponged into the wall. The killer instinct as well. Hub will fall even on his comfort Corki. It is not enough. As now Polestar feeling desperate to get back into their base, back to some safety. They will end up having Dr. Calculus clear this wave and catch it a little high at least, try to get a little bit of positioning on this mid lane push, but Supernova are going to look to play these 2 lanes. Adam does connect, but that might not have been the connection you wanted. As he steals the Crescent Guard to save his life. It's still the siege under the turret here. The minions are gone, but Supernova look like they maybe want to continue forward. The Hex Flash not going to be utilized there, waiting for another minion wave, but they should just turn back to the Dragon now.
It's going to be an easy pickup for Supernova to get their second Drake this game. Again, an astronomical lead is what they're working with right now. And Polestar, I mean, they have to try and force whatever play they can. I don't think this will work, though.
Adam still can heal a decent amount, but Asyla's getting pretty big as he gets engaged on now. Keeper's Verdict comes through. The wall bang is there, and Asyla flashes out to safety. Cast coming through. Dr. Calculus missing the flash Q play, and will just fall to the burn. As he falls down, so do the hopes of Polestar, as Supernova has gone critical, and they're looking to put Polestar in the promo relegation tournament.
And it's looking like it's only a matter of time before they put them down, Mazel, because it's another 4-0 for Supernova as they're going to continue just knocking down turrets, and they're going to keep stacking this gold. They're going to keep increasing this lead. And you got to imagine we're already getting close to this point where another fight like that might be the end. If Polestar keep getting wiped cleanly like that.
Might have to look at the IP cards of Supernova here because they might just be physicists. They're working with the explosive factor of the cast. They're looking for the implosive factor with the shockwave, and their namesake means it all. This team finally turned it on here in this final game. Again, it's been a come up of them in this series. Game one, it was a tough one, if we're going to just be honest for them. And game number two looked a lot more clean, still some slip ups, but in this game number three, it has been all so dominant as now Keel takes a 1v3. Okay, as iCaster curse them, they will end up taking down that side lane fight as Adam will fall too. They still haven't gotten Keel, and all that desperation, what does it turn into? Finally, we might see that full ace come through, but it's actually going to be Bio running away. He's being ran down right now by Keel, and the rest of the fight's going a little bit upwards for Supernova. Bio survives, limping away with his Poro as Tubbs trying to escape out of this top side. But once again, this fight going whole-handedly to Supernova.
I think whole-handedly might be an understatement, Mazel. As now Supernova, they're going to take this opportunity to start knocking on the base here of Polestar. Wisely not taking an inhib because it's only 20 minutes into the game. But this lead is so strong that it is an option for them. At this point, this desperation TP is the last chance.
Silas still has Shockwave. He's going to be the engaged potential here, but Keel coming in. Doesn't have pressing guard just yet. They get the big Shockwave in now as well. They do end up finding Asyla. They do end up at least taking something back for him. It's using the Rift Herald there, chasing down a little bit, but that's not going to be much in the end. Dr. Calculus, he's not down. He survived. About 20 HP on him there. It's now Stray still alive. Rhino saves his life. We got wacky, wonderful this entire series, and this game three just adding to that.
It is, and Supernova keep adding to their lead as it's gone up to 12,000 now. I mean, Lennon, start talking about movies or something at this point. Like, how do you come back from this? Convince me, please.
But we can't. We can talk about Supernova.
Let's do that. I like that.
Even though they win here, right, and we're hyping it up, they are still not in control of their own destiny. I mean, they kind of are if they win their next series. But again, you got to remember they're facing against LG, which is no small task. When LG, they want to win. That first and second seed is super important to get the bye in the playoffs. So it's not going to be an easy matchup. You're not facing a team that's looking to lose or looking to try things out. They're looking to win. And I know that's going to be a tough task for both these teams as they do have tough opponents to face. But for Supernova, at least for this moment, they can keep their heads held high and keep themselves mathematically away from that promotion relegation tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a really big deal for them if they're able to either get that miraculous win on LG or rely on some of the mistakes of others. I mean, AMI is someone we highlighted in the standings who's also in a bit of danger there depending on how their series tomorrow goes against Blue Otter. So that's kind of who Supernova are rooting against as long as they're able to get the close on this series. Again, they're fighting to potentially stay in the NACL and throw somebody else down under the red line.
God, I just can't believe it's 1,000 gold bounty for the Dragon.
Yeah.
For the Adicon. That's so wild. It's a lot of money you get for taking some of those objectives. It is split across the whole team, but
still. Yeah, imagine on top of a Dragon, you just pick up 200 gold for everyone. That's pretty nice.
Pretty nice indeed. Dr. Calculus not going to be so nice in the top side, getting ran down by Shogo and Co. Killer Instinct used. They just have the confidence to push this lead. As Polestar is down, Shogo ascends to godhood for Supernova as they try to get one final engage. Maybe Stray looking for the cask on the other side. It's going to be a couple ultimates burned by Supernova. They'll try to push in this mid lane, try to get these side lanes pushing as well. You have Adam fixing that top lane for Polestar to give them a little bit of reprieve. That inhib is going to be respawning here as sooner rather than later, at least in a little while. And that inhib turret in the bot side is going to go down as well. So 2 inhibs will end up falling here and will be a lasting damage to Polestar's base.
Yeah, that's right. There's that small win for Adam. I mean, he's able to collect a couple of waves here on that top side, but it's a really small win because Stray is already backing to respond. So as long as he gets the recall off, maybe Polestar can try and get to some kind of crucial item breakpoint. Uh-oh. I think Stray's got him, Lennon.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Big man running. Actually getting the TP. Stray might be got.
Oh!
He realizes the entirety of Polestar has come to Adam's defense. They even have Hub running up this way. It's the long con, just in case they make it past the final goalkeeper. Hub is here to try to pick up some gold, and he will get the shutdown. So that's a lot of gold going to Polestar, but they lose the Dragon for it. That'll be Soul Point on an Infernal Soul, and now they're about to lose the fight after as well. Shogo comes up, and Shogo is massive. 7-0, make it 8-0 on this Kaisa. Finally given the resources and the execution in a game, and it works out for him. First the Jinx in game 2, now the Kaisa in game 3. The prodigal son has finally arrived.
Oh, they're not done. Shogo is still going in there, Lennon, and I feel like that's all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. They're looking for the final touches here. Polestar, they will sink into that abyss, that deep dark feeling coming in, but the brightness of Supernova was just too much. Big Keeper's Verdict coming out as a response from Adam, but Shogo is still pumping. He's going to get engaged on now, and he's going to go down. But Keel is right back to get some revenge for him, and the combo is still alive and well. Supernova will keep themselves for the moment away from promo relegation, and they will find the win. 2-1 over Polestar.
Any second now, we're having a little bit of fun, Mazel, but they are taking the Nexus, and unfortunately Polestar are gonna have to, even though they have one match left, in a way, the split is done for them because no matter what happens now, they will not be able to stay here in Challengers League. They have to go down to the promotion tournament. They have to try and win their way back, and they're gonna have to do it as the second seed because they've locked 10th.
That end was absolutely hilarious. Keel never once took off of the Nexus. He was attacking that thing the entire time. The man is on a mission. His entire team was just having fun. They were belly bumping everybody. They were having a dance party. He's like, no, this Nexus needs to fall. We need to find our second series win and try to potentially keep conversation going for them. Again, their next matchup is incredibly important, but also devastatingly hard against LG.
Yeah, and I mean, congrats to Supernova for being able to give themselves a chance still. While their next match is going to be difficult, as you highlighted, they can still prey on the downfall of others, specifically AMI.
Specifically AMI.
Well, so we'll see how that ends up going for them tomorrow. But there is a world where Supernova don't actually have to go down to that promotion relegation tournament. So we'll see.
Small light at the end of the tunnel. We'll see if they end up doing that. But again, doesn't matter if they end up going into promo relegation. If not, it is nice to see this team functioning as a team and finally coming out with a big win for themselves after a bit of a streak. As now we go into a break before we get ready for our interview with Supernova on the other side.
Those are obviously the funnest times, just like playing like remember like season 6, I think it was, like dynamic queue and you're like 5 stacking with your friends, or being able to duo back then and playing, like, definitely the old times were more fun. But for competitive, the most fun I had was probably this last couple months of 2024 with my AoE team. That was a really like good mix of like friends, and like actually being good at the game, like business, like being a good team. And that's probably second. I think the AoE second. I think the most fun was 2023 Winthrop. We went like the last couple months of that year. We went on like, we won every single thing we were in, it felt like. And it was also like we were good friends out of the game, so it was just a really good time. After seeing the schedule and seeing, I mean, all the stuff that's happened, I think it would be really disappointing for me to not be like at least top 3. I mean, that's like minimum to me. Obviously, like for me, like literally, like in my head, like when I wake up, I think, well, we can be number 1, but like top 3 minimum is how I feel. I'll save some of the trash talking for future interviews. I'll definitely be up on the interview a lot this split, I'm expecting. I think like shout out to my teammates, shout out to all the fans, thanks for watching. Shout out to all the casters, everybody that does everything to get this league going. Yeah, hope you guys support us.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're in week number 7, day 2 in the final week of the regular season, as Supernova come out with a 2-1 victory over Polestar. I'm Mazal, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a victory it was. Very one-sided in game number 3.
If you didn't say it, I was going to, Ledden, because one-sided doesn't even begin to describe it. I think ultimately Polestar had their work cut out for them with Supernova's team fighting composition. It was really hard to fight into it. I think Polestar chose a lot of really bad fights. Again, not waiting for Hub on the core key to actually scale to the point of usefulness, and instead fighting early game as if he's playing Jhin again, and it's game 1. And I think that misunderstanding is what turned this into the debacle that it ended up being.
Yeah, I think they were like over 14,000 gold up in the end.
Like 20 minutes.
I'm pretty sure Shogo went unkilled. Maybe they got him once. I think
they got him once at the end.
They got him once at the end. That's what it was.
Yeah. But at that point, we're just having fun, so who cares?
Yeah, honestly. And it was a lot of really good combinations early. I think Stray's TP, especially that early play on bot side, that was a big difference maker.
I think so too. It was a really good look for him. And I think overall, the Gragas from him was really nice this game.
It's nice to see a little bit of differentiation there. But also, blue side wins, finally, in the series. Little something.
Shout out to Supernova for being able to make it happen. And I think it is a real big deal for them just because we're getting to this end of the split. Supernova are a team who struggled all of split 1. They're able to finally secure their second win and kind of keep themselves alive.
Indeed. And unfortunately, they did end the life of Polestar here in an ACL. Still have the one series left, but mathematically they cannot catch up, and they will be in the promo relegation tournament. Definitely feels bad after that game number 1 that looked so dominant for this team to falter a couple games in a row, and unfortunately just couldn't make it work.
Yeah, It's been tough. I mean, the nice thing is that we will be able to have an interview with a member of Supernova soon. So it'll be really fun to get some more insight into what's been going on the inside on their end of things. And I'm curious to know what they're thinking too going forward for the remainder of the split, kind of how closely they're going to be watching Blue Water versus AMI tomorrow, things like that.
That's going to be a fun one. And also a very tense one for the standings.
Yeah.
I think that's the interesting part about all this is while fate's not necessarily in their own hands, they did get the job done that they needed to do that we set out for them at the beginning of the day. So it feels good to see the Supernova team kind of turn that corner, even with the coach kind of subbing out and having Paris come in. Really interesting to see their growth come through, and especially now what that LG matchup is going to look like.
Yeah, and I mean, Polestar, it was a really tough split for them. We talked about it earlier on in the day. They were not, they started a little far behind, and it just felt like they were never able to catch up. In another world, maybe they would have gotten a better chance to start here in the NACL, because we did see a lot of growth for them. And honestly, considering how they've been able to level up bit by bit, I'm not too concerned. I think they do have a pretty good shot at actually making it back into the league in the promotion relegation tournament. We'll have to see what the qualifier teams look like.
Yeah, we will indeed. That's going to be a lot of fun too. But I know next I'm really excited to get to our interview, because we will end up getting to talk to Shogo, the prodigal son himself, finally on the Kaisa, making it happen. Shogo, go ahead and come in here, my dude. Let's go ahead and hear what you have to say, your piece, my man. It's been so long. I'm so happy to chat with you again. You had a wonder star performance on the Kaisa, but talk to me what it means to kind of at least have this series go out on your guys' end.
It feels good to win in NACL. We had a really, really disappointing split, and I think me personally, I took it really hard because, I was kept away from NACL because of residency, and then finally was able to play, and we had a super disappointing showing and didn't get to really showcase what we know we could. So that's been pretty difficult, but at least getting to wrap it up with a dub feels nice. And being on broadcast with you guys again. That's the good old days.
The good old days. The good old days.
Yeah. I know you guys have said before that the big thing you're working on is not really beating yourselves, but I got to ask you, we were really excited about players like you, Keel, coming into the league, and it's been tough. Can you talk a little bit more about what happened? What were the struggles you guys were facing, if you can elaborate?
Well, I don't know. Every week we go out of the match and we say, okay, this needs to change, and every week we do the same thing. So it's been very frustrating. Obviously, there's been a lot of issues building up and a lot of frustrations because we know we can perform and then we just don't. I think even dropping game 1 to Pulse was pretty sad. We got caught. They just played better. Yeah. And then we locked in game 2. But I think a lot of our series were just inexcusable. The Blue Water series comes to mind, the Winthrop series comes to mind. It's just I expect more of myself and my teammates, and I think they expect more of themselves. So it's just been really difficult for us all personally. And yeah, hopefully Supernova is not too upset with our results.
I completely understand the frustration, because we even had a lot of expectations for you guys coming into the split. A lot of that combination, the synergy being built. But if you had to go to the positive side of things, I know it's hard to do, but if you had to pull out something, a lesson learned for yourself personally or as a team, what have you pulled away from this season so far, even with that one series left to play?
Well, I think at least in the last couple of weeks with CLO competition ramping up and NACL wrapping up, we have gotten better at communicating our issues, and there has been a lot of growth. I think Asila is doing a lot better. He's completely a rookie. This guy's been playing for 2 years, and I think his growth has been pretty insane, and he has a bright future. And then I think Stray and Keel and myself, we've had issues with communications a little bit, and we've gotten slightly better at that in the last couple of weeks. So at the end of the day, we're all college kids. We're all competing while doing this full time. And Yeah, our eyes currently are on CLOL, frankly. So
I like it.
We play against Maryville on Saturday, so that's like the next big hurdle. But they don't have Yuji anymore, so you know maybe they can bleed now. You know,
Maybe. I wanted to ask you too that you guys have one match left against Luminosity Gaming. It is going to be tough. Can you talk to me about the team mentality, or at the very least your mentality going into that final match? I know there's a lot of implications, and there is really a chance that you guys can still stay in the league.
Yeah, Luminosity is a very strong team. I think their strength is like their experience. They've played through every meta, so they'll pull out some demented pocket picks like the Zed or whatever. And then, so that's like the hardest team probably to prep for. But as long as the game is stable, we have a chance of like beating them in team fights and stuff. They just play really lane-oriented games. Like they make sure they get winning matchups and they try to, you know, close out the game from there. So I think in a way they're kind of like a one-dimensional team because they just will try to stomp lane and then take it from there. And if they don't stomp lane, like we have seen them in some of their series, they look like a completely different team.
I gotta ask that really quick before we give you a chance for shoutouts. Do you have any thoughts going into Tactical? I know he's been one of the better ADCs in the split.
Dude, Tactical is so good.
Gonna be on fire.
I don't know why people sleep on Tactical. That guy's so good. Like I genuinely, against any other AD carry in the league, there's no pressure whatsoever when we scrim. When we play against Tactical and Zazel, it feels a lot worse. I'm gonna say that.
Well, I'm excited to see that 2v2. Let's go ahead and give you some chance to shout out anybody you want to talk about here.
Yeah, shout out my team, our staff, our sub coach, because our coach was busy today. And to everyone watching and rooting for us despite our loss after loss after loss, means a lot. And shout out my girlfriend. That's it.
Big shout out
and
to
Twitch
you,
and Twitch TV/Shogolo also.
There you go.
Real.
Shout out to you, Shogo. It's a pleasure to get to chat with you again, my friend. I hope we get to chat with you more. Take it easy.
You too, guys. See ya.
All right, we're going to take it back from him here. Thank you so much to Shogo and Beatdown. They come out with the victory. They at least handle their part of the bargain here in the 2-1 victory over Polestar. Unfortunately, that does mean Polestar will be in the promotion relegation tournament, even with one series left to play. But that does mean we got to get to our next series, which also does have some fun implications here coming into a Beatdown. But we will be getting to our MVP first. I forgot about that one. We do have to give our MVP. Okay. And another one, we had a lot of focus on supports on day one yesterday. And look at it again. Rhino, he gets the MVP. Supports are eating good right now in NACL.
They are, and I think especially the Poppy from Rhino was really good. He blew his flash at level 2, and then after that, it was nothing but up.
Laning phase, maybe not so great. Everything outside of laning phase, great.
Yes, exactly.
That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Congratulations, Rhino, getting the MVP for the series itself. Again, having some big plays on the Poppy, but really a team-wide effort, a very dominant one from Supernova. They ended up like 14,000 gold up over Polestar. You get to see some of those plays here. I will say, though, we did have some nice trades. The Silas steals of the Keeper's Burden were getting popped back and forth.
Yeah,
but
the way
definitely
Adam
Rhino had the more sticking of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing quite like the original or something to that tune. Yeah, at the end of it, he played well. Supernova played well in the back half of that series to close it out. And I really actually like the way you worded it, Lennon, that, they fulfilled their part of the bargain. Now the rest is going to be on Blue Water and AMI tomorrow.
Yeah, which is a big one. I know they'll be watching with bated breath there for sure. But that does mean now we have finished our first series, at least. A 2-1 victory, obviously, for Supernova. They're going to be very proud of that one. But we go into a second series that has even further implications with this Winthrop versus Near Airport matchup. Winthrop, they need a win because then they're in.
I like that one. It's snappy, and it's right, because at the end of it, they're currently in sole possession of 6th place, that final playoff spot. And this team has 2 matches left. They have one today, and they have one later on in the week. But the thing is, because of their win percentage, they need 1 match win. That's it. Because the only one they're contending with for that last playoff spot is Blue Water at AMI. But if they win a series, no one can touch them.
And this Winthrop team has been coming together, has been growing together. I think there's still been some bumps and bruises along the way, but we have seen some stellar performances, specifically from Mobility as well as Denethor. We've had some really, really good combinations of how they want to win games, how they plan to win games, and trying to build off the momentum of that last Supernova win that they had in their last series, taking them down 2-1.
Yeah, it was a really good series from them. And what I've been liking about Winthrop is that at the beginning of the split, I really felt like watching this team was kind of frustrating because I really got the impression that they weren't doing anything. They were just very passively playing the game, not proactive in the slightest. But there was a tipping point. I can't even pinpoint exactly what had happened, but these last couple of matches, they have been playing more proactively. They have been picking comps where they can get really aggressive in the early game. They've been playing the map very nicely. You mentioned that Supernova series. I think that's a great example of how good this Winthrop team really can be. And that's the Winthrop I want to see go to playoffs if they're able to lock that one in. And that all kind of depends on this series today or the next one.
Also depends on this guy right here we're going to talk about next, because Mobility, he's typically been a major piece to the puzzle for Winthrop in collegiate, but also here at NACL. And really nice to finally see him get his big shot. I know he subbed for EGC all that time ago, but it feels good to have him in a starting position in a place where he feels comfortable. He's been part of Winthrop for a while now, and now trying to find out how to make this guy be that star carry for this squad.
Yeah, he's had quite a journey these last couple of years since we first saw him sub for EG in 2023. And he's really built himself up as a player to get to this point where, he can be a cornerstone for his team. He can be a key carry for his team. And that's really what it's going to take today. And I think what it's took for them to win some of their last couple of matches. If Mobility is able to step it up and be the carry, they're able to set him up, it works for them.
Unfortunately, they're in the ring with giants as Near Airport back in business, baby. Double Lift and Biofrost back in the starting roster, here to ensure a first and second place seed for them going into playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, it was cool to see Sushi and Kelpo jump in last week. They had a really great debut, but you said it, the big boys are back, and this is that three-headed Hydra that you've been talking about this last little while, Mazel, where these are the teams trying to jockey for position in first place, and Near Airport, the last of our top three teams to try to make it to 7-1.
Exactly that. Again, having some sponsor implications they had to take care of. Got to see some very strong performances from solo queue players, but trying to join that pack at 7-1 between Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, Luminosity Gaming, and Near Airport. These have been the big three all season long, and now they have an opportunity to finish strongly, not only against Winthrop, who are very, very desperate for this win to try to lock themselves in that playoff, but thinking of a very strong finish for Near Airport to secure that first or second seed, maybe even looking at that first seed with those big wins over Winthrop and potentially in the end Polestar as their final series. Double Lift is back, as we said multiple times, but he also has been in business all season long. This guy has been that kind of conversation with Tactical on the best ADCs in the league.
Yeah, it's been a really good split for a Double Lift so far, especially after week 3 when it really felt like Near Airport stepped it up and played to that potential we expected from this roster going into the split. And yeah, it makes perfect sense that his most played champ is that Tristana, that he is a monstrous on this pick. It's been a big pick for him, just historically, and his time in the LCS as well. So that's a pick you cannot allow Near Airport to have under any circumstances, and something we're going to see if Winthrop respects.
And honestly, he plays shooters on League of Legends because he's always on the carries, and he went and played shooters for his sponsorship obligation. So, hey, maybe a little bit of practice, maybe a different perspective. But I think it's a little bit of a one-sided perspective for this one for our predictions, as it is all Near Airport across the board.
And I think it really just doesn't need any explanation or justification. And the problem for Winthrop University is we talk about how important a win is. Even if they don't get it here today, Lennon, their next match is against Dark Zero. So if Winthrop University, they want to take that fate in their own hands, they have the chance here, either today or on Friday, and it's going to have to be with a series win. It can be 2-1, it could be 2-0, it doesn't matter. They just need one extra win to get themselves up to 4 wins, and they'll have it locked in.
And these are some of the focuses that we could be seeing today from Near Airport's point of view, as the most banned against champions for Winthrop are that Gwen, the Nefiri, as well as some of that setup in the bot lane for the 2v2.
Yeah, and I mean on the other side too, Near Airport, again, Double Lift Tristana getting a lot of respect. And I think something we don't talk enough about is TF Blade's Jax. I think those first couple of weeks of play, where when he got that champion, he was monstrous, both in side lane and in team fights. So it makes sense that they've been throwing a lot of bans that way.
Well, we're getting into the thick of things now as game number 1 of our second best of 3 kicks off. It's Winthrop on the blue side.
There you go.
As, yes? The Jax.
No, just the Jax ban. Like right off
the immediate Jax. Near Airport on the red side going to be starting this off. We'll see if red side still is king, even though we saw blue side end up winning that last series in the end. Still, that Gwen focus going to be there for Near Airport.
Yeah, right. And I mean, the most bans still just seem to reign true. If that's a Tristana on the third ban there for Winthrop University, our stats basically perfectly predicted here. And as you say, we'll see if red side is king. I'm curious what Winthrop are going to be prioritizing. Something I find interesting that may show up in draft later is the fact that I was talking about Dr. Calculus potentially playing Camille in that last series. Well, it crossed my mind because Denethor played it last week against Supernova. I thought it was a great angle. I thought he played it really nicely, and I'm curious if that's something teams are going to be more mindful of now with these last couple of weeks.
First pick of the Jace, locked in. Can still be a bit flexible, but Denethor probably going to be piloting that one. Is a big comfort for him as well. We'll see what the response is going to be. I'm sure TF Blade wants to go ahead and pick his matchup. It's going to be the Scion there as well. So that tanky body, I still feel like Scion is so ridiculously underrated for how strong he is in the current meta.
Yeah, and he is a very common answer into the Jace as well. I wonder if we're going to see something similar to what Pulse did, where they just throw Jace in the mid lane and pick a better matchup in the top side. Because it'd be really funny if they just go like Maokai or Sejuani and then the Camille. Sejuani.
There you go.
Camille.
Easy. Yone. Rise. Okay, the Rise is locked in. We have been seeing a little bit of Rise and preeminence of Rise, which I've really appreciated. Also, I really liked the choice of it into the Gwen. I know that's not going to be here and it won't be available later, but still really like these combinations. A lot of mobility out of this mid-jungle duo as well for the side of Winthrop.
Oh, alarm bells, everyone. The double lift has gotten his Tristana, and that is a very dangerous thing to happen. I mean, you already have 2 champions really good at creating space. I already think Near Airport have a really good comp around this Tristana to be able to allow double lift to be able to auto attack and play these late game fights.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we gave a lot of props to mobility. There's a time to show up. It's against double lift and it's against his Tristana. As we see already, they're focusing on those picks for that bot lane of Winthrop, that Corki ban into the Misfortune ban as well. Definitely stuff that mobility has been willing to go for, at least in the Misfortune, as well as the Talia ban towards that mid lane. I really love what Povelter's been able to do. He's been consistently one of the biggest pieces to how Near Airport wins, to prop up those performances from double lift as well. And he's been really willing to play with the meta too.
I really wanted the Anivia. It would have been so funny. But Orianna is fine. It makes a lot more sense. And it's just overall a lot more consistent. And we know Poe Beltar, as you said, a really high-performing player on the team. Also, will play whatever champion he thinks is good. Big proponent of the Lissandra, which I appreciate as well. But as we said, it's going to be Ori as Winthrop go for that lovers duo on 4 and 5. It does give mobility a little bit of safety. And it is going to be a champion where he can still output a lot of damage, have a lot of playmaking, which, again, we highlighted as important for Winthrop.
Man. That's a lot of bodies, man. That is a meatball soup for Near Airport right now. I just don't even know if they're going to be able to cut down through this. It's going to be a big conversation for Winthrop, how they play this early game. I'm specifically looking at this jungle matchup, Spica versus Wilson, an important one for the pace of the early game, but an important one for both sides. Near Airport, they're here to handle business. They're here to finish strong, and they're here to get first or second seed to get that bye in the first part of playoffs, whereas Winthrop, they win, they're in. Game 1 kicking off now.
Well, Near Airport taking a great first step towards securing that seed 1, or at least getting that 7th win, because this comp is exactly the type of comp that they've been running with these last couple of weeks. A bunch of meatballs, double lift on his Tristana. And it's worked out for them so wonderfully, especially with them being able to get the Alistar for Biofrost. It's a lot of very tanky members for the side of Near Airport, and a lot of health bars Winthrop are going to be having to cut through.
And that's a lot of bodies to cut through. It's a lot of health bars. And once time goes on, that's where I'm maybe looking at a little bit of proactivity from the side of Winthrop, but it's hard to do so when you also have a lot of scaling pieces. We'll see what Wilson wants to do in the early pathing here, but it looks like it should be opposite side starts for both junglers, so maybe opposite side focus.
Yeah, at least for the moment. Not a whole lot of other action is going to take place. I'm kind of interested in what kind of plays Wilson's looking to start in this early game. I do think it is important for him to be very active. Again, with how we talk about this comp from Near Airport as a really big death ball. You're going to be able to set this Tristana behind, put some pressure on double lift. I think that'd be a great way for Winthrop to open this game.
Getting a little bit of play through that bot lane 2v2. I expect it's either going to come down to this kind of mid fight or bot fight, as top lane should just be a little bit of a wet noodle fight for a while at least. See who's going to win that 2v2. It does look like Mobility was able to get the combo with only 35. They do end up missing out on that initial engage, but level 2 secured and Prio gained.
Yeah, in mid lane, Belter's doing a lot of work, as you called out the junglers, doing a bit of opposite clear, so they're going to avoid each other for the moment. But I mean, looking at these stats too, it's really key how important both these players are for these teams, especially I think Wilson for Winthrop University, responsible for a lot of their early game success. And I think over the last little while as a team, Winthrop have been that sort of group where they thrive off early game success and they try to snowball that one into a win. And a lot of it's from Wilson.
Yeah, trying to find that early game proactivity for him. I think Spica is also a very underrated part of Near Airport. He's been consistently good, and his Nefiri is probably the best in the league as well. I know he didn't get it this time around, obviously banning it away from Wilson. Maybe trying to get it later on into the series here. We'll see the culmination of their first paths coming to fruition. Should be a trade of the Scuttle Crabs as well. And this is where we talk about the new state of the map and how this early section that used to have to be passed towards Grubs and always be there provides a little bit of personality to our junglers and where they want to go, where they want to get started early.
Right, but this time around, now it's just junglers having the opportunity to either finish their first couple clears in silence or look for ganks, especially looking at what these guys are playing here, Sejuani and Zhao. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least some kind of action to be able to set these plays up. And I'm also curious too, with Prio coming through on both top and bot lane, if Winthrop are going to be able to get a good reset off to go for a lane swap, as we've seen when it comes time for Grubs in a few more minutes.
This is another test to see if these teams are going to be looking to put proactive points into the jungle matchup and into the dragon setup, as that's going to be coming up first and foremost. Again, new timers are 5 minutes for the dragon. That hasn't changed, but 8 minutes for the first Grubs, and there's only the one spawn. And as Azael put it so nicely on LTA multiple times, it's better than 3, but not better than 6.
Pretty much. Well said.
Oh,
look at bot lane too.
Denethor going for the solo bolo on a TF blade. He gets some first blood for Winthrop and followed up with a 2 for shot. Winthrop up big on the stop of this game.
What a great opening for Winthrop University. They win on both sides of the map. They're able to cause Double Lift to miss a pretty big wave too. It's going to be a cannon wave as well. And of course, Denethor trades flashes with TF Blade. This is a great start here, getting some gold into some crucial members for Winthrop University.
1,000 gold up already now over Near Airport from Winthrop. We're going to take a look at that first blood, the solo bolo from Denethor.
Yeah, not a whole lot to say. This is just kind of how it goes if you're not careful. And as good as TF Blade is on this champ in this matchup, looks like he got beat on. Nothing else to say.
Zombie mode can't save you this time. Nice
No,
first
sir.
blood for Winthrop. Nice follow up on the bot side play as well. Wilson getting involved early like we said we wanted to see. Now Dragon is up and has been for about a minute now. Still about 2 minutes till that grub spawn. Pathing from Spica onto this bot side. He has Prio in mid and in bot coming through here soon.
Yeah, and I think Pobelter's had a lot of prio in this mid lane so far, so it's going to give Near Airport another easy avenue to start stacking things away on this Drake. And it's nice too because, again, with Grubs being moved over to 8 minutes, this is kind of how I expect a lot of these early games to go. It's that early focus onto Drake if you have the opportunity to take it, because there's really nothing else on the map to take at the moment. And then set up for Grubs because you still have time. It's like 2 minutes away.
And that ends up being perfect timing, especially if they want to try to get a reset. They get engaged on it as soon as Doublelift comes back into the bot lane. That'd be an early Chemtech Dragon, giving them a little bit of a boost. We're going to take a look back at that bot lane fight.
Yeah, I mean, it just ends up being a really nice grand entrance coming through from only 35. I'll give credit to Biofrost. Again, he's really good at playing goalie when he's on the Alistar, but at the end of it, not a whole lot of goalieing you can do when it's a 3 versus 2.
I appreciate Wilson's flash right there. Just honestly didn't hit the Arctic Assault, and because of the flash ended up on the S, but it's fine. He gets double lift. That's all that matters.
Yeah, all is
and
forgiven.
now they have a massive CS differential in the bot side as well they can play through.
Yeah, again, remember, off that play, Doublelift lost a big wave onto that bot lane turret. And now, Sword going to use this opportunity maybe for a Realm Warp. His jungler's also in the area. Doublelift is half health. I think he just has to respect this timer and back off.
Yeah, Biofrost going to stick with it, though. Trying to stay under turret, but his life will be forfeit. Fates of Warfare secured. Served up like a hamburger.
I mean, that was just as clean and easy as it gets, Mazel. There was literally zero things Biofrost could do as a result. And again, it's just Winthrop University showing more of that proactivity that they weren't at the beginning of the split, but you'd love to see it because look what it's given them. Now 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Again, really crucial members here of the team are picking up these early gold leads, and it gives them a good situation for mobility and only 35 to back and move towards this grub spawn while Doublelift, and he just has to stick towards that bot wave.
Yeah, and something we have to point out for Winthrop and why, you know, it might actually not be surprising they're having really good combination. We talk about it all the time. This team is playing more games than any other team, it feels like right now, between CLOL, between everything they played outside. So it's really nice to see them take advantage of that early, but then they will be taken advantage of in the top side with a mispositioning from Denethor ahead of this Grubs. Near Airport did get the 1. We'll see the other 2 to Winthrop.
Definitely could be a lot worse. So it is good that Spica was able to get 1 and out, especially when you consider the kill on Denethor before exiting. So I think it works out pretty nice. And because Denethor doesn't have TP, there is actually a moment where Doublelift's going to get some...
he doesn't have any flash. He's in trouble. He's still pretty tanky, though.
Tanky,
We'll be just fine. Pops those refillables.
I think we have a dive on our hands. No? Okay, we're just going to let that one go.
No, we're just going to chill. We're chilling.
Yeah, we're just going to let it go. Doublelift. He didn't want to overstay. I thought he was going to stay because of that attention topside and try and knock down some turret blades, but instead wants to spend his gold, wants to come back, sync up with his support in Biofrost, who's showing up at the right time, because it does mean that they could have a play onto Denethor. His flash isn't quite up yet.
But a vision game being played through either side now. As we will take a look at just a farming simulator for the next little bit. We are getting closer and closer for those first items. Another dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 40 seconds. It is going to be Roa at least start. We have seen, I know we were talking about with Cubby yesterday, where sometimes, at least Insanity started that Roa, but actually just going for the Catalyst there to get that extra buff because it is so good right now. Yeah. We'll see if he actually does want to complete it, but typically with the Rise, we do see that completed.
Yeah, I think it's like, I think I heard you guys talking about it last night too, where that, yeah, for the most part, while that happened, while Insanity did that, I think the people who usually build Roa after the nerf this patch will still build it. And the nerf really only affected people like Ari, I think Oriana was also building it. Just a lot of mages who didn't need it were building it.
Get a little bit of back setup from Doublelift. Redeploy out, but Dragon does have a little bit of vision in front of it with that scuttle. The control ward, not long for this world, though, as Wilson will take that one down. Inanimate object versus inanimate object. If you understand that one, then you're probably too old.
I'm safe, guys. I'm young.
Yep. All right. Well, Castaway references no longer. Anyways.
Wow. I don't know, Lennon.
You not watch Castaways?
No, I have. What I was gonna say was that the crazy thing is you were just like referencing all these movies that I've seen but can't remember for some reason. The only thing I remember about Castaway is Wilson.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. Wilson's a volleyball. Yeah, that's why I said inanimate object for saying award. You know? Okay. Now we have to explain the joke. It's no longer funny. This might be a little bit joke though in mid lane. As Pobelter going in on a sword here too. He's gonna get the flash out, though with some support from Wilson. Sword's still alive. Pobelter goes down, and Wilson gets the kill.
Wow. I mean, props to Sword. I really didn't think he was getting out of that one. And again, another nice move from Wilson, who has just been Mr. Activity in this early game so far. He's been part of almost every kill that's gone through here for Winthrop's side, and he saved Sword, but unfortunately, after that, he's a sink or swim.
Yeah, unfortunately, the teleport not fast enough. Will be in a caught as he tries to go through there, and that means another dragon should go the way of Near Airport now that they have TF Blade on this side of the map.
Yeah, I think that swap was to give a little breathing room there to Doublelift, who's fallen a good bit behind because of these early game plays. Still, will it actually give the opportunity for NA to be able to secure that Drake? If we could look over, oh, Wilson's not able to actually secure it. But I like the angle. The question is, will Doublelift get the reprieve he so desperately wants?
He has barrier, he has flash. Gonna try to get out with the buster shot, and that is not available to him. So he will end up falling in the end. TP comes in, but it's just to catch the wave state. That'll be a nice pickup kill from Winthrop, who are being very proactive. Exactly what we said we wanted from them in the draft.
Yeah, it's a great look. And the thing that's so important for them, too, is that a lot of this activity has been focused the way of the bot lane, and the fact that they've taken Doublelift out twice at time on gray screen is time you're not farming. And for Tristana, champion where you want to farm, you want to be really strong, 2-3 items and play for that late game. Any time wasted really hurts Near Airport's chances, especially because this comp is a death ball. And while Pobelter does a good amount of damage on Orianna, it really is all about Doublelift.
And Sword and try to find his way out of this one. Phase Rush does profit. He's being CC chained here, and he's in a lot of trouble now. The Ignite's ticking. Wind becomes lightning. Here comes Doublelift. And through all that, Sword still falls to Doublelift.
That is really crucial for NA. It's got to alleviate some of the pressure that Doublelift's been under this game to be able to pick up a kill like that. So it helps a little bit. Doesn't equalize everything, but it is a nice play coming through there for Near Airport. Definitely a positive.
And on the other side of that list where, we're talking about Doublelift, I got to give massive praise to Mobility, who has been stepping up in this one on the Xayah, has a massive CS differential over Doublelift, has a lot of stake in his game now as well. With the Xayah, a little bit of hyper carry potential there to match Doublelift. He will be on his first item, getting to his second as well. But this battle of the gunslingers is going to be an important one moving forward.
One thing that's been going, I think, really well for Near Airport this early game is the denial of all 3 grubs from Winthrop by taking one, and the fact that they've been Drake stacking pretty reliably. So it's a Mountain Soul to play for too. Sion, Alistar, Zin, really happy with the Soul like that, and the individual Drakes that come with it. So the fact that they're already halfway to a Soul, if NA can get that next one, they can create a pretty good position for themselves by threatening the Soul. And if they can stall it long enough, they could threaten it and try to make a trade for a Baron or something along those lines. But it's a powerful buff that Near Airport are well on their way to receiving.
Turret getting a little bit low down there. Do like the reservation not to go full ham for it from Doublelift to try to keep this lead manageable that Mobility has developed over him. We're taking a look now at the next spawns of objectives, though. About 2 minutes till that next dragon, like you had mentioned just a little bit ago, but it is also the Rift Herald on the other side that has spawned. See if either team wants to take a preemptive position around that. I think it can lead out to a lot of standing gold, but a lot of pressure, especially for Winthrop, if they can take that to dissuade the dragon takes from Near Airport.
Yeah, we'll see right now. Wilson has his eyes set on the Herald. We'll see what kind of gold they're going to be able to pull for themselves after they secure the eye. Other than that, it's been kind of quiet these last couple of minutes. I think the focus for New Airport really is just trying to give Double Lift the best space he can to farm. He's still down a good bit compared to Mobility, but the fact that he's able to get this turret, which I believe is first brick, on top of the plates he's earned, it goes a long way to capping him up.
Mobility getting caught topside. They go for the turret, they get it, but now TP play from near airport, and they want more. That's going to be ending up in a couple spells burned, double flashes from both Mobility and Denethor. Now Wilson. I mean, you got to know that near airport, what a fight. The Glacial Prison comes out. Wilson struggling. Is going to get the scuttle grab. Spica wants him, as they will back away in the end. And that's a perfect segue to what I want to talk about in this canyon of a CS differential between Spica and Wilson.
Yeah, Spica's been spending a lot of time farming pretty effectively so far. So I think it's led to this lead that we're seeing. And part of it is that Wilson has been a lot more active, kind of sacrificing some of his farm time to be able to get leads elsewhere. And it paid off. But the problem that we're running into now is very slowly, Near Airport have been inching their way back into this game. Winthrop had a pretty sizable lead. But look, Lennon, now it's even. And after that last play, Winthrop used a lot of resources. No more Featherstorm, no more Glacial Prison, and the Dragon is about to spawn. They're missing their most crucial tools.
The question now becomes, does Winthrop want to pull the trigger on the Rift Herald? At least to dissuade a little bit of this Dragon take. But the Dragon's already spawning. And we just try to take this mid lane outer turret with that trade.
Yeah, and you called it. Herald is going to go down in the mid lane. I don't think Biofrost can actually
I mean, they don't really, they don't even go for the Dragon at the end.
Interesting.
As near airport, a little bit lost in the sauce there. They'll just lose that outer turret in mid lane. Not able to get the Dragon in time, feeling a little bit hesitant to take that one down.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, especially considering the tools that Winthrop have lost in that earlier exchange, but
Only 35 is baiting so hard, throwing up the emote, standing, waggling the feathers in front of Near Airport's face, but now he's in trouble. He gets hit by the decimating smash. The Winthrop do have a position around here. Unstoppable onslaught straight onto Mobility. The double combo, and he's gone! Can't even use the Featherstorm as it wasn't even available yet, and that's the double kill that NA we're looking for. Straight onto the big POB and straight into the outer turret in mid lane.
You know what? Fair enough. They wanted to wait for their angle. They wanted to wait for the guaranteed Dragon take and to ensure they didn't have to trade anything for it. And they succeed. They get the fight, they get the turret, and now they're on Dragon Soul points. And now, for the first time this game, they also have a gold lead to be working with. This game is just continuously getting more difficult here for Winthrop University.
I really wish we could get a listen into the comms there and see if the communication was that Mobility didn't have his ultimate, because that thing was on like a 10-second cooldown and was very close to coming back up. Now Wilson goes into the 1v1 against Spica. I don't know if this is one Wilson wants, though, but he's going to have backup. Both teams sitting, everybody down into the Dragon. There's TPs coming down. Spica's about to go down. Hit the Crescent Guard, hit the healing from the Sundered Sky. The Dragon is still in the 50-50. It goes the way of Wilson as he's going to try to get out. Gets out with the flash there. Near Airport, take a fight they can't handle. Wilson stops the stacking, and Winthrop are still in it.
I'll tell you something, Lennon. I'll be real. I think that was a monumental risk, and I'm trying to say that one nicely, to go for that Dragon, but they secured it, so all is forgiven. But if that didn't work, I would be saying this game is probably done. But props to Wilson. He won the Smite fight. He walked away with his life, which was equally important in my opinion. So now he's going to go back to farming.
the 1v1, man. Like, just go for it. I haven't seen that in a long time. 1v1 in the Dragon pit with the Dragon going between the junglers. But luckily there was a little bit of support from the teams. We're going to take a look back at that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long one. You talk about wet noodle fights. It doesn't get any wetter or noodlier than this one. And I like that the whole time the Dragon was attacking Spica. I don't think it autoed Wilson a single time, and that definitely helped. And to Spica's credit, he played this one actually very well, to be able to get himself out. It's part of the reason why he didn't die, but it's still a win for Winthrop because they stole the Dragon and they flashed out.
They did. Wilson gonna be lacking some of those tools, and unfortunately we're lacking a game to go back to because we have a pause.
True.
Unfortunately, this week has been wrought with technical pauses so far, and maybe I'm the cause. I don't know. I'm the only one that's been here in the play-by-play position. Maybe it's me. But hopefully we'll be getting back into Winthrop versus NA here very shortly. Again, a very important series for both teams in different ways. Winthrop trying to secure themselves into the playoffs, and Near Airport trying to rejoin that pack of the three-headed Hydra that has been the NACL Pantheon.
Yeah, and it's like really important again for Winthrop that you said it, win and they're in. To control their own fate, their last 2 matches of the split are today against Near Airport and on Friday against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They win either of those matches, they're in. And so it's a great way to take control of your destiny. They could depend on tomorrow's match as well to have things go in their favor anyway, but Lennon, doesn't it just feel better to win yourself?
Just get it done?
To take it for yourself, to get it done yourself? You know what I'm saying?
I think so. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, they're facing the full might of Near Airport. It's really nice to see this team function together. I think Spica in this game in particular is having a tear of one, has been fully in advantage over Wilson. Going to need to find a way to make that work as we go back into the game through the pause, and we go back into a 1,000 gold lead for Near Airport.
That's right. They've been turning it around from some of those successful plays, and I think them doing a really good job making space for Doublelift on the map to get back in the game after Winthrop set him behind early, making sure he has alone time with Waves, putting a lot of attention to let him take down turrets as well, giving him kills in the opportune moments, and they've gotten to a point where now he's right on par there with mobility. They're even though there was a deficit earlier on, and because of how important Doublelift is to this comp, that's what's gotten NA back into this game and has put Winthrop in the hot seat.
Definitely one where they need to keep being proactive. Second items are going to be there, though. Mobility very close to his as well, so maybe giving him a little bit more fighting strength and giving the entirety of Winthrop a little bit more confidence in these fights. But how do we feel about the scaling aspects on both sides? I do feel like both have answers.
I agree, but I like Near Airports just a little bit more because I think Sion, especially with the Mountain Soul in play, is going to be a very difficult wall to get through. And he's going to be really hard to kill. Between TF Blade and Spica, they're going to make space for Doublelift, and Doublelift, who's hit 2 items, he's now reached that point where he's going to start becoming very dangerous. And as long as he's allowed to free hit, I don't see a way Winthrop can actually deal with him.
Yeah, some of that tankiness really going to start coming online. The meatball soup.
Yeah.
Near Airport. I don't know why you'd be eating meatballs and soup, but maybe.
I mean, pho. You can get meatballs and
true.
pho.
You can get meatballs and pho. Also ramen, maybe like fish balls.
Yeah,
That is meatballs. Technically,
it is fish meat. Yeah. Oh, Lennon, never back down. You're right.
never back down. Never what?
Never give up.
And now we get the little bit of setup from Near Airport, who still find themselves at advantage, about a 40 CS lead for Spica, who again has been that kind of saving grace of these earlier parts of the game for Near Airport. But because of that delay on the stacking of the Dragons, and maybe put into perspective how Near Airport can take these fights later on, they just take the tempo play. They go straight for the Atacon using Doublelift strength, having Biofrost be the bodyguard, TP coming in. So now everybody knows, as now they're coming in. It's about 4,000 health down. Winthrop trying to get in. Biofrost, the bodyguard, goes through Spica, trying to decide if he wants to commit. Shock Black goes in. That's the Atacon taken. And now they have that permanent buff. But Biofrost is going down first. Unbreakable Will, not nearly enough. As TF Blade, soon to follow, gonna tank up a decent amount, gets Glacial Prison, and will go zombie mode to a double kill from Denethor.
Yeah, really nice fight from Winthrop. Near Airport, TP in for Povelter, but it still ends up costing them big time to get that Otacon. It cost them 2 lives, it cost them a turret, and this is a big influx of gold here into Winthrop's pockets. It looked like Near Airport, not 100% sure how they wanted to play that one out. Some playing to leave, some playing to fight, and ends up hurting them.
And now that 1,000 gold lead hovering around that has now switched over to a small little lead for Winthrop, but a big gold shift nonetheless. Third item for Denethor, sitting at 4-1 on this Jace. First pick matters. And on blue side, even though we've seen red have a lot of success in the pick potential you can have, when you go first pick Jace, it better pay dividends. And right now he is.
Yeah, Denethor's at 3 items. So he is very strong at the moment. Honestly, even with the pen, the fact that he did go Ghostblade though, kind of, oh, hold on.
Okay.
He's
only
fine.
35 gets away. He's okay.
Battle dance, you know, it's really chill. Right now, Winthrop, thanking their stars, they were able to steal away that 3rd Drake because now the next one is spawning up. And now near airport, you got to imagine that's where they're setting their sights. Again, trying to play for that Mountain Soul. Even the individual Dragon will make TF Blade that much tankier. Look at the items he's working with already.
Yeah, exactly that. He's getting so big. Big meatball that we were talking about. He's that front line here with Biofrost backing him up. Spica already had started up the Dragon, and now we got double lift, half health on this fight, but they're going to focus on the objective. Wilson wants to move in, only 35, wants an angle. The Dragon's going to go down, though. That's Soul Point secure for near airport. The fight after, though, TF Blade by so much time goes with his zombie mode and is getting Biofrost to kill it at only 35. Now Denethor wants a big shock blast. Realm Warp coming in. They're trying to cut them off, but it's only 2 members. It's only 2, and now Spica's just ripping through them as this Zinzao. He's going to be the target now. He's in a little bit of trouble, needs some backup, goes straight in. Crescent Guard still available. Look at Spica pop off King. 60 CS up his counterpart, and he will take this fight holistically in his hands. He wants another one. He has Flash. Wind becomes lightning, going to be coming back up. Look at the speed, as maybe he wants it. Does he go for it? Stunt on him, Spica.
Oh my God.
Show him what you mean.
Oh my God.
When you say 3-headed Hydra. NA are here to not play, and they're here to dominate over Winthrop.
What a big fight there, and it started off from a position that Winthrop didn't want. Even then, it looked like they were able to get an okay trade, but Spica and a Poe Belter, they walk them down like dogs, Mazel, as they catch them at the end of that fight, and it's going to get them the perfect opportunity to start the Baron. Only 35 can only watch it happen.
Yeah, about to change that name here soon for this game, number 1, as it will just be that turn, potentially. Double Lift was popping some shots at only 35. The Baron is the focus. Now Pole Belter trying to rush over as Wilson is points and center. About 5,000 health down on the Baron, though, and it looks like Winthrop going to regret some of that descent. They're a TP in. They want another fight. I guess if it's now, maybe it's never. As they try to take the fight after, that Baron is already gone. Shock Blast going to go through. They do get Biofrost in the end. Double Lift will get out with the rocket jump. They're going to try to chase down TF Blade now too. Poe Belter getting the escort around the corner, and Winthrop won't get any more.
So honestly, trading Biofrost for a oh, hold on a second.
Spica wanted to save Double Lift, as they do end up getting him out. They will need to back off a little bit more, but yeah, Spica is feeling himself on the Zinzao.
Yeah. Really great call there from NA to be able to turn that fight into a Baron. It only cost them their support. Yeah, I mean, they're wasting time for backs, but I don't really see what it's accomplishing. There isn't a whole lot else you can really do as Winthrop. Now you just have to farm. You have to try and do your best to get some kind of control over this bottom side, but it's going to be difficult because near airport, they have the Baron now. They can Baron push these waves in deep. And with that happening, it's just going to make it so much harder for Winthrop to actually set up neutral vision, actually get themselves in a position where they can contest this Drake, because Dragon Soul is coming soon for near airport.
On a Mountain Soul, too.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens when you add earth to a soup. It's made of meatballs, but whatever that adds up to is what we're going to have here.
I like it. Maybe a chunky soup. Chunky soup.
They just give, yeah, Campbell's Chunky.
Yes!
That's what we're going with.
You get it.
Campbell's Chunky Near Airport Meatball Soup. That's the official title.
Maybe that was the sponsor obligation they were going to.
Yes.
Of course.
Of course. It all
What
makes
else would it
sense
be?
now. About a minute and 20 seconds left on this Baron buff. Feels with this 3,000 gold lead, even if it's that small, that Near Airport have such control over the map. About a minute and 30 till that next Dragon, like you were pointing out. They're going to collapse over to this top side, try to take a tier 2. They do so quickly. A little bit of a response from Winthrop, though, to try to dissuade that, but they won't end up finding that defense. And a tier 2 tower falls in favor of Near Airport.
Yeah, I think after this wave, they're just going to back it up and start shifting their focus onto mid and bot lane. But yeah, I mean, there isn't really much else for them to be fighting for. You just want to reset now and set up as best you can for this Dragon. You can already see on that bottom side a lot of red vision here. NA's comp is really difficult to walk into as well, but they are going to definitely be at this Drake first. That means Winthrop, they have their work cut out for them in this next fight. I mean, look at this. Red wards all across the area, and it's going to be really hard for Winthrop to engage without it being seen.
They're going to try to go through Prio mid, but only 35 is going to immediately have to dash out. Wind becomes lightning. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Spica looks like he wants to pull it off. They will not go any further with that fight, though. Everybody's positioning around this mid lane. Winthrop looking for one big 5v5 to try to turn it all around. As Dragon's coming up in 20, NA will move over.
Yeah, that's right. Only 35. He has a bit of an angle. He has his flash coming up soon. Maybe he's trying to angle for a big flash play with the quickness. Could be a way to give Winthrop the fight that they need to deny this soul.
They want to
keep
double
themselves
it
in this game.
Oh, they thought they got him, but he buffered the Arctic Assault. Really good hands check there from Double Lift. Answered in kind. As that will be Glacial Prison down. Now there's only one big form of engage for Winthrop, and it's through only 35. Featherstorm is also down. Big tools are gone. Do Winthrop really have a chance to fight this one? It feels like they don't, and they'll back away. Soul secure for near airport.
I mean, all that time being wasted too, and look what was happening. Spica did the Dragon in the background. That's it. That's Mountain Soul. And those two Mountain Drakes means every bit of resistances TF played by gets so much more valuable. And look at him. He's just a big, beefy boy. No one's going to be able to touch him at this point.
And again, you see that damage that Double Lift is putting down now. 3.5 items on this Tristana. You said hit the warning buttons for a reason. His Tristana is legendary so far this split for near airport. And they're looking for a now counterplay as the engage goes a little bit wide for only 35. And we'll move back into the jungle of Winthrop. Winthrop right behind them, but that red buff should be near airport.
That and then some if they want to, because they just have their pick of the map at this point with this gold lead. Looking at 5,000, you reach really key breakpoints here for champions like the Tristana, like the Orianna, and of course the Scion, who's not exactly the traditional breakpoint we talk about, but he is 2.5 items deep. He has a big shield coming through from his W and from the Mountain Soul. And again, he's going to be that immovable wall that Winthrop probably won't be able to cut down.
The immovable wall, all the pressure on Winthrop to win this series, to lock themselves into playoffs. Obviously another chance, but two stiff competitions coming up. And then we see that here in this game number 1, but they are keeping their heads here. Keep it in the game. They're looking for engages left and right, trying to catch people out where they're slacking. We have seen that work out for them with this composition. The follow through is definitely there, but right now they're backs against the wall with this 5,000 gold differential.
And right now, Winthrop trying to do their best to secure what vision they can towards this top side, because we have another Baron coming up soon. But near airport, they're not giving them an inch. And Spica, he's looking for an angle. They're looking.
As soon as you see mobility pop that Featherstorm, you know they are scared. As Blade Caller is going to be big. 3-man, knock 3-man, shockwave, wombo combo of your dreams. Near airport taken down Winthrop by one fell swoop, and Double Lift will make them pay with this Tristana. They're pushing right into the mid lane. They're pushing right to win the game. And near airport, they're back in business. Get those suits on, boys, because they want first or second seed in the NACL going into playoffs, and they're going to try to rejoin their brothers as they go match point against Winthrop.
They've taken that first step to contending for first place with a pretty good victory here over Winthrop University. A really nice comeback that I really have to commend for them, being able to really slow the game down and again just make space for Double Lift to get back in the game after so much attention was thrown his way those first 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, and Mobility was having such a good game up until the point where things broke down in those team fights, and just really good decision making from the airport. A team that is expected to have that level of decision making, a team that is full of LTA, LCS experience, and you get to see that unfold especially Spica. Again, I think had such a big undercurrent in this game, number one. I know the glitz and the glam definitely go to Pole Belter, to TF Blade, to Double Lip, but this man had like a 40 feet, 50 CS lead in the jungle matchup alone, was constantly being aggressive on those picks, constantly trying to stretch the limits of what the Xin Zhao was bringing to the table. And I think it was a banger game number one from near airport. We'll see if Winthrop can bring it back in game number two after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we're in our final week of regular season action. This is day 2 of 4 of the week as we started on Tuesday this week.
True.
And we're into our second series of the day. Near Airport take a resounding Game 1 win and now put themselves match point over Winthrop.
Yeah, now it was a tough one too because Winthrop University, they actually had a really good start to the game. You'll see in a lot of the clips here in this recap that things were starting out pretty nicely overall for Winthrop University. But I think, again, Near Airport did a really great job of slowing the game down, making more space for Double Lift, who was facing a lot of those early game plays, to be able to allow him to farm back up and scale to where we know Tristana to be a menace.
Yeah, and it was a culmination of what we said from draft. You have to be careful about this Tristana. It is a crucial pick for Near Airport in this recent history of dominance they've had so far, and this was an important one for Near Airport. They need the wins to kind of keep up with the rest of the three-headed Hydra Pack and Luminosity Gaming, Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, all sitting at 7-1. Need this win to try to keep in that contention for first and second seed, which get a bye in the first round of playoffs in NACL.
Yeah.
Whereas Winthrop, again, we've said it a million times, we'll say it a million more times.
Yeah.
They need a win to get into playoffs. They're in sole possession of their fate here.
They are, and if they aren't able to win today, if they aren't able to beat a Dark Zero Dragonsteel later on into the week, they're going to have to rely on the failures of others to be able to hold on to that spot in playoffs. Of course, they're in no danger of relegation or anything like that, but making playoffs, that's what we all want, Mazel. We want to get there, and so do they.
More collegiate teams in playoffs. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, me too.
As this team has been slowly trying to come together, but Near Airport don't skip a beat. They got a dominant performance with their subs in Sushi and Kelpo last week. Find another dominant one with the big guys back in charge in Double Lift and Mr. Biofrost coming off those sponsor obligations. And on this big run, I mean, it was primarily centered off of Spica's big individual performance, but a lot of team play that made this one look so good from Near Airport.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you
was
called it out a lot.
It
was. I think Spica and Pobelt are synced up really well. And show you a great example of why this combination has become very popular as of late. But of course, this is Fearless, so it does mean that we're going to see all new champs from everybody on the Rift.
Man.
And it is going to give that opportunity for Winthrop University to show us something different in hopes that they can tie up this series, not fall 0-2, and again, be able to fight for that chance to control their own fate and win their way to playoffs.
And again, it's not like they didn't execute on their composition earlier on. Denethor had a pretty decent advantage, but they were being very active on the map. And that's partly why Wilson fell so far behind the CS differential, because Spica just kept hard farming the entire time. But we saw some of those bans in that first game, very particular ones, taking some comfort away from Near Airport and on the other side. But it is more so about now what we get in that aggressive jungle matchup, because I don't expect Wilson to try to take a back seat against Spica, because if you do, Spica will absolutely find the difference maker, because this guy has been so consistent for Near Airport across the board. So looking at Winthrop to see exactly what they want, they chose blue side, which hasn't been normal, at least to us here today in the last yesterday as well. But they will be looking for that blue side first pick again.
Yeah, right. And this time we'll see what they're going to prioritize to be able to get. Maybe they could go for another OP champion. If Gwen gets through, maybe they want to put Wilson on the Nefiri. That would also double as a takeaway from Spica, who, you said it, probably the best Nefiri in the league and has had nothing but great performances on the champion. So a lot to think about from the coaching staff of Winthrop University, and we'll see how that plays out momentarily.
Yeah, luckily they have Artemis, one of the biggest brains in the league itself, but also one of the biggest brains in the history of League, if you know him from his Tier 1 opportunities. But it is also a situation where you have to play to the strength. I think Mobility had a pretty good laning phase against Double Lift in that bot side. Give him more resources. Let this guy carry. We focus so heavily on this bot lane matchup. If you didn't catch any of that game number 1 or didn't catch any of the games earlier, make sure you go check out the socials in the top left of your screen to catch up on any action that you missed. Make sure you go drop a follow as well. But like we were saying, double lift versus mobility, an important one going into this one. Double lift got his Tristana. It worked out for him. The Zaya didn't work out for mobility. Want to see if there's going to be some differentiation now in those picks.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to see something from this team. And overall, I think Winthrop University still show a lot of the positive signs of life that I was attributing to them in the back half of the split one. But it's tough. You're facing against Near Airport, one of the big 3 heads of this Hydra on the top of the standings, and it's definitely a difficult road to climb.
We're gonna beat it until it's dead. It's just gonna be.
And then after it's dead too.
And then after it's dead, that's what we do.
Of course, that's what we do. We're not original. We just find one good thing every now and then, and we just. Yeah. But we're not like constantly. It's just we got one good thing, and we just.
Yeah. You got to hold on to the good things you got.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Near Airport going to hold on to that game 1 win. A very good one for them, for sure. But going into this game 2, we'll see what prios we get across the table. Again, Winthrop on that blue side. Looking to see that last pick was the Jace B1 for them. It looked like it was going to work out, but needing something that's going to be an absolute game clincher here.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show you part of why Sion is such a good response. Because even though the solo kill came through, after that point, as soon as the chain vest came through, it was pretty easy for TF Blade to just start soaking up a lot of that pressure and still providing a lot of utility, a lot of tankiness, and a big body for this meatball composition. So.
Yeah, Winthrop apparently don't like meatball soup. Yeah, that's what
they
we
should.
learned.
They should
that's
try
what
it.
we learned. That's all. That's all I'm going to take away from that game number 1.
There's nothing else.
There's nothing else. It's going to remain the same band so far in game number 2. We didn't get a swap of the sides, so that's going to change things up here. Now, Near Airport, probably going to ban away then Fury on red side. They did last game as well, trying to not give that over to Wilson. Also has been a pretty big comfort for them as well, trying to play towards that in terms of that one game that we did end up seeing from Wilson on it. But it's still trying to find something that maybe looks a little bit different in this second game for Winthrop that gives them more an advantage.
Yeah, and I'm curious too. I don't think we're going to see much of a deviation from the first rotation of ban, so I'm wondering if they're just going to try and set up Denethor with something like a Rumble, maybe the Ambessa, although Fi is out of the picture and people do like pairing it with that one a lot. I still think there are a lot of comps where you can make that work.
Ooh, the Victor ban again. So taking away that consistent damage.
It's good. Full Belter's good at a lot of things, to be honest. So.
Well, yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I would say so. Pole Belter is good at League of Legends. I want to see exactly what he wants. I mean, he's been one of the ones that's been playing around with the meta and mid as well.
Oh, yeah.
But this final ban for Near Airport, obviously taking their time to figure out exactly what they want to take away. What could be that B1 prio for Winthrop, as the Varus is going to come through yet again.
Yeah, so I'm probably assuming it's going to be the Ambessa if they wanted to go top lane. Okay, but it's going to end up being the Azir. That's a big comfort for Sword. I think he definitely likes to play a lot, and overall something that has popped up a lot. I don't think we actually got the chance to talk about most picked champions, but Azir is, before the day started, had been picked I think the second most amount of times, but he had the highest win rate by far at 65%. And so far in this league, this champ's doing great.
I'd say so. It sounds like pretty good stats. The Talia combo is coming through here now, though, as we are going to see that for Poe Belter. A lot of mobility out of that mid lane, try to match the Azir as well. Side lane a little bit more dicey in that regard, but we'll see what that response is going to be. Is now in the 1-2 punch that Near Airport get from their first picks.
Yeah, I think the decision for them is whether or not they want to lock the Corki or maybe pick something. I was expecting for Spica, but I guess they wanted to go for the Leona, which, I mean, of the tank supports, that's the tankiest option left. So I have the sneaking suspicion that we're looking for the Meatball Soup Part 2.
Electric Boogaloo. Maybe I thought maybe the Rel could be a prio here as well, because I really like the sustained lockdown that she brings. But giving that kind of point and click lockdown, the multi-chaining CC that you can bring to the table as well. And now that Winthrop has a lack of range in the ADC position, he's going to have to be able to dodge through that. I do really like Lucian in the state of things right now in League, but it feels really difficult when you pick a Lucian into a Talia Leona.
Yeah, the nice thing though is that the Emilio gets locked in as well. for only 35, and it does kind of help you deal with the Leona a little bit. You can cancel the Zenith Blade. Of course, this combination, because of the Cozy Campfire, because of the healing, so many interactions make this combo so powerful, both early on and even later into the game if executed correctly. So there's that pressure, though, on only 35. I see this combo run a lot, and then I see a lot of Milios miss their Ultra Beggar Fire Kick. No. That's bad. If you can't land it, don't play the champ.
Especially when you're facing against Near Airport, who is a team that will absolutely punish you. And now the Jinx locked in for double it.
Yeah, so again, suspicions confirmed. It is probably going to be another Death Ball style composition because it's another scaling pick, maybe, if that doesn't get banned out. And just once more, and Near Airport really happy to keep the game slow and try to build more towards a very consistent and powerful late game.
The Poppy ban is going to be there, just take away some of that extra flexibility, but also a lot of lockdown that can be there. Space saving as well. The Gragas is going to be the ban right now towards TF Blade as well. It's been something he's been really willing to highlight and hover over, at least go for Near Airport. Provides a lot of that spacing as well for them. We'll see what that second focus is going to be for either team.
Yeah. Wondering if it's going to be another jungle pick because the Milio coming through here does pose a bit of a problem. Generally, a lot of the CC teams, draft come from support these days, so it does put a lot of pressure on Wilson to play something with a lot of CC in the kit. That's why I like the Poppy ban. I guess they went the Lilia ban too, just to cover all their bases on what Wilson is comfortable with. But I think that's why we saw Poppy get removed from the picture.
Yeah. We'll see what Near Airport want to save their counter pick for here. They obviously have the 5th pick there. But on the other side of things, you're going to have some big answers. Yeah, maybe for top lane. Maybe Spica wants to play around a little bit, but more than likely in top lane. As the big thing is what they want to put with this front line. You need something to play off of for Jinx. It's going to be the Wukong here as well for that extra engage.
Yeah, I like it because that other option is that you do make it a little harder for Milio to kind of keep that space. There is more that pressure on Sword to be able to do the same thing with that Emperor's Divide. And I think it pairs really nicely with Talia as well to kind of disrupt the comp Winthrop as working with. I'm pretty sure that's not real, so I'm just going to continue speculating on what TF Blade is probably looking to play on in the top lane. I think it's a tank. Yeah, there you go. See, Maokai is good.
Yeah, getting any kind of utility is really big for this composition right now because you're trying to prop up Sword and mobility. That's what this entire draft is about right now for Winthrop. That's why I actually appreciated the Ivern and Hover, but really trying to find what kind of makes this composition glue together and try to find those advantages through these two carries who have been pretty big for them in the past, especially mobility.
Yeah, that's right. And just being able to make space and also engage from range is really valuable there. And that's what I like about this Maokai pick. And yeah, I think the Gnar, we don't see as much of it lately, but it is something Denethor is really comfortable on. And I think ends up rounding out this comp really nicely. Something that's important that Near Airport are working with right now is this comp that's about protecting the Jinx and the Talia. And I think Gnar is a really great champion to kind of skip those defenses and threaten the backline directly. So I think that's what Winthrop University need to do this game. You need to be able to get on Jinx. You need to be able to get double lift out of the picture. That's how you win fights.
And Mobility's instincts, but also his movement in fights is going to be super crucial. I was hoping we were going to get some cooking with this 5th pick for TF Blade. It is going to be the Mbessa in the end against the Gnar. Too good of a matchup to pass up there in the end. Still a lot of differences between these comps. I feel like a little bit of proactivity is available to Near Airport side of things.
For sure. I mean, when we're talking about Wukong Talia, it's not quite the same as Vi, but it's similar enough that at level 6, you have a very strong play that you can make. And it's something that I'm expecting Near Airport to get really aggressive with when that becomes available. And Povelter has a lot of opportunity to play Disruption with that Unraveled Earth. He has his work cut out against him because there are a lot of targets to try and prevent dashes from coming through from. So it's just about that good target selection to win you team fights. If you're spending this whole game saving E for Gnar so you can't get on your Jinx, that's a win.
And then you add the nameplates to it and you see that Near Airport are dominant. They are one of the 3 heads on the 3-headed Hydra here in the NACL. And Winthrop know how much this game means to them. They have put the eggs in the sword and mobility basket. They need this to work to try to get that extra effort to get into playoffs, to lock in that 6th seed there, and see if they can get that entrance into playoffs. We get into game number 2. Does Near Airport make it a 2-0 sweep, or can Winthrop bring it back from the brink? We go into game 2 now.
That is that $1 million question. Winthrop definitely need to come back from the brink if they want to fulfill our words of win and you're in, because that's what it is all about for this team. Near Airport, on the other hand, I mean, what can I even say that we haven't already said before? They're good. They're going to be good.
Boys are back in town.
Yeah, exactly. Getting my eyes in this game are definitely on the mid jungles of, I think, both teams. Winthrop, again, while they have scaling tools and some good late game power on their own side, I still think they'll benefit from a lot of that early game proactivity we highlight and credit them for.
I'm actually just super excited to see this this bot lane matchup too, because honestly, Lucian versus Jinx in the lane matchup, I feel like can be a little bit topsy-turvy. I'm very curious in the end what we get out of these two, but it's also something where both have very big carry potentials, right? That burst damage that comes through from the Lucian can be so lethal if you can catch the right targets. Doublelift and Pobelter will be those targets, whereas Doublelift, I mean, once resets start coming through, but once he starts getting these items under him, he's just going to be unstoppable in a lot of these fights, unless you can get on him, like you said in the draft.
Yeah, a very good point. That first kill, really valuable here for Near Airport, and I think they have a lot of ways to guarantee it as well. When you think about that kind of snap engage that a champion like Mbessa offers you, or even Wukong if you're in that right position too. The members of Winthrop, they have to play defense really nicely. Again, Sword and Only 35 both have really powerful disengage tools that are going to be really crucial to how Winthrop team fight.
Oh, little engage before the level 2 mark comes through, but Doublelift doesn't have a lot of damage early. Still have that kind of Lightbringer set up for mobility. As now we're going to be looking at the jungle pass, both sides starting on opposite paths here. Looking at top side potentially for Near Airport to give TF Blade a little bit of momentum. Wilson trying to set up this bot side, as we said, needs to be done for Winthrop.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, with the way that he's pathing, if he's going to try and steal away the Raptors. Maokai, because the Q does execute, could look to try it. Oh, yeah, he wants the gank instead.
He realizes Fika could be over here, so Pobelter would play to this side, and he plays and takes advantage of it. Pobelter read like a book. Chapter maybe not going to be closed here, though, as he will live on to read another day.
Yeah, so it's flash for flash. Wilson tries to use the element of surprise, but can't secure it. So it does mean that he can't do it again. But Pobelter will still be under threat for these next couple of minutes. Another position like that, maybe Wilson can secure the kill.
Pobelter could be the weak point they try to pry open in this one. Gonna need to find a place to do it. Again, last game, the early proactivity from Winthrop was a very nice thing to see from them. Didn't obviously pan out in a game win, but seeing them ever active and ever playing together, super crucial in this one as well. A little bit of an advantage for Winthrop on bot side now, as they will gain priority down there.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we saw those early levels that Doublelift was really low health, so he must have backed and dropped a big wave, because this is a huge CS lead that Mobility is working with right now. Oh,
Denthor. A little bit of trouble. He was playing very on the edge there, and now maybe that edge is going to be a little bit too far of a precipice to come off of, as now they're going on to him before he gets Meganar. He's trying to get it first blood to Pobelter.
I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. No summoner spells needed to get blown, and I like the idea of keeping these lane assignments, allowing Pobelter to play on this next wave, and just having TF Blade TP to the mid lane immediately. I want to point out something I just noticed too. TF Blade went for the Electrocute build, which I find pretty interesting. You don't see that one a lot. I imagine it's still Eclipse start, but I'm wondering if he's actually just going to go for like that full burst damage build. So in a team fight, if he ults mobility, he will explode before he can even form a thought.
Taking advantage of maybe the downtimes of the Mini-Gnar as well, just having that health shred there and just knowing that he needs to be taking the fights when that Mini-Gnar is in sync. But as we come back to it now, Dragon is coming up on the table. Remember, Near Airport, we're trying to put a little bit of early stacking for themselves on that in game number 1. We do have Spica pathing down towards this bot side. I think some priority should be regained by Winthrop on bot side, though, so not going to be as easy to play to.
Yeah, I mean, what really mattered there was just the chance for Double Lift and Biofrost to look for a recall. So it's good that they were able to get that wave in, and I think they're just happy to walk away. Really, the thing I'm interested in right now is if we're going to see some kind of swap or setup for Grubs. Clearly not, because Double Lift actually canceled his back, wanted to stay one more wave. I wonder if it's because TF Blade's not in a spot to actually swap.
And take a look back at the first blood for near airport. I went over to Pole Belter.
Yeah, it was pretty simple. I think Denethor was a little far from the turret and just prioritized trying to secure the wave before his inevitable demise. Didn't even blow the flash, and I gotta respect the restraint.
I agree. Indubitably, my good sir.
Quite.
Quite. See if it does end up leading to anything, but giving any kind of lead to near airport is always going to be difficult to claw back from. This team has been so good, so consistent. And even when they subbed out 2 of their parts, still look damn good as a squad. We'll take a look at how they kind of handle these next moments, but it will be Winthrop and Wilson going for some vision clearing around the Dragon Pit. See if they want to start this one up before those grubs spawn in about 1 minute and 35 seconds or so.
And I do always like that idea of now that grubs are 8 minutes, I think there's a lot of incentive if you have the opportunity to just take the Drake as soon as you can.
Oh, man.
Oh, maybe he can't, though. He is spotted out.
They do have move first from both bot and
fine.
mid, so they should be able to get this one anyways. Just a slight little scare. Wilson even felt it. They will be able to get this one and reset potentially for that grub fight on the other side of the map. Ooh, redeploy on bot side.
Yeah, I think nothing is really going to change in terms of that lane assignment. Double Lift, Biofrost, I mean, they're still going back bottom. I think they just don't want to actually try and force it. It's probably tough because if you're Winthrop, you probably want to keep Gnar up there just because of how strong Gnar becomes past level 6. I think it's a good moment for him to get a lot of value out of that Gnar ultimate. So maybe that's why Winthrop want to keep him up there.
See what the decision is when it comes to these grubs. Yeah, there's a little bit maybe of a late swap coming through. You do still have mobility going down bot side. TP going to be used by Po Belter to try to get mid. As Scuttle Crab should be secured by Spica, so they will have some vision prio over that. And with that push coming in from TF Blade as well. We got to take a look at ulti stock coming through as we will be looking for a potential tussle over these grubs.
Yeah, right now too, mobility. He is going to show up here on this bottom side and clear that wave. I think looking at the minimap, because Double Lift's going the other way, there is a bit of time here for Winthrop, but it might be tough once the Jinx actually shows up. So this might be an angle where we see Winthrop. They take 2 grubs and they just walk it out. I'm
so interested. I do wonder what the timers are looking like. How much practice near airport have been able to get, obviously, on this new rift here. But they will move in to at least get that consolidation prize of 1 grub. So they will deny the 3 stack, and they will, though, give an objective stack. Oh, Biofrost, he's caught out. He's in trouble. Does have the speed up, but the flash is coming through. Biofrost in a lot of trouble and in a heap of hurt as Winthrop trying to get that tie-up kill here. And we'll bring in 1-1 and an even game state here. Almost 9 minutes in.
Yeah, nice catch out. It's going to force Double Lift to just have to recall after this wave because he is not going to be able to approach by himself without his Leona. So really nice move there from Denethor to be able to get the Leo out of the picture. And you get a little more gold into the pockets of Winthrop University on top of the grubs.
And we're still deploying with these bot lanes going opposite as TF Blade going to have a really nice advantage right now in the level matchup, but mobility will be getting closer and closer. Double Lift has just made his trip towards top side of the map. So just these offset carries not wanting to play towards each other, and it looks like near airport is making that call.
I think that benefits them pretty highly. A Double Lift, just like in the last game, is facing a little bit of pressure early on, so just keeping this game slow and keeping this Jinx in the 2v1, excuse me, I think benefits them very highly because it just means near airport can keep Double Lift farming, keep him steadily getting to that
They're
point
gonna
where he
do
wants
it.
to.
The pigs are already there. They're gonna do it. Literally just redeployed out topside for mobility, and they're gonna redeploy. They just play ring around the rosy right now with the bot lane of Winthrop.
Yeah, that honestly, it's pretty impressive. Just the fact that they're able to, just continuously keep this up. And the fact is, Winthrop constantly responding to swaps like this. There is that bit of wasted time because you are a little bit late to this play. So there's that chance you lose creeps to the turret, you lose a plate in the process. And at the end of it, again, this is great for Near Airport. If I'm them, I'm really happy that my Jinx doesn't have to fight anybody for a while. It's just playing Farming Simulator on Facebook.
That's perfectly fine, at least for Near Airport. Maybe a little bit of hesitancy to let this go down for Winthrop, as Doublelift will be large and in charge as time goes on, but they still do have some stacking for themselves. And obviously still haven't even hit that first item spike for mobility, who, once you get that Essence Reaver, you can be so aggressive with your stances and how you want to play down, because you do so much burst damage, especially with Emilio at your back. Dragon number 2 is coming up in less than a minute now, though, beat down. See who wants to set up around this. A ton of vision for Near Airport around that side of the map.
Yeah, we should see who's already set up on that side of the map, and it has certainly been Near Airport. Again, pulling Winthrop all around the map hasn't given them very many opportunities on Winthrop's side to be able to actually get any real vision setup. So right now, they're kind of playing catch up. They have a timer because Doublelift and Bio are under the turret, but I don't know if they're going to be able to clear everything, and there is a little bit of time for Spica to start pathing his way down if they actually want to contest this one. No, I guess not.
Back does come through. Does have the Mega Death Rocket just in case. Want to try to get a little bit of long distance damage somewhere else. Have to always think about that for Doublelift, as he will have that global presence from the side of mobility, who won't. Does have that extreme burst damage with the electrocute instead of the press the attack, but we'll see now. Dragon started up. Could be second Dragon of the game for Winthrop. Spica and co, they realize that. They're trying to come across the river here. Try to stop this one down. Wilson a little bit slow, got hit by the zap, and now he's left out. Breath of Life over the wall is not far enough, only 35. And that just means Dragon secured by Near Airport. Wilson bites the dust.
Truly a tragedy on Summoner's Rift. Winthrop were so close to being able to secure that one, but the angle wasn't quite right. It seems like they wanted to stay, Wilson wanted to stay, the rest wanted to leave, and he ends up getting separated into just a really easy catch-out. So now, you get a kill into NA, you get a Dragon, and you halt the Dragon stacking of Winthrop. And again, like this game, pretty much everything you could hope for as Near Airport is happening.
Feeling really good. You always forget how long that slow is on the zap from Jinx.
Yeah, too long.
As first items are now coming up, and oh god, Spica's rampage in the jungle is just going to continue into game number 2. Now that he's got the Trinity Force, he clears so damn quickly. It's terrifying. And he's already up 20 to 30 CS fluctuating over Wilson.
And I think the lead is just going to continue to grow there, just like it did into game 1. We're seeing right now, with these resets coming through, that some wave, or rather some turret plates, are being taken. Denethor really happy to collect some. Doublelift got one in the mid lane. He's already got the Unital Wild Arrows going for him. And remember the timer when you're seeing a champion like Jinx, you're waiting for that Infinity Edge to come through. Then Doublelift is going to be a serious problem for anybody on the opposing side.
Seeing Winthrop play towards this top side of their bot side, at least the bot side of NA's bot side. It is also, though, maybe a play on top side for Near Airport, as they find Denethor very low and in mini Gnar form. Wound up getting a ton of potions pop from him, and Spica still looking for an angle. He does have some support coming his way with Wilson moving up as well. They're speeding up this way. Maybe they realize that they might still want to go for the dive, as Biofrost is also moving over with Doublelift. Spica in trouble. Just be a little bit careful. The Cully going to go to his back. Gets locked out. Flashes out. Denethor tries to go for the play. He gets killed in his place. Can't even get Spica. The Fates of Warfare secured from Near Airport.
Oh, that one hurts. I think Denethor was about to go Mega, so he couldn't do another auto. And it just feels so bad. Spica getting to walk away for that one. They saw an angle, they liked it, and they got a kill in the process, giving TF Blade this space to knock down a turret here on the top side. That's going to end up being first brick over to the Mbessa, more than likely. And just in time for this Rift Herald spawn as well. So near airport, they have another objective on the docket that they should have a pretty easy time taking.
Should indeed. I do wonder that play goes a little bit differently.
Oh, nope.
What it matters. Now Denethor with the redeploy now wants his revenge. About to get Meganar back up. Can he get him?
Oh,
Gets the
him.
final auto attack and then transforms into Meganar. That's how you do it. As he gets the counter play now, Winthrop will also take the Rift Herald on top of it all.
Yeah, so it just gives the opportunity for Winthrop to secure that objective, as you said. Now, NA, they're going to just use that chance to get a wave in mid and deploy to this bottom side so they can try and take advantage of the fact that Sword went for the recall. Good recognition from him to know that he's the play, but it does mean a turret's going to go down pot side, probably.
Might even look for a second one as well, as they have a lot of damage to do here. They have the 2 grubs as well, giving them a little bit of a buff as they go into the second turret. Gonna be a little bit harder to take, but maybe still able to take that one as TF Blade coming up. But it's gonna go down to the Demolish proc, and there you go. A lot of gold secured by Winthrop as they skyrocket to within 1,000 of near airport.
That ends up working out for them really nicely. That's like 1,000 gold they earned just in that sequence. So really nice use of the Rift Herald to be able to kind of equalize and then some with the play that happened elsewhere there for the side of near airport. I will say the small benefit to taking down that bot tier 1 does make it a little easier for near airport to push that wave in deeper and get more set up around the Drake. And it seems like Drake stacking is the name of the game this game, so that is important.
Indeed it is. On their way to Cloud Souls aplenty. One of these teams going to take that next step, get their second dragon in a row, at least trying to get all the way to 4. As it is, though, a lot of setup for near airport on this side of the map. They already have Spica going aggressive as Doublelift gets called in the mid lane. Mobility threatening Doublelift off of this fight as well.
Yeah, that's the really nice thing about Lucian Milio. It's really easy with the range from that Cozy Campfire. You get a nice set of auto attacks, you immediately go into the culling. It's insane damage, and it happens so quickly. And that play, as you said, Lennon, it allows Winthrop to get that second Drake. They're halfway to a soul. And while the game is going slow, slower than it was in game 1, I think Winthrop are really holding their own this time around. They're not falling particularly behind like they did in game 1, but there is still that Jinx win con to worry about.
Indeed, as now we're going to get Wilson and Winthrop pushing in this top side of the map, using some of this strength that Denethor has accrued for himself. Still waiting on that second item for him, but now they're going to push this into mid lane. Nature's Grasp comes out. Maybe they want to try to go for the turret, but they realize Spica was looking for an angle. Look at Pobelter. He's got the long flank. Weaver's wall coming across. TF Blade is in there a little bit too early and will go down in the end. The West of Winthrop get around the Weaver's wall, and now Denethor might go for the big play. Stunning play flashed out by Pobelter. But now Meganar ulti stopped at least in his tracks there. Can't get the angle on it, but Winthrop able to fight back a little bit. We're dead even now.
I'll be honest, that wall up looked a little suspicious, but right now Denethor, okay, I thought he was going to look for something over the wall, but it should still be mid-tier 1. Going down, no, actually, the wave's out of the picture. So near airport, they do lose TF Blade, but they're at least able to hold on to their mid-tier 1 turret. Still, Winthrop University, finding angles. We talked about how important it was for this Gnar to be able to pose a threat to that backline. And I think we're seeing examples of it in these last couple of skirmishes, and he needs to keep doing that for Winthrop to have a chance in this game, this series.
And we're also seeing that pop potential that mobility brings to the table here. You can't overextend, you can't be caught out, or he will absolutely gun you down. And now he's on second item. Talk about that IE spike. Well, the IE Essence Reaper spike is just as nasty, and he will be a very big threat in these fights, especially for Doublelift.
That's right, Doublelift needs to space really well, needs some help from his team, too, to make sure that he isn't completely jumped on. I mean, that's the danger with Jinx. You do a lot of damage, but you are not very mobile compared to something like an Ezreal, like a Lucian on the other side. So it is about how you space in fights. It is about how your team can make space for you to top it all off.
New Adicon coming in as well. Will be spawned on the top side where there is a lot of control being bought by Winthrop. Trying to push in this mid lane though as they're getting caught in transition, or trying to catch Spica in transition up here. Gonna steal away the red buff here. Spica can't fight it out. And Winthrop are moving around together as a group. And now able to find these advantages together, as we say.
Yeah, really nicely done. And this is basically how they need to keep playing this game out. See, that damage.
Oh my god, that damage, man. And Sword gonna finish him off. The double hit into Biofrost getting caught too, and Winthrop. They are not here to play the games, and they are here to find this big advantage now. 1,000 gold up for Winthrop University.
Yeah, really great catch from the side of Winthrop to be able to take down Double Lift like that, even without flash, but it looks like we have a response.
Flash out of Sword, so that will be revisited too for sure, but the Adicon is still in the eyes of Winthrop. They'll be able to take this one, and that's permanent buff going over. As now Pobelter's getting caught by Denethor. We'll end up getting away from that one. Nicely used on the phase rush, and Adicon still going over though in the end.
Yeah, gonna be easily two-man by Mobility and Wilson. Super Mega, oh my god, that was really close, but not close enough. So Winthrop will secure that objective. And they are showing a lot of signs of life so far this game. We're seeing how difficult it is for this Jinx to actually participate in some of these skirmishes. And that's the pressure that Winthrop have to keep letting on if they want to win here. Near airport. Oh.
Yeah, he has to use that to get out. Gonna have to drop it to get Spica out of there as well. Denethor playing within an inch of his life, but I love to see those kinds of moves from this guy. As the Jace didn't work out for him in game number 1, but he damn tried, and he's been one of the brighter spots as well for this Winthrop team. Even if they seemingly have put a lot of resources into Sword and Mobility, the Snar, like you said in draft, is going to be a big name.
That's right, and he hits item 2, which is so important here. That's Sterex. That tenacity is nice, and the survival of burst damage is also going to be really important too. So it means that Denethor, he can stay in these fights a little longer. Get more spells off and just continue to be that threat that we keep highlighting this game.
You can see another calling combo into Double Lift will force him to back. Winthrop now trying to find their next avenue. It looks like it could be on bot side. Pobelter under the bush here. Mobility.
Oh my god.
He's going to go for a double chunk. Finds a lot of damage now as well. The slowdown coming through. Mobility is popping him like flies. A double kill for the double shot. And Winthrop will get a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, and it's just Winthrop again. They just keep moving as 5. They're this ball of death that near airport cannot escape. And it just works over and over because near airport, again, not respecting Winthrop's desire to just keep showing up as a 5-man. So you can see TF Blade, he's trying to push what he can on the top side to force a response. Spica trying to take away resources, but at the end of it, at Winthrop, they've been winning a lot these last couple minutes.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead now developed with this Dragon going over as well. Going to even up the stacking, but this does mean that we're going late. And we said it this entire time that we do really like near airport's composition as we go late, and they're trying to rest assured in that fact.
That's right. And that's why it's props to Winthrop for, again, sticking to that strength of theirs of just trying to use early game agency to find advantages, find leads, and it's more important than ever against a composition like this. So props to them for making it happen. They need to keep making it happen, though, because in game 1, they were finding leads. Remember, they lost control of the game. They don't want that again.
You're on 3 items now for Mobility as well. Lord Dom's completed. So honestly, at this point, he can chunk anybody he wants to. And Double Lift going to be pretty far behind him on that spec of things. And going to really need that 3rd item at this point to be online. But it is 2nd items completed for everybody across the board. See how that changes some of these fights as they're trying to find a play onto Denethor now, and Denethor is caught out. Public execution goes in, everything used onto him, and he won't even get to go mega as he will end up falling. That's a big pick, and now in the side lane, they also get a turret.
Yeah, that is actually pretty clutch there to be able to take Denethor out. There isn't really anything they can do during this timer, like try and take the Baron because it isn't really quite up yet. But still, does give you a little space on the map to be able to push out more waves. You could technically fight if you want to because you have that numbers advantage. They don't want to actually look for it there. Winthrop are going to step back.
And we're seeing some of these passive advantage. I mean, that was like a 2,000 gold swing almost in favor of Near Airport, getting them closer and closer to tying up the game. Again, Double Lift in trouble. Gonna have to flash out of that one. Mobility was looking for it. As that pressure might just mean they either collapse onto TF Blade or they look for a little bit of these steals in the jungle at the back of Wilson.
I honestly wonder if they find another chunk like that, they could just use the timer to go for a Baron. I mean, you have a Zir Lucian. Lucian's at 3 items. You got to imagine you rip this Baron really fast. That's kind of something I'm interested in Winthrop actually trying to do so they can turn this snowball into a full-fledged win. Denethor's back on the map. You have the space.
Biofrost is in a lot of trouble here. Going to try to get his way out, but maybe an overextension now. Nature's Grasp had to come out there. Or counterplay from Wilson. They're still on vision, though, so they see all this movement. Spica is going to clone out that pop damage from Mobility, which would have been really nice for Winthrop to get a little bit of pressure onto him. Look at this, though. It is Near Airport ceding space over on this side, but maybe catching out Wilson. Flash will be burned.
Yeah, really nice of Pobelter to threaten the seismic shove like that. Getting the flash out. I wonder, in Near Airport, they know the recalls are looking to come through for Winthrop, so they're trying to wait them out, trying to see what they can do with the space when it's their turn. And maybe they can just reestablish their vision around this Baron. Maybe even if they're feeling desperate, they can kind of go for it as well, because this game has been a little tough for them so far. Winthrop really winning out in terms of pressure and early game success.
And you can see there, actually, Near Airport, we're trying to play off of the confidence of Mobility. One public execution separates so much distance.
Yeah.
They weren't able to pull the trigger on that. I love the reservation from Mobility. And now Winthrop continuing this meatball comp that they have. But Wilson, he has no flash this time. Oh, no. Can't get caught out twice in a row like that. And Wilson being down gives so much space to Near Airport to play how they want to.
Yeah, I mean, Spica trying to see what other angle he can find. It might not be enough to actually go ahead and start the Baron, but look, they're here. They still want to push.
They caught Mobility, not going to fully trigger that one as he didn't have Solar Flare, didn't have much else after that one. But just the mental fact that he got onto Mobility right there. As Dragon will be spawning in under a minute, Wilson will be up. We'll see if Near Airport want to push anything while they have this timer. Sword maybe getting caught, going to use a Blast Cone. TF Blaze execution will be down.
Oh, I think they're in trouble. No, they're going to walk it out.
Got the speed.
Yeah, from the scuttle grab. Near Airport, I like what they were trying to push to do, trying to take advantage of those back timers to see if there's a window for them to rip the Baron. That's why I want to credit Mobility and only 35. Actually staying on the map a lot longer than the rest of their team just to be that threat, just to use that strength that he's gained this game to be able to dissuade an actual Baron take. Because I think that's a big way Near Airport can seize control of this game. So good recognition and a good use of their lead.
Big problem now is that we're redeploying for this Dragon, and third items have been completed for both Double Lift and Pobelter. Still lagging behind on the setup for Winthrop, but maybe they go for the trade as they're pinging over to the Baron. This is sole point for Near Airport, so you're giving yourself about a 5-minute timer until you give over this Cloud Soul. TP coming in. Winthrop want to burn the Baron, but the Dragon goes down. Double Lift gets the speed up. They're going to be here as a response. I don't think Winthrop can do this, as they are still positioning around it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good use of the blue trinket just to make sure you don't actually go in there all the way unless.
Okay. Biofrost in a lot of trouble now. Weaver's Wall going to be used, but Biofrost is already down. Mobility goes 5-0. Has been unkillable so far in this one. Now Winthrop going to round the bend with all 5 here. There's a little bit of that worked round. The Airport trying to get this outer turret, but not wanting to cost the game over it. The Winthrop kid pulled back to the Baron and forced the hand of Near Airport. They don't have Biofrost for another like 15, 16 seconds, and he still has to walk all the way here.
Yeah, they got to be careful of Denethor too. He's managed that Gnar bar pretty nicely, and he can go Mega any second now with
killing Spica.
Oh my
Might
God.
just look for a foreman. They're going into the choke here. This is so dicey. And now Denethor!
Oh my God!
Four-man Mega Gnar! And they're going to follow through, but Pobelter with a beautiful seismic shove is going to back them away. Big knockback from Wilson, and this is Winthrop's Cup coming alive. The team fight potential is nigh, and they're looking in the mid lane push with the Baron buff.
Holy Denethor, what a big Gnar ultimate right after the Baron secure. At Winthrop, again, just asserting their control over this game with that big Gnar pick that we highlighted in the draft near airport. So many summoners blown just to keep themselves alive, but scaling or not, it really feels like near airport are the ones who are running out of time.
They are indeed, and wonderful team play from this squad, taking advantage of the moments they get. And look at this play from Denethor. He doesn't get the CC onto double it, but it doesn't matter. The three-man wallop into the follow-through.
Yeah, damage is done. It was a really good seismic shove to make some space there from Pobelter, and a good response from only 35 to make sure people can just keep moving for the chase. It's why it didn't go as bad as it could have for near airport, but it is still pretty rough. Again, a lot of summoners blown. Again, not a whole lot of opportunities for double lift to get damage off. It's been tough.
Has indeed. They're trying to hold on for that scaling factor, but it's not coming soon or near enough. They're going to take that tier 2 tower in the top side. They're losing their base for it. TF Blade hasn't found the success on this Mbessa. As that Gnar came through, the answer was the Mbessa, and it was not nearly the answer he expected it to be. And Winthrop taking advantage of this power spike will go for that inhib in bot side. Take that one down. Still have a little while on this Baron buff. About a minute left, too, and using this Sun Disc to have a staging point for this next siege.
Yeah, taking a look at Denethor. He's level 18 already, most experienced in the game. And now, gonna escort the wave in with that Nature's Grasp.
TF Blade is getting chunked by mobility. Solar Flare going wide. Reaver's Wall already used. So many tools going down the toilet here for near airport. They're gonna lose another inhib turret and potentially another inhib too. About 30 seconds for this Baron buff still up for Winthrop. They're gonna take everything from the base of near airport.
And a pretty big Baron play coming through. Probably the last thing this buff is going to accomplish for Winthrop unless they get it again. So they knock down 2 inhibitors. It just gives them that perfect staging ground to be able to secure this next strike coming up. Another Baron, because that's only going to be up in a couple of minutes too. In Winthrop, really good job this game. Really got to give them kudos for being able to find these leads and being able to perpetuate them with successful play after successful play.
And I'm just gonna say from the side of near airports, this would be a fail. I mean, they really want a clean 2-0 because game differential matters, and it is very close. Dark Zero Dragons have not dropped a lot of games, obviously, but it's really about trying to put it together here for a near airport to get this 2-0 to put them in the best place to get that early round 1 bye in the NACL. Whereas Winthrop, you can feel it. They want it so bad. They want to be in those playoffs. They want to be in that conversation.
Yeah, and again, the best chance for them to be able to get there is beating near airport. And if they want that, it has to start right here. You have a big lead, but you have to turn that one into something. And now they're turning their sights on that third inhibitor on that top side, trying to escort a wave in.
NA might be cooking a little bit too much here. They're looking for the engage. They actually find mobility in the end. At least trying to get the angle onto him there, but he will end up making it out alive with that flash. Now Spica gets turned onto, taken down, and Winthrop, they're looking to even it up. We're about to have back-to-back 3-game series on the first 2 days of the final regular season week in NACL. And Winthrop trying to come alive when it matters most. Still only 3,000 gold up, and it feels like they have perma control over the map as they're looking for a final inhib in topside.
Yeah, I mean, we're still 30 seconds on Spica. This could be where they look to push for the end. Winthrop could get that win, take us to a third game, and give themselves the chance of the upset. Remember how important this is for them. Win, and you're in to playoffs. And that's why this is so important for this team.
See, near airport's defense here. Mobility's Lucian has been putting in work here as well. Even in these later game fights, he is chunking anybody that oversteps, even the tankier members. and almost on full build now as Winthrop will pull back to go for the Dragon, but the damage is done. Double super minions spawning in every lane against Near Airport.
Yeah, and the only chance Near Airport are going to have is if they somehow weather these next couple of minutes until their inhibitors respawn. Because we're getting really close to final items coming through. And one item left for Pobelter and Double Lift. And if they're able to reach those breakpoints and not have to worry about the threat of dozens of super minions, maybe that's the angle that Near Airport can work for.
Double Lift on 4 items now. Pobelter on 4 items. So we're almost on full build for everybody from Winthrop. As we still have about 20 seconds for the Baron to spawn. Could be the immediate take here by Winthrop as they are all front and center. The fact that they have so much damage packed in this comp, it's been really a refreshing take from Winthrop after like 10 minutes in. They've just been rowing the map together.
Yeah, and it's been working. Near Airport, not many opportunities to punish them for how much grouping Winthrop have done. And the plays are so successful that they got themselves a Baron, which got them this astronomical lead, which got them this second Baron that they're taking in front of our eyes right now. And with double super minions coming in every lane, and Baroning them up is just almost a guaranteed way for Winthrop to be able to win it out.
Feels like Near Airport feeling very confident in their wave clear potential, but they just seeded an entire Baron for free, not able to answer it, and now have double super minion Baron waves coming through, which just feels almost impossible. Maybe Near Airport signing up to go next. Now they didn't really have much of an answer there. It is very hard to get out of the map when you have this much control, this much oppression being laid on you. As Winthrop going to try to find that inhib. Oh, they go in. Spica finds the flank here, but mobility goes godlike.
The damage.
They get the one, though, but trade
mobility
back and mobility.
hold on.
It's still going down. Maybe it's not, though. Big pullback and a Quadra comes through. And that's a massive performance from mobility. And we're going the distance. Winthrop even it up 1-1.
Big win for Winthrop University, winning a game no one ever thought they would. And now they have that opportunity. One more game is what separates this team and a guaranteed slot into playoffs.
Absolutely insane. This team coming together, so much synergy. Again, we talked about it. One of the teams that's playing the most amount of games outside of the stage games of NACL. And it comes to pay, pays off at least against Near Airport in a dominant actual win over them in game number 2, a far step from that game number 1 that we saw, and a much brighter step indeed for Winthrop.
Yeah, 100%. We got to give them their props for being able to secure that one. Again, really well played from Denethor, I think, on the Gnar. Just again, being able to threaten the backline and make it so that not a lot of damage actually came through from Double Lift on this Jinx, despite how much we set it up. So it was really nicely played from Winthrop, I think, start to finish. And Near Airport back to the drawing board for Game 3.
Final week of the regular season is delivering. After a short little break, we'll get to the culmination of day number 2. Welcome everyone back to NACL for the culmination of day 2 of our 4-day Super Week finality of the regular season. Winthrop bring us the distance against Near Airport and get that much closer to securing playoff for themselves.
And such a big deal again. Of course, Winthrop, even if they lose this match and their final match, there is still a chance for them to be able to take the last playoff spot. But of course, a single win will guarantee it for them. And the fact that they have taken Near Airport, one of our 3 best teams in the league, to a 3rd game, this is the angle, Mazel. Maybe they can lock in playoffs right here, right now.
This also has implications to Near Airport's 1st and 2nd seed aspirations.
That's
as taking
right.
a loss will put a little bit of a damper on your game win differential, and
Very
see if
true.
that's going to come back to bite them later on. Definitely never really did. I guess they did have some proactive plays a lot in the side lane as well, but you could tell that the game plan was they wanted to wait. They wanted to try to buy time. They gave over a ton of prio objectives. They gave over some of those dragons in the end, and the waiting was not nearly enough. I love that Winthrop played so proactive, knew that mobility was so damn strong, and just at least utilize him as a weapon in this game number 2.
And what a weapon he was, Lennon, because this Lucian Milio, as strong as we all give it credit for, and props to Winthrop, any timer they could find to group as 5, they would use it. And I think I liked the way that they had set it up beforehand too, because a lot of the times before they went for some of the dives that we saw, we'll see mobility do the Lucian Milio combo with the culling, force somebody to back, and then they group elsewhere on the next available lane. And I think that setup worked really well because it limits Near Airport's ability to actually let that lane go and take a trade elsewhere. So they just kept losing out.
And we did get word that Near Airport did choose blue side for this next game.
Very true.
So I think if the Fury is not banned, that'll be absolute priority for them. But got a question now going into a game 3, what we see from either side. Obviously a lot of flexibility, but the Fearless system means nothing you've seen before means it can be played again.
Yep.
And it's going to mean that a lot of fluctuations can come through. I don't know if you're going to get as stable of a comp as you've gotten for Winthrop in the both 2 previous games.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Winthrop in particular too, there was a lot of comfort that they used to win that game. I mean, the Lucian Milio, I think, has been really good for mobility, and only 35 so far. They're split. Denethor, historically, really likes Gnar, is usually quite good on the champion. as well. And you put those things together, including like a Zero in the mid lane, Force Sword, a lot of really strong, comfortable or premier picks were used in this one draft. So Winthrop, going into this final game in the series, if they want that win, if they want a good draft, they're gonna have to be really smart about it. They're on red side, so they do have that chance to get a lot of counter picks and get themselves the best lane matchups they can hope for.
Yeah, exactly. And if you've missed any of the action so far in either of the series, go check out our socials, top left of your screen here. Go check out any of the clips and things that were left behind. Go check out the clips from yesterday too, because they were banger. But getting back into the thick of things with this game, and game number 3 that is all important for both sides, as again, NACL Report want to join their other Hydrant brothers, I guess that's what you call them, at 7-1 win streak, at least, for the combination of Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity Gaming. Again, the top 3 teams that we've seen all split long, where Winthrop again want that pride of getting that last lock in and keep themselves safe in that playoff contention here. It was a lot through mobility in game number 2. It was a lot through double lift as well in game number 1. We'll see if these gunslingers do have the final say, or at least which one of them will have the final say in this game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about Winthrop and what they need. I mean, NACL Airport, of course, as a team, like a lot of these guys are experienced professional players. So you got to imagine the Champ Oceans run very deep on their side too. So it is interesting to me that their priority on that blue side, maybe there is a strong pick they're angling for. They did a lot of banning of the Nefiri early on, so maybe they're trying to angle for that first pick over to Spica. It's been a big pick for him so far here in Split 1. It's probably my best guess.
Yeah, I think there can be some flexibility in what you get, but I want to see a proactive NACL Airport. I think it's all fine and dandy to see them have gone for scaling 2 games in a row. It worked out for them in game number 1 just because they found that early advantage. But see what they get in game number 3 for sure if they want to go for something a little bit more aggressive. We are into this game 3 in NACL Airport on that blue side, like we have mentioned so many times. Going to be looking at what they want to pry out. These bans do change, as we saw very similar ones in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, for the most part, we probably will see similar bans. It's just going to be, the only differences I'm foreseeing are maybe Winthrop trying to angle, or recognizing that NACL Airport are going to angle for a specific pick, and they just take it out of the picture.
It's got to be the Nefiri.
I think so, but it's kind of tough too, because I think at this point, what NACL Airport are angling for, they're not going to ban Gwen or Nefiri. So they're going to either force Winthrop to trade, or they're going to force Winthrop to trade, or they get their preferred pick, which I imagine is going to be Nefiri.
See what the trades do end up being. Again, NACL Airport will be being very decisive with their bans. They always take a long time with them for sure, just try to figure out exactly what they want to go for. It is going to be a little bit focused towards Sword, just like in that game number 1 and 2, as well with that Victor ban. See if that top lane focus or more of the meta bans are going to be the choices for that focus for Winthrop. And it is that Gwen joins the Jack.
Yeah, that's right. NACL Airport, pretty confident they won't ban Nefiri. So they're just going to go for something else. And it's going to put Winthrop in that position. Will they let it through? If so, I mean, that's just going to be an easy pickup there for Spica. And you got to imagine they're just going to draft around that.
That Vi ban, they're going to take away the facilitation from Wilson. It was something banned in the first 2 games of the series as well. Is the Nefiri bad here? Do we see if it's let through, he picks it up 10 times out of 10.
Yep, like no doubts, and they know that, and that's the angle there that NACL Airport get from choosing blue side. So now it's just going to be a prioritization on the that's what they want to go for here. It's still a pretty popular pick. Yeah. This is a really popular first pick, so I imagine we'll probably see that one. But again, like you said, they're very thoughtful, not prone to rushing.
Yeah. I think the fact you give that kind of utilitarian focus towards double lift, but also a ton of potential to carry. Like, this guy's got such a good brain about the game itself, obviously, with all that experience he's had. But giving him the tools to be an engager, but also follow through with a lot of damage. A really nice double-edged sword that you can give over to double lift himself. Now the answer has to come through for Winthrop in that 1-2 punch. The Jin, Mr. Utility, is going to be there. Mr. Useful? That's what he's called, right?
I mean, utility
I don't like
sense.
the slander names for him, you know. And I find it all to be slander.
Even Mr. Useful? That sounds pretty nice.
I guess, yeah. But it's like memeing on the fact that he's like he's not a real AD carry. He's just useful, you know.
Oh, I guess I kind of see it. We'll just call him Jin. How about
There
that?
you go. Okay, that's fine. I guess.
Nice.
He wasn't picked in 4 though, so that's a bit of a problem. Hwei is the lock-in
true.
though. A lot of utility now also coming through Sword, but a lot of damage. I've loved Hwei's entrance into the meta here as of late, and gonna give Sword a lot of potential there.
I think it's also a good deny too, because I actually think it pairs really nicely with the Varus. You have Varus in the bottom lane, Hwei in the mid lane. You have a lot of range and poke to be working with, and it can feel really oppressive at times. So that's also why I like that pickup, and it is a pretty strong blind considering what's taken out of the picture. Lilia for Spica, it's the other farm angle because Neferi has been taken out of the picture, and I think it's going to end up working about equally fine.
Okay.
Oh, Pobelter.
I love that
pick.
I know I'm memeing. I know.
But
The legend of the 9-man sleep.
oh, I think I swear he had a game
it's fine.
here.
Yeah, he has.
And he had a game here, and it was good. Like it was a sleep that his team followed up on.
Yeah, for sure. But you always got to remember TSM days, man.
Of
Good
course.
times. It is the Syndra locked in, though, for Pobelter. So they're giving a lot of strength to their carries, to Pobelter and to Double Lift to get this game over the hump and get them that 2-1 victory.
Yeah, plus with Lilia here, not as much hard CC other than the sleep.
There you go.
So having the Syndra, having the Varus gives you a lot of CC options, a lot of range options to work with as well. And yeah, you got excited. It is the Camille for Denethor. Again, against Supernova, he had a really good series. It works really nicely into not so mobile champions like Syndra and Varus too, because it makes it impossible for them to escape.
Yeah, I love it. A little bit of confidence pick for this top lane matchup. It does feel like Denethor has been able to get under TF Blade in some instances as well, especially in that last game. See if that remains true as we move forward. They're trying to whittle down those matchups for him with that Renekton ban. It is going to be the Pantheon ban towards Wilson, take away some of that proactivity and that CC chaining that can be available there.
Yeah, that's right. And I like the Renekton ban too, because not a great matchup for the Camille. The bright side, even though he's blinding top on R3, just to give you a chance to remove some not so great interactions from the game. Trying to think what else they probably want to get rid of. I think top lane is fine. Maybe they want to remove a support pick. Oh, instead of
Volley Bear, okay.
Wow. Okay, they know something. TF Blade, he's got some tech. I mean, actually, now that I remember, it is a good matchup in Camille, so I think it's just knowledge.
Knowledge gap. We'll see what the final ban is going to be, if it's going to be continuously focusing Wilson in this jungle matchup, because Spica on the Lilia, he is, even though all the memes aside, it's going to be tough to keep up with this champion on the Rift itself, and a lot of the activity that can come after that level 6 mark. Once that kind of full clearing comes through, it's going to be the focus on the Bard now to take that pairing away from the Jhin.
Yeah, I think that's really good, because again, low mobility, that Tempered Fate would make your life hell as Syndra or Varus. So I like that recognition there from near airport. It's just going to be about what's the jungle pick. Oh, again. You know what? I do really like the idea, because you have a lot of long range with the Jhin and the Hwei. You have the dive buddy in the Camille. And again, I feel like I keep saying this, but it's true. Varus, Syndra, you're a very vulnerable champion. So if someone like a Nocturne gets on top of you, you got to flash. If you don't have flash, cry.
That's the answer, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, well, I like it. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a difference of the norm, and we are going to get the special TF Blade finally getting it through here as well, as he himself will pull out the top lane Italy. And we're going to get a little bit of taste of that. We've had it from a couple different top laners here. Obviously, Fake God having played it yesterday. We had it was some really fun performances off that, but it is the most annoying pick in the meta right now.
Yeah.
And we'll see how it deals into the Camille on the side lane.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that matchup too. I like the Nico in the support role, so it does give you that big AoE CC kind of wombo combo setup that we're looking for. Not really the traditional type, but it still ends up being pretty fine. And now the question is, I mean, Lulu would be kind of insane. Imagine Nocturne is on top of you, and then he gets Wild Growth.
I like the karma. I do like the karma. Okay, it is going to be the double poke in bot lane, at least the setup for that poke. And looking for a little bit more action in the 2v2 down there to combat the Nico and the Varus. But I'm looking at this top trio. You can be so active so early as well. We'll see how they want to kind of whittle down that defense of Winthrop right now.
Yeah, I think Winthrop's comp, I think it's a good way to put it, just because Winthrop's comp, even though I like what they're going for here, it is a little squishy. So if we're caught in a big multi-man Pop Blossom, I think Winthrop are probably going to be in a lot of trouble. But when they push these fights, when you see Denethor or Wilson go in together with their ultimates, I think if they can isolate targets, they can very easily secure kills. And again, the big targets are going to be Pobelter and Double Lift, because they're all very vulnerable champions.
And I will say, Nidalee, she sneaks up some serious damage in team fights, but where the bread and butter is dominating side lane. We'll see how they want to pick that one apart, but we're picking apart this best of three. It's an important one for both sides. Near Airport trying to keep up in the standings with their three-headed Hydra brothers in Dark Zero and Luminosity Game. They need a win here, while Winthrop need a win to get in to the playoffs as we get into game number 3, Near Airport versus Winthrop University.
And then before we talk more about comps and what we can expect, I have something you might like. Remember you were worried about Jin not being picked on 4, and you were kind of disappointed it didn't hit the same. Well, something you probably didn't consider but might enjoy is that Jin was picked in the 4th game 3 of this week. You're
Perfect,
welcome.
my friend. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
I feel way better now.
I figured you would. I'm so glad I brought this up. Thank you.
That's actually incredible. Incredible. Look at you doing math on there. Oh my God.
I told you.
Somebody get this man.
I'm like that.
As we do get into it, Near Airport, definitely looking for those level 6 marks. This is the same as Winthrop, so it does feel like early game might just be down to what happens in the laning phase of either side, and that's where I don't think much maybe happens in the solo lanes. But bot lane, we're looking for some fireworks here.
Oh, we're going to see a lot of them. It's already beginning. You're seeing Double Lift Biofrost. There is that double comment, so that is a lot of poke to be working with here. Even though Jin Karma is traditionally a very strong lane, I think we're already seeing Near Airport spot lane get that bit of an advantage here. I think overall the benefit, though, only 35 is looking for is going to also be later on, because when you have melees like Camille, like Nocturne, they really benefit from the utility of that shield. And those Mantra E's, I think they're going to matter a lot this game.
Yeah, especially with the damage range coming out from Near Airport. We did get the first strike for Pobelter there on the Syndra in mid.
Fun.
So giving a little bit of extra bonus to his trades there. And looking at these jungler starts, it is going to be the same side start, both pathing up towards top side, both realizing how much potential there is in this top lane matchup between a Nidalee and a Camille for side lane dominance later on in the game.
While I agree with you, Nocturne and Lilia probably don't want to gank anybody for a while.
Maybe Spica, but probably not.
Maybe Spica, but yeah. I think Wilson is just going to be Mr. Chilling until level 6. And then, it's not as fancy as Nocturne Nico or a Nocturne Oriana, but Wilson, it's honest work what he's going to be trying to accomplish this game. Just going in there with his classic dive buddy in the Camille to try and kill a marksman. It's just the usual.
I'm not going to lie. I feel bad for anybody that has to go up against this.
Which is this?
Nidalee.
Yeah.
Literally, you don't get a moment to breathe. Speaking of, bot lane doesn't get a moment to breathe. His mobility going to be forced to get the flash out early here. The chains will connect. Only 35 going to heal a lot, but he's going to get a big chunk on the rebuttal from Near Airport. Going back to that top lane match, I mean, it's just annoying. You just always have to be doing something. You always have to be worried about the grass stacks, how a push is coming through for TF Blade, and he's been using it so beautifully already. We're so early, and he already has a decent advantage gained.
Yeah, it feels really bad, actually. Oh, Wilson?
Hey, look at that. A little gank action for the pre-6 Nocturne. Gonna pay off, baby. Going for it. One more auto and first blood for Winthrop.
Yeah, really nice catch out. Wilson doesn't have to flash. Biofrost flashes and dies anyway, so very economical, very successful. And it does alleviate the sting of the CS diff between double lift and mobility at the moment, because mobility, on top of flashing, had to drop quite a big wave, as we saw.
Some big fluctuations in the laning phases so far on either side. I mean, we do have that dragon coming up. We have seen a little bit of kind of fluctuation in that, actually, of how fast and slow we've been getting the dragon takes early in this one. But we're going to take a look back at First Blood.
Not a whole lot else to say here. Bit of a missed time from Wilson on the spell shield to dodge the Nico E. Really, that's the only other point you can make. Otherwise, it was a good gank. And it did allow Wilson and the rest of Winthrop to get something back.
Chonk Nico is best Nico.
Is that actually the skin's
That's
name?
the skin. Yeah.
I was going to ask. Oh, wow.
No, I don't know if it's actually Chonk Nico. Is it definitely not Nico or something? I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's one of those. But she's dressed as Chonk from TFT.
Ah, yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely not Nico.
Great
I love
skin
that skin
line.
line. Yeah.
Incredible.
My God.
Always hits. Always bangers.
Literally. Which one is your favorite?
Ooh. Honestly, it's the newer ones in Chonk. Chonk is the best thing I think TFT has ever created. He is the cutest little legend ever.
Fair.
And you have a skin of him in Summoner's Rift now, so you know it's fine.
When
are they going to release Chonk as a hero? That's what I'm asking.
Now you're asking the real questions, man.
Start adding all the TFT champs here, but they're going to need to add a couple champs down to this bot lane for Winthrop because they are losing holistically down here. And it was a very big early pickup in the draft there by Double Lift, and able to pay that one off here now. His bot lane prio is going to be really important for these dragon setups. Pika looking at mid lane, the knockback hits. He's not level 6 just yet, but the damage is there. Power Unleashed is not enough, and Sword gets out with his flash.
Still, nice pressure coming through there onto Sword right after the TP as well. So they could have chosen to pressure him and force him to back, but instead I think Pull Belter is just going to pick up some Honey Fruit, and he just wants to go back in lane and keep up that bit of pressure he's been putting on right now. That move does give Winthrop an opportunity to start this Drake, but I think Winthrop, because they saw the move through mid lane, they're like, never mind. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I don't want it.
Some vision down there being played to really nicely by Near Airport, and the worry I have here is that something needs to happen in multiple lanes for Winthrop right now. Like, there are leaks across the ship, and they've got to find a way to put some Flex Seal on it. And that level 6 might be that level moment for Wilson, but we're really going to need to see him turn on some proactivity for him coming through.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really about the Wombo combo here, the ultimates. That paranoia has to be really valuable, and Winthrop have to be really coordinated in how they group to make sure they're hitting the right targets. They're able to, just get a successful enough fight that they can take whatever they want afterwards, whether it's a turret, an objective, or something along those lines. Because if they don't, the sustained damage really isn't quite there compared to Near Airport's composition.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as you see, we have another tech pause. Because
you didn't look at socials enough, guys.
Apparently, yeah, guys, you gotta do us a solid. You gotta do us a favor. You gotta go check out those socials.
Yeah.
We can feel it when you're not checking it out.
The broadcast can feel it. It's a living entity.
Unfortunately, though, we are just getting really unlucky today and yesterday. I've been a part of both. So again, I'm not saying I'm the problem. I'm not saying I'm not the problem. Maybe we'll take a break and watch some anime now, is what I'm being told from our producer.
Yeah.
No, we're beeping. We'll hopefully be getting into some setup here for this one, but it does feel like a bit of a stranglehold starting to be developed by Near Airport.
Yeah, and it's tough too because as time goes on, I'm really not liking their chances because I think the Nidalee ends up being a really good response to that Comfort Camille for Denethor, because even though generally it's a really good champion, the benefit is that you're a really good duelist in side lane. You can chunk people or get the kill, so you can keep taking space and being a problem. Unfortunately, with Nidalee in her current form in top lane and how you build her, you're probably not going to be able to do that to that champion. So it feels like Denethor really is nullified, and it's going to be less about side and more about what he's going to be able to offer in team fights.
Well, I did get word we are ready to get back into game now as well. So thankfully, we'll be getting back into it, back into the hot action that is this game number 3. Again, an important one between these two. Yes, we haven't seen much action, but we're starting to get to that point where both teams are going to start tussling. Level 6 is available, getting closer and closer to first items in a series. That means for Winthrop, you get into playoffs, or for Near Airport to continue the contentious hold into that 1-2 spot going into playoffs.
That's right. Stakes for both of these teams, different they may be, and push each other to this brink. Oh my God.
Dude, I'm telling, dude, it's just not fair, man. This
not cool, man.
I do see a potential in the end for the full all-in from Denethor, but it's just not right now, right? Like, I do think that Camille has a lot of power. It's just a question of, is it going to be a true answer to the Nidalee?
Yeah, I'm really curious because I haven't seen this matchup so far. So we'll see if that actually ends up panning out. For the moment, TF Blade's having a good time, and it allows Near Airport to very easily pick up that first and only spawn of grubs here, as we know Lilia takes them so very effectively. And because Dragon hasn't really been touched on by anybody, it's not even in trade.
Yeah, didn't even use Smite either. That confident.
Yeah. I mean, nobody shows up. You're like, oh, whatever.
Level 6 there for Wilson. Waiting to see if he can catch out TF Blade. The problem is, though, you get so much strength. Usually, I believe we were seeing the max E. So you have a lot of that healing factor, that a lot of regen as well. But you also have the attack speed steroid. And you can be so finicky because you get the speed up when you go into push. Look at him. He's getting baited. He wants to go in for the fight. Denethor has everything. Goes in. Paranoia pops. Is it going to be enough? The fear. It's enough. They get him.
Nice.
Taking him down. Winthrop answer with another pick. And this time on the TF Blade.
It's the perfect gank assist. So really nicely done there from Denethor and Wilson to make that one work. I wonder if... No, I mean, it's a good angle for Spica to show up, but it's tough because I think Wilson just has to clear this next wave for Denethor. It means he loses out on a little bit and doesn't really fully catch up to TF Blade on this Nidalee. Still, to keep Nidalee off the map, that is a win.
And again, I still think it's important to highlight that they are doing something about what I asked earlier, right? Like, you have two leaking faucets here on top and bot.
Yeah.
And being able to kind of stop one of those for the time being will feel really big. But now you go back into the basement, you wonder what's happening down there, and you're full up to your knees with water. And Double Lift and Biofrost taking full advantage of it. Now 30 CS up, 2 plates down, looking for more.
Yeah, and the spot lane just continues to be a treasure trove for Double Lift and Biofrost. And the double Arcane Comet is oppressive and difficult to deal with, and it's led to a pretty substantial CS lead, a lot of poke, and more turret blades being taken down. Honestly, the fact that Double Lift and Biofrost have their ultimates, oh my God. Yeah, they're in danger. They're in danger.
And the problem is for Wilson, you can't even really come down here, right? Like a Pop Blossom stops everything you want to do.
Yep.
And so you got to be really careful on that. Now Spica taking full advantage of the map state here, and with that Prio and bot side, going to go for this dragon. It is a very, 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 very late dragon. I'm going to add so many berries because it's 11 minutes in the new setup, but we will end up getting that late scaling for Near Airport.
Yeah, but part of it is because Winthrop not really having an angle to actually contest any of these objectives. Spica's kind of picking them up at his leisure because all of his lanes have prio. And when you're playing a farming jungler, that feels amazing because not only is nobody going to bother you...
They're going to do it again! Rinse and repeat. They're going to find him yet again. As he's going to get another grass stack back, but that'll be Feats of Warfare completed for Winthrop and Denethor, getting a little bit of resources and shutting down this Nidalee early.
It definitely helps even the score a little bit, but Denethor, of course, still down 20 CS, so it doesn't completely close the gap, especially considering TF Blade, he has his first item, and he can show up. I like that Wilson is also stealing away camps from Spica, just trying to keep up in FAR and XP, not fall behind like we saw in other games, but it's tough. The more attention he pays topside, the more of a problem bot side ends up becoming, and the fact is, it's good for Wilson himself to be able to secure another kill topside onto Nidalee and steal away jungle camps from Spica, but it's detrimental to his bot lane to stay up here so long because now first brick goes down, Double Lift got part of all 5 plates. Oh my God, no, there's no way that works. He has flash.
He has no entrance but just the flash. Maybe going for the fear play. Here they go. They're going to try to punish Blade again as they go for the hook shot combo. There's the fear, there's the damage, but he is still too tanky. He's got the Trinity Force completed on that last back, and now you see why it's so hard to put resources into taking down this Nidalee, because no matter what you do, it'll always just be annoying. And you see a little bit of that here as Pobelter almost just outright kills, only 35. The shield comes in clutch.
It's so funny. You can see the exact moment Pobelter's like, wait, hold on a second.
This guy.
I can kill this guy. He just turns it right back. I don't know why that's so comical. But on the other side of things, we have the lane swap in response to the pressure that's been constantly played up onto TF Blade on the side. And that's good because it minimizes what he loses because the wave is coming back to him on bot side, and Doublelift's in the perfect position to just go ahead and start influencing another turret, knocking down more turret plates. And when you're in this position where you're trading sides of the map, Zell, there's the big question. Was it worth it? I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't think it was, because Doublelift is so far ahead right now. Look at this guy.
Yeah, he is ridiculously far ahead, and he's on the lethality Varus train here too, so his poke's going to be immense.
Yeah.
If you get that lane swap going, he'll find himself about 40 CS up over mobility. Trying to play the wave there. I like it from Biofrost, looking for a little bit of something, but it is still going to be that bot lane tussle between TF Blade and Denethor. And go back to being about even, which honestly is good for Winthrop. Now Wilson can maybe start putting some love towards mobility and only 35.
I don't know if he has any love left to give. Look what's happening to him on his own jungle near airport, using this timer to take away a red buff. And Wilson just only going to have access to his Krugs. And otherwise, the only thing to look forward to is Rift Herald. Considering the current advantages, it should be very easily picked up by near airport. And I think Wilson is realizing, okay, he can't keep focusing on that side.
Pop Blossom used. That's the kind of counter defense that we talked about that the Pop Blossom provides. Doublelift dodging out. Biofrost going to take the fourth shot. Now Speak Out looking on the advantage, looking on the aggressive. Isn't going to find anything with that Swirl Seed, but they will end up getting some damage from Doublelift. His flash is down now as All In comes through from Denethor. He wants to find him. TF Blade missing some of the shots, and TF Blade going to get solo boloed here by Denethor as he cuts him down to size.
And that's Camille the Duelist, everybody. Ends up winning out the 1v1 really nicely, and I think that's going to give us more of an idea on what this is going to look like even later, because once the Hydra comes through for Camille, you do have that AoE damage. You, of course, have the life steal. It's only going to get easier and easier for Denethor to do this. So I will revise my earlier assessment. It does seem like Winthrop do have this potential side lane threat to play for.
I like it. Denethor showing TF Blade what's what. You can't just pick this Nidalee and expect it to work out into my Camille. Again, you have to remember it was Denethor who got that Camille locked in before the Nidalee was chosen in that second phase. So near airport now need to rekindle how they're going to figure out this side lane effort, because right now Winthrop have the advantage there.
And right now, I think it's just going to end up being near airport still using that gold lead that they've gotten in mid lane and especially bot lane.
Off of CS and objectives. It's not even, it's 0 kills, by the way, a 2,000 gold lead. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, a lot. Look at Doublelift. He's 40 CS ahead, even at this stage of the game. That is a lot. And he's been able to keep farm up. He's been able to maintain that lead. And especially this poke forest build means that he can stay in a much safer amount of space away from Winthrop University. It will make it harder for Denethor to get on him. It'll be a little harder for Wilson to go that deep without his teammates following.
We're potentially looking at a dragon for near airport. Would be their second dragon of the game. Obviously a little bit late scaling there, but they were able to secure that Rift Herald on the other side of the map, so they can get some of the standing gold. I expect it to be used in that mid lane, as it is dark on this side, and I'm not talking about Paranoia. And it is near airport going to take this one down, get their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, and again, it's just near airport continuously having their pick of the litter, because when you group, especially with how the top laners are playing this game, when you group, near airport have a clear advantage, and that advantage is going to continue to grow. I think we're getting to a point now with Wilson hitting level 11 that we're going to see more group plays like we saw in game 2, and for Winthrop's sake, I hope so, because it's really the only way they're going to win this one out.
Yeah, trying to use that momentum with Wilson, finding those premier engages, but now they're facing off against the siege of Near Airport in mid lane as they take down 2 turrets there and extend this lead by a while. As now it is that side lane push coming through. They will get double pushed down. Sword will take his, while Denethor was able to take down that outer tower down in bot. So still just about 1,000 standing gold lead for Near Airport as resets coming across from both sides.
Yeah, so that does allow them to at least catch up a little bit, narrow that gold lead somewhat. But in terms of objectives, Near Airport are still in a really good position. They take turrets more quickly because they got all 3 grubs. They're halfway to a Dragon Soul, Infernal Soul, by the way, which works really nicely with burst champions like Syndra, Varus, and Nidalee, just to name a couple. So that's an objective Winthrop I think need to get on top of very quickly.
And I just got to take a second to give some massive praise to Winthrop. I mean, this team is on fire today. Like, they're taking Near Airport, obviously, who maybe are lacking some practice time as Double Lift and Biofrost were gone last week. But still a lauded team in the NACL. And here Winthrop are taking them all the way to Game 3, having these consistent moments in Game 3, and still going toe-to-toe with one of the giants of this league.
Yeah, it's definitely a great thing to see. We talked about how important it was for Winthrop to kind of have control on their own destiny and get that win to guarantee themselves a 6th seed. But if you asked me if I thought it was going to be close at all, much less them getting a win, I would say hell no, whether it's NA or Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So props to them for taking it this far and still being in a position where maybe they can win this game. Maybe they can get the upset, give Near Airport their 2nd loss of the split.
Changing up the standing in the last week. That's what you love.
Yeah.
Seeing all this come down to one little moment. I guess big moment at the end of the season. Obviously still another series for Winthrop to play after this. It is Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And Near Airport will be facing off against Polestar. So the differentiation in that level of competition. But this one is the one that matters now. As Near Airport trying to keep in contention for that 1st and 2nd seed going to the playoffs to get that bye. Now we look back on that. 2nd item is completed for Double Lift. He's waiting to get that stack going for the Miramana. But still has hit that precipice.
Yeah, once it's stacked up, Double Lift's damage is really going to take a big spike. And again, that range is what's so devastating about it. And how Winthrop needs to start getting aggressive once we get closer to these other objective timings. That Infernal Dragon is really what my sights are set on, and I think there should be too, because Infernal Soul Point, you can't let that go to Near Airport. And the question for me is going to be, how are they setting it up? We're seeing Denethor move topside. So there's an angle where he pushes a wave and tries to use the vision they've set up to get a flank angle, and I think I'd like that the most.
See what the setup looks like, especially as the CS differentials are still there. Luckily, Denethor has definitely tied things up in that side lane. So see how much effort he can put in. Atacon is on top side. They're taking priority over it now. Maybe trying to force this one. Still needing those 2nd items to really feel confident about it. Now trying to find a pick. They have the Paranoia. They have the Hextech Ultimatum.
I like this idea.
There you go. Oh, nice little flash from Pobelter.
Oh, teleport. Maybe they can turn this one around. It's no Paranoia, so maybe they want to fight.
TF Blade's got some speed. The wind at his back. Now looking at pressure on the Winthrop up here. Just take this ward. So TP was burned by TF Blade, and he got the flash out of Pobelter. It will be something to return to for Winthrop, so honestly, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I like the angle. It's too bad for them that it didn't end up working, but it still should mean that Near Airport have a pretty easy time taking vision and setting up for this next Drake. Because right now, Pobelter has TP. He's just trying to limit Denethor's ability to actually get a deep wave in and threaten this tier 2 turret. So after that, you got to imagine, you can see what's happening on the minimap. Near Airport should have a good time getting that soul point. I think because Paranoia is down, Winthrop know they have to trade, so they're going to go for the Otacon.
Okay, there's the trade. Soul point timer on an Infernal Soul. I love that we get the Infernal Soul for the final game of this series because it just matters that much more. But the lasting buff that extra damage after kills start going down in team fights. Winthrop will absolutely love that for their composition, because you got to remember how they play. They find that big engage with Wilson. Somebody's going down.
Yep.
And it's going to be a nice little kickoff for them and those permanent buffs coming through.
That's right. And the trade has commenced. That's sole point. So while the Otacon is a nice thing to have,
in a lot of trouble. Pobelter goes down. Shutdown going over. Now Denethor is overextended, but tries to find double. It's the shielding, the healing. It's not enough. Denethor takes him down. The Camille coming in clutch. That's what you wanted to see. Beat down. And Denethor is paying off huge.
and this is the exact angle we were talking about, the grouping to be able to secure. Oh, do we really need to use the ultimate? You know what? Whatever. It's fine. Spica secures that kill. So there are responses across the map, but this is what Winthrop did to find success in that game too. When they had the timer, they grouped and they got kills and turrets off of it. So this time around, there was more of a response from NA, but still, this is that playbook we've been seeing from Winthrop University lately, and near airport have to be wary. Every time that paranoia is up, try not to be in a side lane.
Yeah, just can't get caught by that combo. It's so deadly if you overextend just a little bit. I will say there's going to be some scaling aspects coming online here sooner rather than later for near airport. I know Pobelter was hovering around 90 stacks in that last fight, going to be getting closer and closer to that evolution there for his own right on the Syndra. You always have to respect the Syndra damage as time goes on. So another game that near airport are relying on scaling win conditions here after getting such a big momentous advantage through double lift, not able to turn it into much, and now maybe punished even more in the side lane as they just keep going for this. You cannot overextend. You have to respect the bounds. And Denethor goes on a rampage as now they're looking on Spica. Spica's in trouble. Denethor just running everybody down as they're in his, at least they're trying to find the exit of their own side of the jungle. That curtain call is going to be unleashed by mobility, but it is lasting damage, it feels like, as Pobelter trying to get the side lane push going for his own.
Yeah, it would be really good if he's able to secure that tier 2 turret. I think he will be able to finish it off in the end. But again, it's Winthrop. These are the plays that work out for them so well, especially in that game too. And they're continuously able to get people like TF Blade, Pobelter, Double Lift, just knock them right off the map.
Now we're going to take a look at the redeploy from near airport up the top side. And Winthrop as well going to answer in kind, but we got to take map state focus here as it's just feeling like a turning of the tide. Still 1,000 gold down for Winthrop, but this combination of Denethor and Wilson has just been lethal so far, and continuously focusing on that seems to be what Winthrop has in the bag.
Yeah, and right now, Winthrop
doing it again.
Yeah, I was going to say they have another paranoia in the bag, Mazel. And honestly,
how
great
many
timing.
Can they have? There they go. Oh, goodness. Near airport, all that experience, all that extra expectations on this team. They're falling prey to what is right in front of them. And that's going to be a big pick off onto Pobelter. Not able to get much promise, not able to get back in the wave. Luckily, the rest of the team gets out. Winthrop playing on these tempo plays now continuously.
Yeah, doing so really nicely. Again, the timer of this ult. Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. Again, he's going to go down. That's his first death. And another pick off is trying to get some damage back. They might sink their teeth in only 35. The hail of arrows is going to get the kill back for double lift. The curtain call had been utilized there, but not going to find much more. Back over into this pit as they go for the Baron play. This is bold. Biofrost has Pop Blossom, has Flash, can't find the big combo. Is this the moment that turns on its head? Pobelter's here. He's got the scatter of the week going for it first. Now Pop Blossom already used, but Biofrost dies in the midst of it. Denethor and Co. find the combo, and now Paranoia. They're making near airport pay for the disrespect, and they'll be paying tenfold as explosions take a bound. Those Spirit Blossoms bloom, and Winthrop, they want a ticket to playoffs.
Lennon, I think it's happening. They've turned the gold lead in their favor. They've got the Baron buff in their hands, and it's this combo that just keeps working. And near airport don't have a single answer. The Nocturne, played for the first time this split, is so clutch for Winthrop.
He hovered it. It was like watching a horror movie. You could see it coming from a mile away, and he still unleashes the fury. We're going to take a look back at that one. They thought they could get this handle on this Baron, but they didn't have a handle on anything.
Oh my God, watching Biofrost's health go down is insane, and it's true. The numbers weren't in your favor, and again, you just don't quite have the damage or that follow-through to threaten without your whole team being alive and present. They knew they had to stop the Baron, but they couldn't stop it in time, and it cost them dearly because they lost it. They lose their chance at the soul, the Dragon Soul for these next couple of minutes. And now Winthrop, they have a real chance to close this game, upset one of our top 3, and guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs with the final seed.
Imagine the motivation. Again, we talked about it. This team, they're playing the most games out of all the teams at NACL. They have CLOL. They have tournaments outside of it. They have all these games played, and now using that against Near Airport, this team that maybe didn't have the highest of expectations coming into the split, but now looking on the precipice of a playoff berth, getting that collegiate name out there. This Winthrop University team is making mincemeat out of Near Airport. The legends that are on this team falling prey to the constant combo of Denethor and Wilson.
Yeah, legends, you got to imagine. Basically everyone who plays in this league grew up watching when you had thoughts of trying to be a professional player. And Winthrop being able to take down those giants this game would be amazing. Especially given what it would earn them in terms of that final seed, but we'll see. It's not over.
Oh my God! Severing bolts into the 4th shot from Mobility almost just outright kills Doublelift. And if Mobility, of all people in this game, comes out clean on the other side of this, I gotta give that man huge props. He was out 50 CS, but Mr. Useful always strikes when it's true. And there you go. Jin find a lot of utility in these fights for Winthrop.
Yeah, and you can see it. They're trying to clear the waves, but the wave clear isn't quite there, especially with the Baroned up minions. So they waste the time. They are going to delay Winthrop's transition to another lane, but that transition is still inevitable, as now they're taking positions in the jungle, just trying to see if Near Airport get a little too brazen, if you will.
See, as they're going to take this red buff away again. It's the global red buff that will go over to Winthrop. Aspika,
of course,
trying to get an angle, but can't get it in the end. And Near Airport, they're struggling to find answers. We talked about the flex seal needed early. I loved the answer. This game was a clinic from Winthrop so far. They still have to finish it off and put up the closing sign, but it's been a really calculated set of decisions from Wilson, who does have a lot of experience, obviously, but looking at the rest of the team and how he's playing towards them.
That's right, and it's such a big deal, too, that we asked for comfort going into this next game in such a critical moment. Just playing what you're confident in playing was so big. And I remember even last year when Nocturne was popping out, I know Wilson loved this champion. So the fact that he's able to bring it out here today against Near Airport in Game 3 and is clutching up on it is monumental. And now, again, Winthrop, they're in the position to win this game. They just need to keep this up.
I do wonder if Pobelter has hit his stacks just yet. I'm going to guess that he's either close or has already.
He probably
has. A little bit of safety from Near Airport as they move out here, but you're seeing the poking and the prodding that can come through Sword and through Mobility as well. Has not hit it yet. Still needs those 9 stacks as well. And be looking for that in this next fight, but once he gets that, we'll really be packing a punch here. See if the scaling is going to come online as Near Airport feeling a little bit more confident to push Winthrop out, but you can't overextend. That trigger pull, that instant engage from the Nocturne and the Camille is always there.
That's right, and I think Near Airport now are more prone to grouping up because they had to learn that painful lesson many, many times this game. And that's why we're not seeing as many Nocturne ultimates. They're grouped as 5. It isn't as simple because the success Winthrop have had this game is from ulting isolated targets. Denethor and Wilson syncing up to make it happen. And plus, Winthrop, they don't have to rush right now, especially when we're so close to that dragon spawning. Because Near Airport, something goes wrong, they can still get a Dragon Soul.
And it's not like there's gigantic item differentials on either side. Obviously still lacking some kind of third item completions there, but we just got that Zanya's completed for Spica. There's a lot of tools now being developed by Near Airport, having double Zanyas, having a lot of strength through Pobelter, who is just about to hit that execution threshold, and that Dragon coming up, looming large. Do they want to give this one or buy some more time?
They could look, because it's triple stasis, actually. TF Blade also has that Seeker's Arm Guard, so they could look to get really spicy with it, but the danger is at this stage of the game, they lose a fight big time, they lose the game. Ooh. So I think they need to make sure they're in the best position possible before they actually go for that one. It's looking like the focus wants to be around the Baron. Again, this isn't a soul for Winthrop University, so if Near Airport could trade, it would be beneficial for them to secure the big purple worm.
Gotta watch now. Winthrop playing a very decisive moment here. They're pushing in the side lane with Denethor in the 1v1, trying to get that win out there. They're using this 4-1 setup, but Near Airport are going to pull the trigger. They're going to force the hand. They're burning it down, but they immediately pull off. They're trying to get the TP out of Denethor. They're not going to be able to get that one. Biofrost still waiting. Biofrost has a moment here with this big flank as now, TF Blade getting a little bit low. Will end up having to pop his Seekers as Winthrop move over to this Dragon. It looks like Near Airport will have to cede this one as Winthrop a little bit scared to fully leave this side of the Baron pit. They will just two-man the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they have the TP in, but it's going to be kind of tough because you could easily get a response from Denethor and Sword, but they're on the Drake right now. I guess the timing just wasn't too good. So that's a Drake for free. Winthrop University stacking Infernal Drakes. That adaptive force that comes from East Dragon is huge, and if they end up getting a soul, it's big for them too.
I'm honestly sitting here, Mobility hasn't completed his boots, and it's hurting my heart a little bit. But one day he'll get Swifties and he'll be really fast. It'll be a great time.
He will.
One of these days.
If it helps.
Yes.
RFC gives a little move speed, remember? Zealite.
Okay, bro. Cope.
Yeah, maybe a little.
As we did get that fourth item completed for Mobility now. TP back out on the Rift for Sword, but this game is so tense, beat down, and not exactly what we expected coming into this series as we look back to our expectations beforehand. This should have been easy business for Near Airport. They need to keep up with the other two top dogs in NACL. If they lose here, that upsets that entire trajectory for them. But it's Winthrop that are taking advantage of the moment, taking advantage of the amount of games that they have played together here of recent history, and they're trying to take that right into Near Airport.
And the pressure on Near Airport right now is palpable. The expectations of this roster, as you highlighted, their goals being beyond Winthrop University, but looking like Winthrop might shatter those goals with a win here. It really shows the situation that they're in right now, and if they were to lose, I'm sure nobody would be more disappointed. Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay, they're going to go try to get Denethor. Double lift. Oh, he gets the flash out. Double lift still does a lot of damage. Denethor has to do something. He goes in. 1v2. Can Denethor pull the trigger? Hextech ultimatum. It doesn't get him. Double lift sits him down, but the Baron is still under tow. It's already half down. As now need to move over. Can Spica make the miracle play? He's not going to get it. It's going to be the smite from Wilson taking the Baron, and now Flash is abound. The white flag has been raised, and Near Airport, they're losing bodies.
They lost so many people. It was a good trade, but Denethor did his job. He pulled more people away than needed to be able to deal with him, and it gives Winthrop another Baron buff. And these are long spawn timers. They could look for the end here, Mazel. This might be it.
They're looking for two-lane push right now. 3 in the mid, 1 in top, trying to get Sword into that wave there. But nice wave clear coming through, and I will say, Double Lift has a lot of damage to clear these out. Pobelter is really online now with 4 items. This defense of the siege is definitely a strong one for Near Airport, and it's something they lacked in that last game that they were trying to hold on with. And now maybe being able to pull that out here and make this game go longer.
I don't know how much longer though, Mazel, because right now it feels like Near Airport don't have a leg to stand on. Nobody can deal with Denethor by themselves. It has to be a multi-man effort, and when that happens, you lose so much pressure elsewhere. So Denethor is doing his role beautifully this game. And otherwise, you're so afraid of this Nocturne ultimate coming through from Wilson. If you don't have an answer as Near Airport, which I don't think they do, they won't win.
Seeing the redeploy now with Winthrop moving out from mid lane down towards this bot side of the map. Try to get some of this vision cleared ahead of this dragon. Would be a third Infernal Dragon in a row for Winthrop. Would be Soul for near airport. The Infernal Soul seems like it's weighing heavy on both teams' minds.
That's right. That's why we're seeing Winthrop just focusing on this mid and bottom lane so they can control vision around this bottom side. Bush play from near airport.
Flashing out of that swirl seed. That was actually really big. I think the Lilting Lullaby immediately comes down after that.
100%. And now, I mean, Spica is going to have to keep fishing, but now that the element of surprise is gone, it is a little more dangerous, and Winthrop are happy to go ahead and clear out this vision. And it means that near airport, they're going to be walking into the dark here, and against Nocturne, it doesn't get any scarier than that. They have to be respectful of the burst damage.
He's also got GA now, so 4th item completed for Wilson.
Yeah.
You can always just pull the trigger, find those engages, see if those triple stay side will come into clutch for near airport. But Wilson getting chunked there now will be a little bit more hesitant to pull the trigger.
Maybe. Still working with the Paranoia and the GA, but yeah, the poke has dissuaded anything more being taken by Winthrop. But those empowered back means they will certainly be here in time to go ahead and be here when the dragon spawns. It's going to be the opportunity near airport. They're trying to rush to clear vision however they can and hope they can get some kind of foothold so Winthrop has to walk into him.
Mobility's got to be a little bit careful. The fact that Mobility is level 18 and TF Blade's still level 15 feels real bad. Level 18s across the board almost, except for only 35, so lacking some of that for near airport as well. We'll see now the dragon started up. Near airport a little bit low to taking this one here. It's already burned down now. Near airport maybe running through all these traps. And now it's in, blocked out. The play gonna get sniped out. Goes Golden, but that stasis is not gonna save you today. Mobility goes unstoppable. And now it's near airport's exit strategy that they got to find. As Winthrop now move towards this bot side, trying to get these picks off. Denethor trying to skirt the angle over here to stop near airport from instantly responding, but it's going to be multi-lane pressure coming out from Winthrop University.
And man, this is a long game here, Lennon, but Winthrop are not overextending themselves. They are not taking too many big risks because they recognize this position that they're in, and that position could be winning the game.
Because in trouble, Severing Bolt's going to come down. A lot of damage from distance that you have to be careful of. Now Spica will be forced into his base here as the threats are still abundant, both in this top and mid and bot.
Yeah, that's right. Near airport can't even recall. They have to walk all the way back to their base as it's starting to collapse around them. Pobelter is here. He's going to clear up as much waves as he can. But Winthrop, they're affecting 3 lanes right now, and near airport can't afford to spread themselves too thin. This is a rank 3 Nocturne ultimate, so anyone who ends up getting isolated, good chance Wilson will be flying across your screen, looking to jump you.
And again, he still has the GA, can still be really tough to deal with. He will make it out of that top side as Spica was escorting him out of his own jungle.
Yeah, this way,
but this has been a theme of the day for near airport. As game 2, game 3 now, as they have their backs against the wall, everything going up against them. They're at least wave clear is very strong in this time. We are going to have about that 3-minute timer to the 7th dragon. Second game that we're going all the way the distance on those dragons set up to TF Blade. He might just be caught before all of that even happens. He's stuck, the TP coming in, but now Denethor maybe overextending, not expecting the response coming through from near airport, and there's nothing across the map that they can get. He's going to bumper out the Lilting Lullaby, and what a Chad! Denethor, bring your masses! You will still get outplayed! As now he's getting ran down by Spica. He's buying so much time as another hook shot comes through. The slow from the swirl seed.
Oh my God.
They're trying to run him down. Flash is coming out. Paranoia used. He finally falls. But they're losing their base for all of this time.
Wow, they chased Denethor to the ends of the earth, Mazel, but they got him. And because TF Blade is here, he's going to be able to mitigate some of that damage. That sword was looking to do to the base. This was worth it, though. 45 seconds, this Camille is gone as of this point. No Paranoia. This is near airport's window.
Pobelter was looking for it, clutching out. Oh, 4th shot. Oh, my God. Mobility. 2 shots to the brain, and Pobelter's gone. Big POB down, and another one bites the dust. Mobility has just turned on the jets, and there ain't nothing NA can do about it.
Oh, you say that, but double lift. Oh.
Nah, bro.
Oh,
Fourth shot ready to go, but the paranoia makes it all hurt even more. Deathly Flourish gonna miss, but Sword looking to follow through. Double lift down low as they want to continue pushing this into the base. Winthrop wants to secure their playoff berth. They can do it here. Another Deathly Flourish. Mobility goes legendary, and off the shoulders of this man that's been so deserving. They will find that playoff berth with one fell swoop of near airport. A big Lilty Lullaby could make the difference, but it's not going to be nearly enough. It's not going to be nearly in time. And Spica falls one more. Winthrop University, welcome to the NACL playoffs.
Are you kidding me? Not only do they lock playoffs, but they upset Near Airport, the team of LCS legends, to be able to make it happen. And it just doesn't get any more cinematic than that, Mazel, because Winthrop, I mean, with that, there are 6th seed. Nobody can pass them.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Incredible performance in Game 2, Game 3 from Winthrop to take it to one of the strongest teams in NACL and to do so handily. Denethor's pick of the Camille by so much of that early game, and just being able to know their win conditions, play to them so efficiently. And Jin, my boy, mobility, man.
Yeah.
Pop shots across the table in both those last fights, finding those big picks and finding those clean fights. It just feels really good, and the Throps better be out because they deserve it.
I really think the pick for me was the Nocturne. Just the fact that you saw the early picks of the Varus, of the Syndra, these champions that are very vulnerable if they are pushed out too far. And I mean, the Nocturne just felt like that perfect angle. And I really like that willingness to step outside that meta box for a little bit, because we aren't seeing as much Nocturne these days. And it worked out great for them.
And it's so crazy because now you get that big differentiation in that top trio here, with Near Airport really needing to clean house against Polestar moving forward. But this is a win that Winthrop will be extremely proud of. I know they had been struggling in some of their games outside of this league, but still having that experience, having that at least stage presence between them and utilizing it here so beautifully. They knew their win conditions in both Game 2 and 3, and they played expertly towards them.
Yeah, this is the Winthrop that I've been so happy to see so far in Split 1. I mean, these early weeks, again, as I've been saying lately, is that not very great for this team. It really didn't feel like maybe they were feeling the effects of playing more games than anyone else, as you pointed out, Mazel. But the fact is, it really just felt like they were playing so passively, making very few active decisions. But lately, and what's led to their last couple of wins, they have been playing more actively. They have been playing with intention. And it's never been more clear than this series right here, where they upset Near Airport.
And I'll just say, I think TF Blade ended up with like 8 deaths or something along those lines. I want to say 90% of those were literally rinse repeat plays of Wilson and Denethor just double diving him. And that's one way to put down the Nidalee that has been so annoying, that is such a big presence in terms of being that side laner that's just really tough to deal with. But they dealt with it all right. And it was a Denethor Camille they picked ahead of time as well.
Yeah, that's right. And it ended up being a great answer into that Nidalee that seems like a split push monster, a split push nuisance at the very minimum. But the fact that Denethor was just winning 1v1s over and over and over again really makes me wonder how much we're going to see that champion going forward in this split, or how often we'll see responses of the Camille coming through to answer the Nidalee.
Yeah. And it did feel like 2 games in a row where Near Airport were okay letting some of the scaling come online for themselves, but the lacking of that proactivity didn't really work out for them. They had monumental laning leads on multi sides of the map, and unable to kind of pull that around definitely feels bad. I don't know how much time they obviously got to practice this week. There's always that question, especially when the sponsor obligations were at the end of last week for Double Lift and Biofrost, but it's still important to think that this has serious implications, or at least standings implications, and seeing exactly who's going to be that top 2 for the bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think we do gotta just give respect to Winthrop and recognize the fact that Near Airport really just didn't respect the fact that this Nocturne was such a danger to a lot of their champions. And there were a lot of those plays. The top lane ganks, those kind of feel bad because you're like, oh my God,
It
he's
happened
still
again.
here. But the trade was worth it at the time. But once we got out of the lane phase, near airport really not understanding like how dangerous this champion was, how potent that combo was, and because of it, there were a lot of unnecessary deaths in the mid game. This completely did not need to happen. Resources blown. Champions lost, and that was where this lead really started to grow there for Winthrop.
And that's where you can be a little bit more critical of guys that do have a lot of that experience, even with maybe some of the fluctuations in their schedules here this last week.
Yeah.
You get caught 7 times like that, I think there's going to be a conversation on exactly how that goes down, but not really respecting Winthrop, and Winthrop will take that all day. A team that has lacked a lot of respect throughout this split and has been earning it here and there as well. A team that finally taking down one of the biggest names here in NACL, and off the back of some superstar performances. Denethor, you had the moments from Wilson to really set up Denethor, but picking apart those fights in the very end for mobility and finding the usefulness on a Jhin in the end feels really good for a guy that was also popping off in game number 2 on the Lucian.
That's right, and I think he's had a really good series so far, just kind of living to that setup that we had for this team overall, where a lot of their success these days is whether or not they can set up mobility, and mobility can kind of grab that baton. And I think he did a great job of that today. You said it, Lucian was great. The Jhin was really big for him this game too. So he deserves a lot of credit for how this series ended up shaping out, because in one fell swoop, they locked themselves into playoffs and they remove any chance of near airport getting first seed.
And that's just absolutely wild to think of this this final week of the regular season, having so many standings implications every day, it feels like, and having those changes come through fruition. And it really is a nice reverse sweep there from Winthrop. After you look at that first game, you're like, oh, this is a 2-0 like all day. But the fact that Artemis and Co can really come together, realize that they can just kind of wash that off and come into game 2 a little bit more rinse and refreshed, and come in with a different look, different feel. It feels really good, and I know there's a lot of at least mental fortitude on this team behind the scenes too.
I mean, it must be, especially considering the amount of games that you highlighted that they've had to play lately. A very large amount of League of Legends, and still they're able to put up games like this. It's definitely something to commend, and it's going to be exciting when we get to talk to one of the members from Winthrop University to be able to, just get more of a tune in on how they're feeling, because like we can talk about this all day, but I want to know what they're thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be interesting to see their take of things as well, especially with the way the series started off. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless. And while we wait for that, obviously, we can talk about that next setup for them, because they will be facing off against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So maybe we can even ask some questions about that as well. We do have our interview, I believe, ready to go. And it's none other than the gunslinger, Mr. Useful himself. Let's go ahead and bring on Mobility here as an incredible performance to finish off the series, but an incredible back-to-back performance from you. You locked playoffs, bud. You made it there. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to the squad and the expectations you set for yourself at the beginning of the split?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice to lock playoffs. I went into the split saying, like, if we're not at the top, it's pretty disappointing for me. So, like, going into this week, and we got to face NA and MU to, like, decide if we're going to even make playoffs is, like, crazy to me. But I think right now we're peaking at the right time. I think individually, myself and everybody's playing really good at the right time. So feels good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to ask too, because you guys had some struggles early on in the split. Can you kind of get into what was going on there? If there's anything you can share your insight into why you guys weren't really getting the wins you thought you could earn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came down to like. We were playing really well in scrims, and we weren't able to translate that to stage, I think, for like 2-3 weeks there, when that's really, really frustrating. And I think it all started kind of after that AMI series when we dropped to them. I think I don't think we came into that match well prepared, and then also like I don't think we scrimmed, because it was like a short turnaround week. And then we kind of dropped to them. And I think, maybe mentals we were kind of tilted maybe after that, and then I think it was like AMI, then we barely beat Pulse, and then we lost to Ole Miss and CLOL.
Yeah.
And it was just like a really, really rough week, and then it continued for another week or two, I think. And I don't think the conversations that were needed were happening while this was all happening. And I think after our LG series is when we had like the conversations that needed to happen, you know. And then it also, after the LG series, we went to the LAN, and we've been playing like non-stop CLOL and NACL, and then the LAN tournament. So I think it's like everything's been building up from that conversation to now. So.
I want to go into that a little bit more as well. Do you feel like that's been a benefit for you guys, just getting more reps, getting more time together? How has it been navigating that kind of schedule? Because it has been difficult, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've been having a fun. I really enjoy playing matches. I think match days, especially with this team, I think scrims are like, you know, sometimes, but I think on match days we have like a different vibe to us, a different approach to things, different conversations. Everything just feels like really locked in. Like when we're in this kind of mode, you know, like these last like 2-3 weeks, it's really fun playing matches. So, yeah.
I like it. Do you have any other questions, Bita?
Yeah, I was going to say, my last question was going to be that you are playing against Dark Zero next week. And, you know, before this week started, or sorry, this week, yeah, sorry, your next match. Before the week started, I really wouldn't have thought you guys could beat either. But, I mean, you've already shocked me once. What's your mentality going into that Dark Zero match?
Yeah, I mean, I think our mentality has been we can win both of these games. I do think this team is like really good. I think it's just hard to like be like, yeah, we're so good whenever we've had these weeks, you know. But I think the level that like when you're on the interior, you know, like what we can actually bring out, and this is like near our top form, which is we can be competitive with anybody in the league, right? Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, like I said, the mentality is we can win anything.
I like it. A lot of strong mentality to have. I gotta ask sneak one last one in here. Did it feel good to take down Double? You were schmooving on him in those last 2 games, man. Did it feel good?
I can't lie. Like, I mean, of course, like he's someone he's literally the person I've looked up to, right? Like he is the 80 carry GOAT. It feels, I don't think it's kicked in yet. It's awesome to beat him, but not only beat him, but have a like standout performance. I also thought in game 1 we were beating them in bot lane, at least that's how it felt, and I think we just made some mistakes and then they ended up winning. But I think for myself it was really nice having a really good showing against him.
Go back and watch some of those clips, man. You were schmooving. It's gonna be a good time. Give some shout outs here before we let you go. Anybody you want to talk about? Yeah, I mean, shout out the coaches, obviously. Shout out you guys. Shout out my teammates. I think everybody played great today. It was a really fun game. And shout out the fans. Thanks for watching. Sorry we had to take out NA, but it's what it is. Don't ever be sorry, King. Don't ever be sorry. Hopefully see y'all more in playoffs. Thank you so much, Mobility.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, that is going to be it for the day. My gosh, we had that one absolutely go the distance, absolutely be crazy. And Winthrop locked themselves for that playoff. We still have our MVP, obviously, to give away, but what a performance it was from the entirety of Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great look from this team again, and I really like seeing that attitude there from Mobility, that belief that they can beat anybody. And, you know, a lot of teams and players say these things, but after what they did today, you know, it really adds weight to that statement where they're able to knock down NA. And say what you will about a practice or not, just the experience and the level of performance we've seen from near airport throughout the majority of this split has been very high. So it is still a big deal for Winthrop to be able to get that win. They played well, they drafted smart, and they played to their strengths. Which,
they did.
I mean, that's all I ask for when I'm watching this league.
Yeah, and obviously a little bit of egg on our face as the near airport did not work out for the predictions.
Can
for
we
the
pull the predictions up again just to flame us?
We're going to not flame ourselves. We're going to go talk about MVP.
Okay.
We're going to talk about some benefits to what happened in this game. We'll go ahead and give our MVP. Oh, our production is going to have us flamed.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
go ahead
that's right. That's right.
Is this where I start putting the clown nose on? I get the makeup out. I start drawing on my face
Just play
as
the
we
song.
go through it. Just play the song. It's fine. We were
been a
all
great day of
completely
playoffs,
wrong.
guys.
Respect deserved to Winthrop for taking that victory. Absolutely deserved with the way they played. And incredible stuff from production. Appreciate you. As we're going to look at the MVP now. See who got it. Obviously, we base our MVP off of KDA. So we'll see who exactly ends up coming away with it. It is Wilson with his Nocturne in Game 3. Coming out big.
Yeah, my pick would have been Mobility, but honestly, considering how big this pick was for Wilson, and I think he still played the series pretty well overall, I'm cool with this one. Again, the Nocturne was a monumental pick in that final game. I think that focus on the top side to keep Denethor ahead ended up being really valuable, and they just used that again to their strengths of just playing deathball, grouping up, and punishing people who were extended. It worked beautifully.
And one of the brightest parts about Wilson's gameplay in that whole series, I mean, his first two series, games of the series, I mean, he was getting gapped by Spica in terms of CS differential, but he was always finding ways to be active, always finding ways to be an important influence, even if he knew that Spica was just hard farming his way to try to get a victory there. So really good heads-up play from obviously a little bit more of a veteran presence in Wilson. Previously known as Trickster, but it is a serious interest for Winthrop now. Moving on to playoffs, moving on to that Dark Zero Dragonsteel series there, and how exactly it's going to go down. Because we take a look at our standings now and the fluctuations that come with the final week of regular season here in NACL.
Yeah, that's right. And the two big changes, of course, are that Supernova have now moved up to 8th place, and you don't see any arrows, but Winthrop now have locked themselves into 4th place because no one's going to be able to overtake them at this point. Because nobody has, because neither Blue Water, Supernova, nor Winthrop even have 2 matches left for the split. They only have 1.
And now it's all about seeding, especially for those top 6, trying to figure out exactly where they're going to go. The first and second place getting a bye for round 1, but we also still have our final promo relegation slot up for grabs here. Polestar are unfortunately locked out now. They will be looking forward to that promo relegation tournament, but still up for grabs across the rest.
Yeah, that's right. So everybody's trying to scramble and make sure they're not that last team who has to fight their way back to requalify into Split 2. But in our top 6, everybody there is safe.
Yeah, the most important matchup will be tomorrow as we take a look at it. Kicking it off with all the stakes you could ever ask for. AMI versus Blue Otter. Staving away from that promo relegation tournament, buying yourself a ticket to that all-important NACL Summer 2025 where an LTA spot is on the line.
Yeah, that's right. And the second match, of course, is going to be CCG versus Conviction, where these two are fighting for that opportunity to be in 4th place, because this match should be the deciding factor there. So, again, that movement you talked about, there is still a lot of opportunity to move, even though we only have 2 days of games left.
It's coming down to the wire here. Our final 2 days of week number 7. I cannot believe that we're already getting through it here, and the fact that we're already coming down to the wire. 2 days left on this super week 7, as we still have a super day on Friday as well, where we have 3 best of 3s back to back to back. If you haven't checked out any of the action today, if you missed yesterday as well, go check out the clips over on social medias, as you will see them on the top left of your screen. We've had some banger ones, and especially today, Winthrop claiming that playoff berth for NACL 2025 Split 1.
Yeah, that's right. Again, just keep up with everything we've been posting so far. And I mean, what else is there to say? We had a really exciting day of games. Again, that upset for Winthrop was probably my favorite moment for today. I don't think anyone's really going to argue with that one. And it is interesting, too, to see now that there are still implications for the remainder of our matches going forward, too. And you said it's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, we got to hear from Shogo as well earlier from Supernova, trying to keep the head held high as well, keeping some of that perspective as well for a team that's fighting their way and trying to fight their way out of that promo relegation. But that's going to be it from us, Beatdown. That's it for the day as well. 2 best of 3s down in the docket. Another 6-gamer on the day. You love to see it. But that means we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow for some more NACL action. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
Especially because, oh, here we go.
Shogo's dead. Dashes.
Goodbye.
Oh my god, dude. Hub just has the sniper pinned on Shogo's head here. And that's just going to be another couple kills. Dr. Calculus goes on a killing spree now, getting a monumental advantage in the side lane. He's got the hull breaker now as well, so untouchable there. Keel going a little bit zealously onto Tubbs, but they have the full wraparound. Adam gets the plan of Shogo. I don't even understand how that happened. Now Polestar, they're feeling enthused. They get a shutdown on a Keel too.
Okay.
What is happening? As all of a sudden, Supernova going to lose two major sink into that abyss, that deep dark feeling coming in. But the brightness of Supernova was just too much. Big Keeper's Verdict coming out as a response from Adam, but Shogo is still pumping. He's going to get engaged on now, and he's going to go down. But Keel is right back to get some revenge for him, and the combo is still alive and well. Supernova will keep themselves for the moment away from promo relegation, and they will find the win 2-1 over Polestar.
Any second now, we're having a little bit of fun, Mazel, but they are taking the Nexus, and unfortunately Polestar are gonna have to, even though they have one
TP in, they want another fight. I guess if it's now, maybe it's never, as they try to take the fight after. That Baron is already gone. Shock Blast gonna go through. They do get Biofrost in the end. Double lift will get out with the rocket jump. They're gonna try to chase down TF Blade now too.
He could go Mega any second now with
killing Spica.
Oh my
God.
God.
Just look for a forward. They're going into the choke here. This is so dicey, and now instead of
Oh my God!
4-man Mega Gnar, and they're gonna follow through, but Pobelter with a beautiful seismic shove is gonna back them away. Big knockback from Wilson, and this is Winthrop's coming alive. The team fight potential is nigh, and they're looking at the mid lane push with the Bears. Continue pushing this into the base. Winthrop wants to secure their playoff berth. They can do it here. Another deadly flourish. Mobility goes legendary, and off the shoulders of this man that's been so deserving, they will find that playoff berth with one foul swoop of near airport. A big Lilzy lullaby could make the difference, but it's not going to be nearly enough. It's not going to be nearly in time. As Spica falls one more. Winthrop University, welcome to the NACL playoffs.